Konoha Forest. The forest was a large place that covered most of Fire Country. If you didn't know your way around the dense area, then it would be easy for you to get lost in the vast space it occupies. Naturally, Shinobi ranked Chunin and up had excellent knowledge of said forest from their experience in traveling through it so many times. The point I'm trying to make is that the percentage of Konoha's elite ANBU getting lost was absolute zero. Currently, the four-man squad were doing another routine rescue sweep in search of their village's lost blonde Jinchuriki. This had been their, and many others, job for the past 5 years. Personally, they only get the shift 2 nights every 2 months or so. It all depended if they were on a mission or not. Fortune must have been watching over them tonight, because after 5 long years they found him stumbling his way into their line of sight. This surprised them immensely, because they had given up all hope of finding the young boy. Said blonde was now 10 years old and was covered in dirt. We finally found him, and he's actually alive, the elite with the frog mask said, filled with joy. I know. The female, wearing the cat mask, agreed. Now Hokage-sama can rest easy knowing the boy is safe, she added with a sigh. The leader of the group narrowed his eyes at the walking blonde below them. Wait, something's wrong with him, the snake masked leader said. I noticed that as well. The boy is clearly injured. The last squad member, Hawk, informed with an inward grimace. Below the group of 4 was the source of their concerns. Said blonde was limping and simultaneously holding his right, dislocated shoulder. His name was Naruto Uzumaki, the container of the Kyubi no Yoko and the bane of more than 55% of the villagers. He had lightly tanned skin and 3 whisker marks lining each cheek. His blonde hair was barely visible under all the mud and dried blood that covered it. His clothing consisted of a ragged white shirt. The shirt itself couldn't even be called shirt. Its condition allowed it to barely cling onto the child's useless arm. His arms were wrapped with white tape. The tape covered both of the boy's arm entirely from the fingers all the way to the shoulder. Unfortunately, some of the tape had cuts through them and were dyed red with blood. If you were to look closely enough, you would be able to see the faint cuts that marked his lightly tanned skin. His black pants were in relatively good shape. Some of its material was sliced open, but an average tailor would have no problem repairing the piece of garment. His feet were bare. He must have been walking for some time, because his feet had calluses lining the outside of his soles. He checked behind him, most likely checking that he was safe. Someone must have been chasing him for some time, because there seemed to be fear in his young eyes. Well, whoever it was seemed to have lost interest because no one was behind him. He breathed a sigh of relief before he took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself for what he was about to do. The squad narrowed their eyes at the blonde, not sure what was about to happen. The sound of grinding bones was drowned out by the blonde's scream, which resonated throughout the forest. The piercing scream woke the sleeping animals and caused them to scramble in fear. Naruto wobbled on his feet before he dropped to his knees and then fully to the floor. It was clear from his unmoving body that he was out cold from the shock. Kat looked on with obvious womanly worries. Even though she was worried about the blonde, she kept her composure strictly professional. What do you think happened to him? She asked, not able to keep from wincing from the piercing scream. It doesn't matter. We have to take him to the village, preferably to the hospital, Snake said after he and the others landed on the ground. In relief. 30 minutes later, the team escorted the unconscious blonde into the village. The old Hokage sighed in depression as he signed another document and stamped it with the Hokage seal. It was a regular mission request from some farmer that needed a team to escort him back to his lodgings. The house was located at the edge of the country, near river country. Just the fact that Point B was near a country that they had a rocky relationship with made him label the mission as a B rank. His muscles tensed as he sensed chakra entering the room via body flicker. He raised his head and relaxed when he noticed it was 2 members of the squad he sent on a rescue sweep, not even an hour ago. Why is it that you've returned so soon? The wrinkled Sandame questioned, returning his gaze back to the late-night paperwork. The leader of the squad dropped to a single knee before speaking. Apologies, Hokage-sama, but the mission is no longer necessary, he said, prompting the old man to snap his head back up, anger clear in his eyes. What the hell do you mean, no longer necessary? You have 5 seconds to rephrase yourself, the old man said with pure anger dripping from his voice. It was at that moment that the leader of the ANBU squad tensed in fear as the Hokage's Ki flooded his nervous system. He resisted the urge to drop to his knees and gasp for air with sheer willpower. What he wanted to say was that we found Naruto-kun. Frog spoke up, prompting the elder to release the Ki in a quick heartbeat. That's who the others took to the hospital? The Sandaime asked, having sensed them not too long ago. If that's the case, what are we still doing here? He said, standing to his feet. His gaze returned back to Snake, his eyes apologetic for his rash behavior. No need to apologize, Hokage-sama. It was my fault. I worded his return wrong. Sarutobi smiled softly as his visage steeled itself before the trio used the shunshin to quickly travel to the hospital. In relief. When the Hokage and company arrived at the hospital, he had to refrain himself from cringing at Naruto's state as he was being carted off to a vacant room. He waited for 30 anxious minutes as they worked on the blonde. He got the green light to enter by the doctor that worked on the blonde. He looked at the boy and, again, couldn't refrain from cringing at Naruto's state. The boy looked like a mummy with the amount of gauze wrapped around his upper body. Was the damage really that extensive? The old man questioned. The male doctor shook his head. Not all. The only serious damages on his person was his right shoulder and left ankle. Luckily, the shoulder was only dislocated and not broken. We took a look at it and found the area was heavily bruised with a few cuts on and around it, he said, looking at the sheet held by his clipboard. His ankle was in the same condition as his shoulder, only minus the cuts. Sarutobi looked over the boy's body with aged eyes. His eyes narrowed when he noticed some qualities that many shinobi shared. Judging from his face only, his muscle quality was higher than most children his age, and even some of the younger ninjas in his charge. It was the same with his chakra capacity, but that wasn't a surprise considering what was sealed inside. Eagle, I need you to get Inoichi and bring him here, he ordered without lifting his eyes from Naruto's frame. Eagle nodded his head and swiftly left the room in a leafless body flicker. The other ANBU knew they were longer needed, visually, so they vanished from sight, yet remained in the room. I noticed while he was being carted off that he had both his arms bandaged already. Was he already treated before coming here? Hiruzen said, finally lifting his head and looking at the doctor. The man shook his head. No, there were cuts along the tape as well. It must have been in place before he was attacked, the doctor said, glancing at the clipboard. When we removed the tape, we found nothing under them except faint traces of red lines. It's obvious he was attacked with some sort of man-made weapon, most likely a sword or knife, he added, already knowing what the Hokage was going to ask. It was at that time that his ANBU returned, Inoichi in tow. The tall, pale blonde-haired man half asleep. It wasn't surprising since it was almost 2 in the morning. He was wearing a simple white shirt with simple blue sweatpants. His pupil-less green eyes were half-lidded, further showing his exhausted state. Great. Inoichi, you're here. Sorry for waking you, but I need your mind-walking expertise. Naruto's been gone for 5 years. I want to know what he's been through. The Sandaime informed the Yamanaka clan head, not at all concerned about invading Naruto's personal space. Don't you think walking into the mind of a Jinchuriki is beyond suicide? Inoichi asked, not up for the mission at all. The Hokage looked at the man in such a way that it immediately woke the man up and replaced the exhaustion with fear. What I meant to say was, I'll get right to it, Hokusan, the man said, walking up to Naruto and placing his hand atop his head. His grave was already dug. Now it was up to the Kyuubi if he was going to be buried inside. Inside Naruto's mind, the Yamanaka found himself in a jungle-like area. His hand was resting against the hard bark of an oak tree. He pushed off, already on edge, as further ahead was where he would likely meet his end. Speaking of further ahead, it looked as if it was swallowed in smoke. Inoichi could barely see where he was going. "Hello? Anyone in here?" he asked, already knowing that his presence was sensed as soon as he entered the area. There was no use in hiding that he was here. "Hello? Who's there?" A reply was yelled back. His fatherly instincts kicked in because the voice sounded young and feminine, just like his own daughter. He ran deeper into the foggy area. He could now hear sobbing and picked up his pace, now running in a sprint. He skid to a stop as he entered a clear area. What entered his sights was that of a crimson-haired teenager wearing a skimpy outfit. Said outfit consisted of a black bra with red flames, which covered a nice full pair of C-cup breasts. For bottoms, she was wearing a pair of spandex-style booty shorts. A silver belt was wrapped loosely around her waist. Around her neck was a white and red, fluffy-looking scarf. Light pink spandex socks hiked up her legs. They only left 2 inches of actual skin visible for her lower body. She wore white boots with the same red flames flaring on the bottom of the soles. Her crimson hair was really long for someone her age. It was fixed into a really long ponytail, held together by 2 long golden pins that crisscrossed each other. She wore a cracked skull accessory in her hair, and her amber eyes looked innocently at the grown man. She wore black gloves with several gold studs surrounding her thick wrists. Also, the left was quite longer, reaching the middle of her left bicep. Her beautiful amber eyes darkened into a crimson color before she vanished from her spot, disappearing into the surrounding smoke. This happened in a span of 5 seconds, not even enough time for Inoichi to say anything. "Looks like there's another idiot strutting in here like he owns the place. I let the first one live. I won't make the same mistake again," she said, her voice echoing throughout the area. "Wait, I come in peace," Inoichi quickly yelled. "I only came in here to see Naruto-kun," he added, showing that he didn't have any ill will towards the young Jinchuriki. Moments passed by in silence. The fact that he wasn't dead yet proved that it was a good thing. That fact ended as Inoichi's ponytail suddenly exploded, simply coming undone. The man tensed, not sure if he should run or stay still. A loud sigh echoed through the smoke. That was a warning. "Leave now, or the next one goes in your neck," the voice said again, a strong hint of annoyance in her voice. Not want to look a gift horse in the mouth, the Yamanaka clan head immediately followed the order. He knew the girl was the QB, guarding his mind from invaders. The question that plagued his mind, though, was, where was Naruto? A full minute came and went before the smoke in the air swirled for a while before converging into one spot. Moments later, Naruto's body was formed. "How much did you get?" the redhead asked, leaping from her perch on a thick tree branch, before walking towards Naruto. A crimson light flickered out of sight before she reached the blonde. "Enough," Naruto replied, cracking his neck. "Thanks for distracting him. Otherwise, he would have caught on to what I was doing," Naruto said, flashing her a wide smile. She giggled and wrapped her lithe arms around his neck. "Anytime, Naruto-kun," she said, hugging his head into her bosom. Naruto groaned before a thought crossed his mind. "Anyway, Yoko, what are you wearing? You look like you're heading to the beach," Naruto breathlessly said while trying to pull himself from her grip. Yoko pouted before releasing him, making him fall on his butt. She put her hands on her hips. "You don't like what I'm wearing. Just wait until you get older, then you'll want to see more of me," she said, pushing her breasts together with her arms while bending at the waist. Color made itself visible on Naruto's cheeks as he turned his head from the view and stood to his feet. "What else could you show me that I haven't already seen?" he asked, holding his hand up, already knowing what she was going to say. She giggled before he continued speaking. "Let's just see what's new about the village," the young blonde said, walking to a tree that dematerialized into a swirling mass of energy. Yoko giggling grew as she lashed her arms around Naruto's left bicep. Naruto's face resembled a tomato while he walked through. Reality. Inoichi released his hand from Naruto's head as if it was on fire. He stumbled backwards and breathed the largest sigh of relief in mankind. "I knew it was dangerous in there." But what was that feeling in the back of my mind? Inoichi thought out loud while checking his ponytail. The Sandame's eyes widened at Inoichi's retreat. What the hell happened in there? The older blonde held his head. It felt like somebody was stomping on his skull. After a while, he finally looked at the Hokage. He told the man what happened while in the boy's mindscape. It was a short story, but it had such a large meaning. That's an interesting story. I'm truly sorry for making you go in there. Hiruzen apologized before glancing towards the doctor, before snapping his head back to Inoichi. Wait, the QB's a female, he yelled after the shocking information fully sunk in. Inoichi nodded his head, still surprised himself. I'm still reeling from that surprise myself, he said. The Sandame returned his gaze back to the doctor. Is there anything else I should know? He asked, lifting the tip of his hat from over his eyes. The man shook his head, again looking at his clipboard. Nothing to warrant any action. Most of his wounds were partially healed by the time we got to them. The seal keeping his tenant from escaping was fully intact, and the calluses covering the bottom of his feet were removed, he said, smiling as he looked back at the Hokage. The Sandame nodded before looking back to Inoichi. I would ask you to return for more information, but it's obvious the QB's protecting Naruto-kun while he's in this state. Thank you for your help. You can return to bed now, he said, giving a short bow in thanks. Inoichi bowed in return. Anytime, Hokage-sama, the Yamanaka clan head lied before walking out the room. I estimate a full recovery in a few hours' time. The only thing I needed to do was provide him with a comfortable place to rest, the doctor replied to the Hokage's unasked question. The old man thanked the doctor before the man left the Hokage alone with the young blonde. The Hokage placed a hand atop the blonde's head, brushing a stray bang from in front of his eyes with his thumb. Oh, Naruto-kun, where have you been? He said softly as he thought about when he got the news that the blonde had disappeared. Flashback. Hiruzen sighed wearily as he continued to work on his paperwork for the night. The stacks had grown rather high when he returned from spending time with Naruto. It was the young blonde's 5th birthday, so he treated the boy to a bowl of ramen. He chuckled to himself when one bowl turned into 5 bowls. That boy fell in love with the exquisite taste of Ichiraku's ramen. I already know what his monthly stipend are going to be spent on, the Hokage softly said, remembering how Naruto was kicked out of the orphanage last week. He had fired the woman in charge, but knew it was going to happen again. So he found the boy an apartment he could live in. It was small with a single bed and bath, but he didn't really need a lot of space as he was living alone. His train of thought was interrupted as faint yells echoed throughout the village. He instantly shot up and stared out the window of his office. He looked in the direction of Naruto's apartment, knowing that's where the noise was coming from. I should have seen this coming, he muttered as he body flickered over there. By the time he got there, he was surprised to see a crowd formed outside of the apartment complex. It's empty, the demon's not inside, a gruff-looking man said while walking out of the apartment, eyes widened as he noticed the Hokage standing on a building across them. Though, having heard the words, Hiruzen only paid attention to a 1, empty. That was impossible. He had just dropped the blonde off 30 minutes ago. How could he not be in there? The Hokage quickly passed the man and entered the apartment. It was barely furnished, only containing a small cot in the corner of the room and a small dresser near it. The cot looked untouched, so Naruto must have not even touched it when he got home. He quickly scanned the kitchen, finding nothing that would give him a clue. He didn't need to go to the room in the back, since it was completely empty. Where the hell is Naruto? He thought out loud. Not a single clue was left in the apartment, not even a sliver of any remaining chakra. It was completely empty, dead inside. Rage filled his heart as he came to the conclusion that he was kidnapped. ANBU, he yelled. Instantly 4 ANBU members were in front of him, bowed on one knee. Find him, he yelled again, as they quickly disappeared. Though yelling had calmed him down a little, he was still peeved that someone would abduct the boy he thought of as a grandchild. In flashback, Hiruzen shed a single tear as he thanked Kami that the boy has been returned to him. 5 hours later, the sun had just peaked over the mountain overlooking the village when the Hokage got word that Naruto woke up. The man had only left for the office 2 hours prior. to continue his paperwork. Finally, the boy is up. Now he could tell us what happened to him. The old man thought, dashing for the hospital. When the old man arrived at the hospital, he found something he wasn't expecting. "What the hell happened?" he questioned, the anger evident in his voice. "He escaped," Hawk answered plainly, though he still couldn't explain to himself how he couldn't find the blonde. "Nos cheat. How did he escape with ANBU watching over him?" the Sandame questioned again. Snake began the simple explanation that the blonde filled the room with chakra, laced black smoke, and escaped through the open window. After that, he just vanished in the air. The old man was left speechless at the simplicity of the escape. He then wondered about the skill his ANBU had, if a 10-year-old was able to evade them so easily. In relief, Naruto stood in his old apartment. He was still surprised he knew where it was, having not been in it for 5 full years. Even then, he only had it for a short week. It was now fully furnished with lots of nice things. Some female, who looked to be in her late teens, was sleeping in the small twin bed. With only her head and a bit of her upper torso revealed, Naruto, in his young but matured mind, had to admit that the girl was extremely attractive. Her chocolate brown hair was slightly ruffled due to being asleep for hours, though most importantly, the tops of her cleavage peeked out of what Naruto could deduce as her pink tank top. "Hey, focus!" an annoyed, demonic voice yelled in the blonde's mind. He sucked his teeth in annoyance as he peeled his eyes away from the female with a bit of color gracing his cheeks. "I was gone 5 years. I would have been surprised if everything was how I left it," Naruto thought, changing the subject. His attire only consisted of his ruined pair of pants and the new bandages the hospital staff wrapped around his upper body. "From the looks of her, I'd guess she's a kunoichi. Maybe an old genin. Oh, never mind," Naruto thought, eyeing the chunin vest at the foot of her bed, before stealing another quick glance. "Oh, now you're paying attention to a female's body," Yoko said again, getting more annoyed. The blonde ignored her and kept analyzing his situation. He wasn't surprised he was able to get into the apartment so easily. His Kekiai Genkai made it easy for him to infiltrate any building, unless it was completely sealed that not even air could get in. The best part about it, nobody in the village knew he had this special blood. He thought about his special blood, his Kekiai Genkai, his Kamuri no Henai. Smoke mutation, it gave him the ability to turn his body into smoke however he wanted, clothes included. It took him at least a month to include his clothes in that dilemma. The smoke had the properties of being noticeably thick and black, or as thin and clear as air. He sucked his teeth one more time before he vanished in a puff of smoke. The thick cloud of smoke thinned out into the air, completely vanishing from sight. He reappeared on the roof. The roof of the apartment was wide with various potted plants around the sides. Behind him was a door that led down into the apartment. He gave a sigh, now wondering where he's going to live. He took a big breath as he extended his left arm. It was then that a thin wisp of nearly clear smoke wrapped around his arm and seeped through the bandages. Another smaller wisp merged into the base of his throat, again seeping through the bandages. 2 more, smaller, wisps merged into the inside of each individual wrist. The reasons for this was unknown, but Naruto flashed a large grin as he felt complete now. His eyes widened when a hand rested on his shoulder. "My Naruto-kun, it's just like you to stand atop this roof, huh?" An aged voice asked behind him. Naruto flashed a large grin and faced the Hokage. "I guess old habits die hard. I'm sad the apartment is no longer mine. It was the only thing I could call mine," Naruto said, a frown replacing his smile. Hiruzen's face marred into a frown as well, and he patted the young blonde's shoulder. "I'm sorry for giving your apartment away, but it couldn't stay vacant for so long. Don't worry about it, though. You can have the spot next to it," he said, smiling brightly. Naruto's grin returned. "Good, you're going to need the privacy," Yoko voiced in his head. The Hokage's sudden serious face put the blonde on edge. "Now, I'm going to need you to tell me where you've been the past 5 years," he said, narrowing his eyes a bit. Naruto took a step back in caution, while he tried, but the old man's grip on his shoulder only tightened. I don't know. All I remember is waking up in the middle of the night with a hand covering my mouth. I was lifted and I felt a sharp pain in the back of my neck. After that, I woke up in the hospital and smoke was everywhere, so I jumped out the window. I was surprised that I made it to the next building, but I got over it and ran here. He said, looking down at his body, surprise written all over his face. I guess that's why I'm bigger than I remember. Have I been asleep these past 5 years? Did I miss my chance to enter the academy? Naruto asked, keeping the questions in the air, though he knew he was lying through his teeth. He just had to keep it off his face while the man was watching. The Sandaime looked down at the 10-year-old with a withering gaze. When the blonde rose his head to look at him, he began to sweat from the menacing gaze. Fortunately, the Sandaime took that as a fearful reaction than a nervous one. Okay, I believe you, even though I find it peculiar that you returned on the same night you left. Hiruzen said, releasing his grip. Yesterday was the blonde's birthday, the same day he disappeared 5 years ago. Naruto took a few steps back, clutching his shoulder in pain before rubbing it. Slowly the pain began to fade. He's still got strength behind those brittle bones, the blonde thought as the old man turned his back to the boy. Don't worry, Aji-san. I'm sure I'll remember what happened later, Naruto said, using Aji-san purposely. Hearing those words softened the Hokage's features. He turned his head and gave the boy a smile. I'm sure you will, Naruto-kun. Come to my office with me, and I'll help you with the lease to the apartment. I was going to be giving you stipends every month until you became an adult, or a shinobi, but you left before I could start. But seeing as how you're back, I'll start now. But it'll only be until you graduate from the academy, all right? The Hokage said, walking to the roof's door, so they could begin their walking journey to the Hokage building. Naruto cheered, following the Hokage down through the apartment building and into the streets. Of course, I'll have to give you psychological and physical exams. I have to make sure you're healthy before I make you a student, the man said, smiling as his village slowly started filling with morning activity. And you'll have to see a therapist every now and again, so I can see if your condition improves, the man added, looking at the smiling blonde. As long as I have my privacy, I'll endure anything he throws at me, Naruto thought with a large grin splitting his face in two. 1 year later, the time was 6 in the morning when Naruto finished his morning routine. The blonde had grown a bit this last year. First off, he grew 2 more inches, now reaching 4.5 feet in height. His attire consisted of a simple, white shirt with Konoha's symbol on the front. Light blue shorts made up his bottoms and blue ninja sandals for his feet. The white tape remained on his arms, though they ended before reaching his elbows. Also a black, skin-tight, undershirt was worn underneath. Its collar wrapped high around his neck, stopping just underneath his chin. He wore these 2 shirts, despite knowing of the heat the country was known for. His spiky, bright blonde hair shined to mirror his happiness. He only had 1 more year before he officially became a ninja of Konoha. Truthfully, he was only happy because it was the last day of his secret probation. Ever since he appeared in the village, the NBU has been shadowing him day and night. They watched him get up, go to school, and even sleep. They even watched him train, so he was only limited to taijutsu, though today he didn't feel a thing from them, signifying that they were indeed gone. The only one he couldn't sense was the Hokage. Damn, that man sure does know how to completely vanish from my senses, Naruto thought, though it seems he could barely drop off his radar. He brushed a hand through his hair as a crooked smirk made its way to his face. The old man was rightfully paranoid about you, Naruto-kun. But just because he's taken the hidden detail off of you doesn't mean he won't stop watching you. He's the leader of the entire village. He has to have some sort of ability to oversee said village, Yoko warned him. Naruto mentally nodded, accepting the helpful advice from Yoko. He wiped the smirk from his face and walked out the apartment. Good morning, Naruto-kun. The blonde smiled as the voice of his neighbor ringed in his ears. Despite how he felt when he first went to his old apartment, the tenant inside was extremely nice. He had forgot there were good people in the village. That small percentage spurred him to achieve the goal he had in mind, Instead of walking a different path, the larger percentage nearly had him on. "Good morning to you, too, Keed-chan," the blonde said, giving her a friendly bow. "So, only one more year, huh?" the revealed 17-year-old said, wearing a dark brown blouse with a thick black obi belt. The shirt was low-cut, allowing her large C-cup breast a lot of breathing room. Her dark green Chunin vest was unzipped all the way. Her skin-tight, dark brown pants really accented her bottom curves. Black ninja sandals along with her hip pouch and shuriken holster on her right leg completed her look. It was very obvious by the way she dressed that she used her various assets to distract while she fought. It was very distracting for any male to fight her or even talk to her. Classic kunoichi. Keed was an orphan like many others in the village. Though her parents' death wasn't caused by Yoko's attack 11 years ago. They got mugged and were murdered like the civilians they were. They would be proud of how strong their little girl was becoming. Naruto flashed her a grin as he bounced on the balls of his feet in excitement. "Yeah, one more year to go. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up doing a mission together," he said, flashing her a larger smile. Keed returned his smile and put her left hand on her hip while wagging the index finger on her right. You have to actually pass the exams first. Focus on that," she said, walking closer. Naruto chuckled as he pointed at her head. "You forget something?" Keed stopped and patted her head, feeling the towel she forgot to remove. She giggled and removed the towel, shaking her head a little in the process. "Don't want to run around the village with that on my head," she said, taking her Konoha forehead protector from her Chunin vest and tying it around her head. She shook her naturally curly hair a little more, and a single curly bang bounced over her forehead. "Better?" she asked. Naruto openly gaped and drooled at his neighbor, his cheeks covered by his blush. He chuckled and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "Perfect," he said, soft enough for her to barely hear. The brunette let out a giggle and kissed the blonde on top of his head. "You're just too cute," she said before gasping. "You better hurry, or you're going to be late for your breakfast," she said, releasing his head from her grasp. "You know, it's only polite for ladies to go first. Go on and get your mission first." The blonde smiled brightly. Keed returned her hands to her hips. "You just want to see my rear. What did I tell you about peeping on me?" she said, being the only one to know about his bloodline. She only knew because she caught him using it to obviously peep on her. Naruto put his hands behind his back and rolled on the balls of his feet innocently. "To never peek on you while you're in the shower," he droned monotonously, "though I haven't been caught a second time yet," the blonde said, raising his hands in defense. Quicker than expected, she moved to hit Naruto upside the head. She wasn't surprised when her hand swiped through a cloud of gray smoke. Naruto chuckled a bit, thankful he knew her that well. She might not entirely look it, but that girl was made for speed. She was faster than most Chunins and half the age, and her stealth was almost on par with his own, and that's saying something. Naruto laughed as the breeze onto a nearby rooftop. "You almost got me there. I still think you should take the Jonin exam soon," he said before she stuck her tongue out at him in a very childish manner. She thought about what he said and scoffed. "You know, I still need to learn another element and get recommendations from 5 active Jonins before I could even take the actual exam," she said again, putting her hands on her hips. Naruto smirked. "You know, you can get recommendations anytime you want. And you should try something that'll complement your lightning style, like water. It's very fluid," he said, winking at her before bounding off towards his destination. Keed shook her head at the perverted little boy. She thought about what he said again, before following his example and bounding towards the giant red building for her mission. Relief. Naruto's smile instantly dropped when he landed in the streets. It was how it was for the whole year. It wasn't like he was sad or anything. It was just that his destination had him going through a league of villagers that hated him. There was the occasional villager that smiled and hollered him a good morning. He'll instantly smile back and return the gesture, only to promptly return his face to indifference. Luckily, this time, he wasn't heading for breakfast. No, he had something just a teeny bit more important than food. The only problem was that he didn't know exactly where he was supposed to go. Fortunately, he didn't let that tidbit of information discourage him. There was no place he couldn't infiltrate. I think it's around here somewhere. Naruto thought, stopping in the middle of the road. It was still very early in the morning, so the streets weren't as full as they would be by 8 o'clock. He turned right down an alley. The alley was nearly pitch black, but his eyes quickly adjusted to the lack of light. He continued to navigate through the corridor-like area, getting small specks of light here and there, before he bumped into a dead end. He brushed his hand along the wall with a straight face. He had to do it slowly, or else he might miss a definite crack. This is going to take forever. Naruto whined in his mind. Stop whining and just concentrate, Yoko said with a yawn. The blonde's retort was cut off when he found the sweet spot. He grinned as his body dissolved into smoke, and he slithered into the crack. He spent a few minutes as smoke, just breezing through cracks after cracks. He moved further and further down south to his destination. He appeared in an open area on his 5th minute. He was very high up, but yet was so low below. When he reached the ground and materialized, he stretched his back. I knew I wasn't as close as I thought I was. I almost got lost. He groaned in frustration before his stomach growled. And I'm hungry, he whined, crying anime tears as he walked forward. The area was a larger-than-realized room, complete with a concrete bridge. Said bridge loomed over an even more dark pit. 4 maroon-colored pillars connected the bridge together, 2 on both sides. 2 dim lights were also situated on both sides of the bridge, resting atop 2 high, gray-colored arches. Naruto looked up to see only a few streaks of light, but they didn't seem to reach the ground. He looked around more and noticed that he had walked to the middle of the bridge. He stopped and really surveyed his surroundings. He couldn't help but notice all the people around him. They weren't really that visible to the naked eye, but he had a sixth sense about that kind of thing. And he was in his initial Jinchuriki form to better see in the ungodly amount of darkness surrounding him. Each of the stalkers were wearing a pitch-black cloak to better blend into the darkness, but they stupidly wore gray masks. That small little detail was enough to tip the blonde off about their exact positions. Why so many people around me? The blonde whined loudly. The blonde quit his complaining when the faint sounds of a cane hitting concrete reached his ears. The boy has finally arrived. I see Hiruzen has recalled your hidden babysitters, an aging man said, coming up from behind Naruto, stopping just a few meters away. Naruto's eyes returned to normal as he turned around. The first thing he noticed was the bandages covering the top of the man's head, leaving only his left eye uncovered. The second thing was the X-shaped scar on his chin. He only paid attention to that was because it looked cool on the weathered face. He was wearing a black cloak over a white shirt. The right side of his body was gone, but Naruto's observant eyes picked up the slight lump there. There wasn't there the last time we seen him. Yoko spoke inside Naruto's mind. The blonde respectfully bowed to the elder. Yes, it took him too long in my regards. I would be lying if I said I wasn't happy when I didn't sense his A and BU this morning, he said, crossing his arms while keeping his eyes on the mysterious man. You're a very observant boy, for one so young. I wouldn't be surprised if, very soon, you surpass your master. My subordinate never seemed to get all that stronger, no matter how much he altered his body, the elder said, saying the word altered with an unsure tone. He wasn't sure that was the right word for the man's situation, but he couldn't outright judge the man. The blonde accepted the praise, only returning a bow in thanks. Perhaps you would care for a new master and join my organization? I can already see that you're highly skilled, maybe even more than some of the subordinates surrounding you. But even with your hidden strength, you're still leagues away from reaching my level. The elder spoke with a truthful tone behind his piercing eyes. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the gears in his mind began working for an answer. Remember why you came here. Think of your endgame. The angered words of Yoko spoke loudly in his mind. Naruto knew why she was a little angry, but he didn't let that affect him. He kept his arms crossed as he pooled all the knowledge he had on the 2 men, comparing his sensei to the man in front of him. It took him a while, but the man in front of him was too mysterious for his liking. He didn't know of his strengths or weaknesses, but he still had something he wanted. Now, just wasn't the time to acquire it, though. He had to admit that he still had some years of information gathering and training before he could take it. Sorry, Danzo-sama, but I can't accept the offer. I'm too far into the light to vanish into the dark. I hope this doesn't affect the reason for my presence in Konoha. Naruto spoke, uncrossing his arms to bow apologetically to the elder. Danzo watched the boy bow with narrowed eyes. Yes, of course. I understand completely. Perhaps we should get to business then, the man said, turning to walk back to his office. The blonde slowly followed, retuning his senses to his surroundings, remembering its layout and the number of root agents surrounding him. In relief. 2 hours passed before Naruto was seen on the streets again. He emerged from the same dark alley from before with a thoughtful look on his face. Well, it seems everything's falling together rather well, don't you think? Yoko asked in a content tone, suggesting that she was happy he wasn't down there anymore. Naruto nodded slowly while he walked to the academy. He only had 10 minutes before it started. Usually he would be there far earlier, but he spent longer than he thought he would underneath Konoha. A little too well, if you ask me. I don't know what that old man was thinking, but it doesn't seem good. Naruto thought, sighing in frustration. He's been analyzing the elder the entire meeting, but all he could pick up was that he ran root. There was no indication of what his skills could be. Though that bandaged head was the real reason he was hesitant about becoming an operative. He had no idea what was underneath, but the longer he spent around him, the more opportunities he had of finding out in the worst way possible. You can always return to ask that man if you really want the information. It seems he and Danzo have more history than previously imagined. Though, if you ask me, I think it's a little obvious what under the bandage is. Judging from how heavily that area is bandaged, compared to when we last seen him, I would say that he's hiding something, instead of simply covering an old wound. Yoko spoke analytically. The same could be said for the bulge under his robe, she added after a quick second. The blonde could see the academy building in the distance and smiled softly. I'm glad I have you sealed in me, Yoko. I can always rely on you for anything. Naruto told the kitsune before a squeal of delight erupted in his ear. At first the blonde thought it was Yoko, and it was. But he also noticed that there was a second set of squealing lungs that seemed to get more intense. His instincts took over, and he substituted with a nearby villager. A crash was heard from where Naruto previously stood. A short, platinum blonde girl screamed in terror as she collided with an old woman. I'm so sorry. She continued to apologize as she peeled herself off the lady. This girl was Ino Yamanaka, and she had a fixation with her blonde counterpart. Naruto became friends with the girl, to her delight, because he had to frequent the Yamanaka house every few weeks. Since it wasn't safe to go inside the blonde's head to forcefully learn the truth, Hiruzen felt therapy was the next best thing and assigned Inoichi to the task of temporary therapist. The friendship didn't happen immediately, though. It actually kind of happened by accident. It took a total of 3 months, 6 visits, before Naruto made the mistake that began to slowly change his outlook on things. Flashback. 9 months ago, Naruto groaned mentally after finishing another pointless therapy session. His persistence is annoying. He's not going to learn anything important, so why does he even try? The blonde thought, heading towards the front door of the medium-sized 2-story home/flower shop. He reached for the doorknob, when it suddenly flew open and hit him in the face. We're home to San, a loud feminine voice yelled with happiness. Meanwhile, the whiskered blonde's hands flew to his face, and he groaned in pain. 2 sets of gasps were heard as small hand touched his cheek. I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I didn't think you were still here, the same young voice said, much closer to Naruto's left ear. I'll go get the first aid kit. Another, more mature, feminine voice spoke, with footsteps moving further away from them. Naruto only realized the hand was on his cheek at that moment. He abruptly brushed her hand off his skin while standing to his feet. He then looked at the girl. She was what any 10-year-old would look like. She had short platinum blonde hair that reached her shoulders, with a navy blue hair clip on the left side of her forehead. She was wearing a purple dress with white, blossomed flowers all around it. Her blue eyes held no pupils, and it fit her amazingly. She was Ino Yamanaka, daughter to Inoichi Yamanaka and Iori Yamanaka. Naruto scoffed, then winced when she touched the noticeable bump on his forehead. It was still fresh, so it throbbed nastily. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly. Again, Naruto brushed her hand off and turned. "It's fine, it'll go down in a while," he said, keeping his attitude aloof and uncaring. Ino quickly ran in front of the other blonde and puffed her cheeks in indignation. She harshly poked the lump and frowned at Naruto's yelp. "You're not fine. Now sit down and I'll wrap that in a bandage," she said, both angry and concerned. Naruto gulped, and he quickly did as he was told. There was only 2 other females that would give him a look like that. This little girl was scarier than he thought. Iori came back with a small container at that moment. She gave a soft smile at the 2 young blondes and quickly ran up the stairs to her waiting husband. Ino set the container down and quietly opened it and sifted through its contents. Naruto quietly watched as she slowly looked through the first aid kit. She seemed to deliberately be going slow because he could easily see where the gauze was under the adhesive bandages. He could still feel his bump throbbing slightly on his head. Usually it would have healed instantly since it wasn't that much of a wound. Only then did he realize that Yoko wasn't giving it any attention. Sensing she was caught, Yoko audibly giggled. "Can you blame me, Naruto-kun? She's just so adorable. Let's have her heal this one. You don't want her to be sad, do you?" she asked, tone suggesting that she was pouting. A vision of Yoko's cute pouting face flashed in his mind. He released an audible sigh and mumbled, "I should have left through the back door." He would have preferred to have simply turned into smoke, but he was being watched constantly by ANBU. The female blonde giggled lightly at his comment, causing Naruto to blush in embarrassment at her soft laughter. She finally found what she was looking for and held a bottle to Naruto's forehead. She sprayed the alcohol on the lump, making Naruto wince at the stinging sensation, not used to it. She then cut a large square of gauze before pressing it against his lump. Then she used tape to keep it in place. Overall, the whiskered blonde looked goofy with a giant white X on his forehead, but at least she was finished. "That's it?" he asked, flashing her a thankful smile. Ino blushed while returning his smile with one of her own. "That should be enough. Just leave it there for a few hours," she said, curiously looking over the rest of his body. It was completely wrapped in other bandages, and yet he walked around with 100% mobility. She knew he wasn't injured in any other way, so why was there so many bandages? "Why do you have so many bandages wrapped around your body?" she couldn't help but ask. The Uzumaki chuckled before standing up. He knew she was going to ask him that, since her father asked the same question. He flicked her nose and watched as she gasped and quickly covered it. "That's a secret, Ino Osakena. Nosy Ino." She puffed her cheeks again. "Then I'll just go in your mind and find out myself," she said, holding her hands in her clan's unique hand seal. "I wouldn't do that," Naruto said, his ears picking up twin sets of soft gasps. He knew by that they now knew that he knew about the QB inside of him. "Why? Because it's an invasion of your privacy," she asked smugly, her fingers ready to do a technique she had just began learning. "Yes, that, but also because friends don't do that to each other," he said as her eyes lit up. "I mean," Naruto said, realizing his mistake, and groaned when he was suddenly wrapped in a hug. "So we're friends?" she asked, her eyes resembling twinkling stars. Naruto groaned and tried to walk to the door, but her arms didn't release their grip. "I thought you only liked the devastated Sasuke-kun," Naruto said in a mocking tone, not really knowing why he was doing it. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that Sasuke was a little asshole. He doubted he was like this before his clan was wiped out a year prior. It wasn't that much of a secret that Ino had been crushing on the brooding, enigmatic Sasuke. Then it changed when the even more mysterious blonde started going to the academy 3 months ago. Naruto noticed the other blonde looked down a little in thought. He could see that she was fighting something in her subconscious. He released a sigh. "Fine, I'll be your friend," he said, unknowingly blushing. Ino was knocked out of her reprieve by that and started squealing in happiness. What the hell just happened? In flashback, Ino snapped her fingers in front of Naruto's face with a mean glare directed at Naruto. "Why do you always do that?" she questioned, so annoyed by how many times it's happened. The male blonde rubbed the back of his head and tried to calm her down. "Sorry, Ino-chan, I keep forgetting," he said, smiling softly at her. The girl was wearing a purple vest-like blouse with a raised collar that seemed to bunch a bit around her neck. The vest was also short and showed her bandaged midriff. A matching purple skirt that had the sides slit showed her bandaged thighs. The bandages stopped just above her knees to allow her full mobility. Her arms were covered by white and purple elbow warmers, since they only seemed to cover her elbows and 4 more inches in both directions. Also, she was wearing a pair of violet sandals. She suddenly smiled and just as quickly wrapped her arms around his waist. She laughed at his straight face. "Every time," Naruto screamed in his head. "I blame you, Yoko." Naruto directed his blame to his tenant. The kitsune just laughed, accepting the full blame. "Tell me something I don't know," she said in between giggles. "All right, Ino, I see how you are," Naruto said, frowning before he hung his head and resumed walking to the academy. Ino didn't know how, but next thing she knew, she wasn't holding anything. In her surprise, she quickly reached for the other blonde's arm, but he took a big step and she missed. She was now falling to the floor, but was unsurprisingly caught by Naruto. "Don't go falling in this dirt. I don't want you to ruin your outfit," he said with a soft chuckle. He set her back on her feet and quickly released her body when he noticed just where one of his hands were. Fortunately, this time, she found her footing, so she didn't nearly eat dirt this time. She tightly hugged Naruto's arm to show her thanks. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. You're so much better than Sasuke-san," she said as they resumed their walk to the academy. Naruto rolled his eyes at the obvious statement. "Well, duh," he said with only about 3 more minutes left until class started. Hokage's office. Hiruzen sighed into his pipe before exhaling a large plume of smoke. His thoughts turned to Naruto. When he was gone, my goal was to find him. Now that he's in the village, I feel that he shouldn't be. This is so exhausting, he mentally yelling, feeling frustrated. He sifted thoughtlessly, though, some worthless documents. Whatever happened the past 5 years changed the boy drastically. Maybe I have to consider the possibility that he's more than mentally damaged, he thought again for about the millionth time. He removed his team of ANBU from the boy's shadow and decided to watch him personally. But he lost him when he strolled into an extremely dark alley. His view orb wasn't able to penetrate the darkness. He couldn't even get a lock on his chakra signature, and that was saying something. It wasn't like him to lose somebody, but he just couldn't locate the scrambled signature. He had to think of a way to get the blonde to reveal what he knew, because he knew the boy was lying. He might have to take drastic measures to find the truth. He knew from the reports he received from the ANBU that the boy did the same things every day. He'll wake up an hour or 2 before dawn. That alone told him that he's had training to be able to wake up so early. His morning ritual was the same: do a few push-ups and sit-ups to fully wake himself up before showering and brushing his teeth. Then he'll get dressed and head outside and, on occasions, talk to his young neighbor. After a while, she'll remind him of his need for breakfast, in which he'll eat at either a sushi restaurant, barbecue, or the ramen shop. Mostly the ramen shop. After breakfast, he'll jog to the academy for future shinobi, where he'll simply sit there with a bored expression on his face. The squad were insightful enough that they could tell from his runs to the academy that he could clearly move faster. After class, he would head home and lay down in the bed, sleeping for a few hours. After waking up around 5 to 6 in the evening, he would head to the library for an hour or until it closed. The books were basic and was mostly for learning how to control chakra and furthering your control over it. He was also reading a short book that explained how to learn of your affinity and explained the exercises needed to strengthen each of the individual elements. That book was a lot more advanced, but he allowed him to read it, feeling that he was just a genius in the making. About twice a month, he would head to the Yamanaka house for his mandatory therapy session since going into his mind was extremely dangerous. 3 months into the sessions, he befriended their only daughter, Ino. When they became friends, they started doing things together all the time. Hiruzen was happy that Naruto found a friend in the young girl, but couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't changing. He was soon knocked from his thoughts when someone entered his office. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama. A lazy voice echoed in the old man's ears. The Sandaime rose his head to see his most infamous elite jonin. Kakashi stood with his personalized air of aloofness. One hand was in his pocket, while the other held his precious hentai book he was all too familiar with. Hiruzen smiled as an idea popped in his mind. Ah, Kakashi-san, just the man I wanted to see, the old man said, hiding his smirk with his hands. Konoha Academy. Horse passed, and Naruto sighed in relief. He immediately began exiting the ground to get his lunch. Come on, Naruto, wait for me. Ino said a few feet behind the blonde. Naruto chuckled while turning his head. You know me, Ino. This is where we split up for a few hours. I'll meet you at your house, okay? Naruto said, frowning at her pout. I'll help you with the clone jutsu when I get there. Okay, he told her, patting her on her head. Ino smiled and nodded before she sprinted to her house. Naruto chuckled at her depart. Irika had informed the class that they were now going to get ready for their graduation and thus had to learn the 3 basic techniques required for the ninja skill portion of the class. When the blonde realized that they took an entire year to learn the most basic techniques, he couldn't help but scoff at the absurdness. It didn't even take him a week to learn all 3 of the techniques. Naruto was nearly off the academy grounds when Sasuke stood in his path. What do you want, Sasuke? Don't you have a lost family to grieve for? Naruto spoke harshly while brushing past the young Uchiha. Said Uchiha narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists in anger. He had blocked the blonde's path with the intent of asking for a friendly spar, but now he wanted a bloody battle. Now that I think about it, that clan was known for their Sharingan eyes. Where's yours at? Naruto asked, turning his head to smirk crazily at the raven-haired boy. Sasuke's anger was frozen at the look in the blonde's eyes. A shiver shot through his entire spine as he witnessed his death at the hands of the blonde in front of him. His body exploded in a shower of blood and bones. It was like he was watching himself in third person, watching himself die multiple times in a loop. Naruto returned his head forward, his face back to normal, as Sasuke dropped to his knees. Naruto resumed walking away when Sasuke screamed into the sky, shocking the surrounding people. Irika, the Chunin sensei for their class, ran toward the screaming boy and quickly dropped to his knees. Other than the long cut going horizontally through the bridge of his nose, he wasn't all that special from the other Chunins. What happened, Sasuke-kun? By then, Sasuke had already curled into himself, trying to make himself as small as possible. His hands were around his stomach while eyes were shut tightly. The boy's scream only seemed to increase in volume and pitch, forcing Irika to cover his ears. He looked around for the source of the Uchiha's distress. The blonde standing in front of the approaching crowd made Irika growl. Naruto flashed him a smirk before he was engulfed by the approaching crowd. What did he do? The Irika continued to growl hatefully. Sasuke suddenly calmed down, but remained in his position. It wasn't until he opened his eyes did he realize the position he was in. He flinched and immediately ripped himself from Irika's comforting hold. His ears didn't pick up the gasp coming from the man or the surrounding people as he ran home as fast as he could. Triple XL and FXXX. Naruto smirked as the screams of the young Uchiha pierced through the village. That's almost as loud as Bubblegum's regular speaking voice, he muttered, ducking between all of the villagers in his path. Don't you think that was a little unnecessary? Yoko inquired from inside Naruto's dome. It only took the blonde a second to think of the answer. Absolutely. It's better if he has the Sharingan now, rather than later. At least I think that was life-threatening enough to give him the dojutsu. Naruto answered the female in his head. Naruto continued walking until he reached a vacant training ground. He didn't care to check which one specifically. He only cared that it was empty. He walked to the center of the training ground when his senses flared to life. "Hello, is anyone here?" he yelled, playing the part of an ignorant academy student. You do know these grounds are off limits to civilians, even if they're going to a school for the chance of becoming a shinobi. A manly voice spoke from beyond the tree linings. Naruto quickly turned, widening his senses as he continued to turn to look for his stalker. "I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going." Naruto yelled in apology. "Mama, you don't have to lie to me." The voice spoke again, with a bit of a lazy tone. Naruto mentally cursed. This guy is smart to have clearly seen that. And he still hasn't revealed himself, the blonde thought. "I'm not lying, mister," he yelled, showing frustrated anger. "Yes, you are. I know all about you, Naruto Uzumaki. I know all of your secrets, and I even know secrets you don't even know are secrets," the man said, his voice still projecting itself all around the clearing. An obvious bluff, Yoko assured the blonde, feeling irritated herself at the gall of this man. "That doesn't surprise me, coming from a big-time ninja man." Naruto played along, wanting to see where this would go. "Good. Then you should know I saw what you did to the young Uchiha," the voice said, making Naruto's eyes widen a bit. "I have to say, I was quite surprised to see you knew that technique. Naruto-kun, I would have expected better from you if you hadn't changed during your time away from the village," the man said again, as if knowing what happened during the blonde's time away. Naruto's eyes widened more. "You know what happened to me?" the blonde asked, completely ignoring the other part of the lecture. "Can you please tell me? I'm scared I'll never know what happened." Naruto said, constantly turning, trying to pinpoint the location of the mysterious man. Silence washed over the clearing. Naruto had stopped his spinning to drop to his knees to sell his act, and because he was getting dizzy. This guy is extremely skilled to be able to conceal his chakra to this degree. "I can't even locate a sliver of signature out there," Yoko said as she too scanned the foliage for the man. "Just keep checking. Nobody could hide from you for long," the blonde told the woman before he heard her grunt, knowing she nodded her head. Naruto too sent out his senses, scanning for anything out of the ordinary. He couldn't really do anything, since he wanted to retain his enigmatic background. "Hello, are you still there?" Naruto yelled, mentally berating himself for being in this situation. The blonde could still feel eyes upon him, but it felt like they were 360 degrees all around him. Damn it all, the blonde thought, hating that he couldn't see who it was. Soft laughter echoed through the clearing. "Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry about that. I'll show myself to you now." After that was said, a man walked into the clearing. He was wearing the standard attire for a Jonin-ranked shinobi of Konoha. Not to mention, he was reading an orange-covered book. But that wasn't the most surprising thing about the man. It was the slanted headband covering his left eye. This man was one of Konoha's most legendary shinobi, Sharingan no Kakashi. Naruto didn't physically widen his eyes, but he knew this wasn't looking good. Damn, anybody but him. Out of all the Jonins this village has, it had to be the strongest of them all. "Who are you?" he asked, taking a cautious step back. Kakashi's lone eye informed Naruto the man was smiling. "I think you already know Naruto-kun, but if it makes you feel better, I'll tell you, I am Kakashi Hitaki. I've come to acquire some much-needed information out of you," the Scarecrow said, closing his book with an air of seriousness around him. Naruto showed confusion at the implications. Inside, he was thinking of what to say. The answer came within seconds. "I don't know if you realize it, being half blind and everything, but I'm only 11. What could I possibly tell you that you don't already know? After all you told me yourself, you know everything about me. Even things I have no knowledge of, you do," the whiskered blonde said in a single breath, surprising Yoko, himself, and most importantly, Kakashi with his retort. Silence again filled the clearing as each parties stared at one another. Naruto was busy giving himself a pat on the back before Kakashi Suddenly I smiled. He let out a soft chuckle. I guess you're right. Naruto's face faulted at the man's reply. Excellent job, Naruto-kun. You caught him in his own lie. I taught you well. Yoko spoke proudly. Impressive to catch that. I knew you were far smarter for your age. That's why I have to apologize for what I'm about to do. Kakashi said, lifting his headband, revealing his famed Sharingan eye. Why do you have two different colored eyes? Are you going to train too? Naruto asked while mentally gulping. He hoped that if he stayed in his innocent act, it would quench the man's suspicions. He was strong, but not strong enough to defeat Kakashi. If the two fought, it would only be a matter of time before Naruto fell, especially if he wasn't using his full capabilities. The silver-haired Jonin ignored the boy's words and ran forward, only moving at Chunin speed. Naruto yelped and ran for the safety of the forest. Suddenly Kakashi appeared in front of him and swung in a backhand. The blonde's reflexes took over, and he baseball slid under the moving appendage. He righted his footing and dashed into the trees at full genin speed. What the hell is happening? Either this man hates you guts, but respects you for some reason, hence the polite behavior. Or he's trying to test you for an unknown reason. Or he could really be trying to get a gauge of your abilities. Yoko informed as Naruto ducked under a high root, keeping his speed at high genin. I don't like either of those. Naruto relied, looking back and ducking his head, narrowly evading a thrown kunai. Hey, stop that! Naruto yelled before grunting as a kick connected with his side. He skipped across the forest before he skidded along and stopped with a lone boulder against his back. Damn it! Naruto groaned as he held his right arm in pain. It wasn't broken, but he could tell there were fractures in 3 different places. This could spell trouble if you wish to remain inconspicuous to the village. Yoko yelled in anger, knowing he wanted to refrain from using his Kekkei Genkai in plain sight. Even if I was to fight back, I would still have problems. But you're right, I might as well fight back. I'll keep it at genin level. No higher than that, my goal would be wasted if I die here. Naruto thought as a dozen shuriken flew towards him. Instantly, a pair of custom knives appeared in his hands, one black and the other silver. For the first knife, it was easily 15 inches long. Starting from the handle, it was wrapped in pitch black leather, with a silver kanji engraved into that red ebony. The guard was special. On one side it curved upwards, and on the other it curved downwards. The blade was black as well, with a silver strip going down the middle, separating the sharp ends of the blade. The silver knife had a reverse color scheme than the first. It also had the kanji for ivory on its handle. They were his favorite ladies, other than Yoko and Ino, of course. He held them in reverse grip and batted away 2 of the approaching shurikens. He didn't know that if he had simply stayed sitting, they would have harmlessly impacted the tree 3 feet above his head. Enough knowledge for basic storage seals, most likely sealed into your wrists. Above average speed for someone your age, along with incredible reflexes. Your tolerance for pain is high, considering the damage that arm and ribs just went through. Kakashi spoke, stepping into the blonde's line of sight. It's quite obvious you've hand training. From whom and to what extent is the question plaguing my mind. Kakashi added, ignoring the boy's anger growl. Use that brain of yours and think of a way to minimize the man's assumptions of who your sensei was. Yoko spoke, glaring at Kakashi through Naruto's eyes, both of them being mindful to not make eye contact with his implanted eye. Purposely avoiding eye contact. Again, you surprise me with your knowledge. Your sensei must have drilled into your head about the profound abilities this dojutsu possess. He or she must be Jonin and above. That narrows down the list considerably. Kakashi summarized again. Okay, since you want to know so badly, I'll show you what I know. Naruto said, his reasoning flying out the window. His hands flew through a series of basic hand seals. Knowing full well the man's implanted, I already deduced what he was up to. This is the only technique I know that fits me. Naruto said, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Hidden in the mist technique. The blonde muttered, raising his left arm high in the air, while keeping his right hand in front of his face, both fingers forming half of the respective sides of the ram seal. It was an immediate process, but dark smoke began filling the area. It was as if there was a fire nearby. Naruto breathed deeply as he brought his left arm down to join the left. When they connected, he exhaled an even larger plume of smoke. Naruto directed the smoke straight down so that it would immediately consume him first before spreading outward. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He's seen this technique before, and it wasn't as dense as this smoke is, plus it was easily darker. This couldn't possibly be the work of the surrounding water. It's way too dry. Kakashi said, shielding his face from the smoke speeding past his face. You might be making things worse. Yoko commented, knowing how he concealed the use of his bloodline with the guise that he was using Kiri's special technique. I'm not amazed that you could analyze what I'm doing, but you must realize that you don't know what's happening while I'm in this mist. Naruto's voice bounced throughout the smoke. A pair of cuts appeared along Kakashi's right arm, showing the Jonin that he was able to get as close to him as he wanted. Kakashi winced as he clutched his arm. The blonde hit places that weren't protected by his Jonin vest, a technique derived from Kirigakure. It brings the possibility that you spend time in the Mist Village, or at least saw it in action, to be able to emulate it for yourself. Kakashi stated, covering his Sharingan, as it was pointless to have it uncovered since it couldn't pierce the chakra-laced smoke. The Scarecrow widened his senses, only able to use his hearing and danger sense. Speaking of his danger sense, it went off, and he batted aside a projectile before it could pierce his neck. He couldn't clearly see what it was before it disappeared into the vapor, but he did notice it was bright blue. Again, he sensed danger and leapt to the side. Nearly immediately, he bumped into a tree, and 2 air bullets impacted his vest, protecting his torso to a degree. He skidded along the ground, holding his chest in slight pain. He shook his head and released the direction, disrupting Genjutsu, plaguing his mind. Lacing the smoke with a Genjutsu shows another one of your abilities. Also, your style of fighting me shows how you could fight. But I want to see more. Before Kakashi could even form a single hand seal, he pivoted his body and blocked the ivory knife. Kakashi could clearly see the top half of Naruto's body, along with the arm he was attacking with. He was glad he had metal-plated gloves on, or he would be down a hand. The Jonin showed his expertise by quickly pushing the blade to the left while he spun and roundhouse kicked the blonde back into the dense smoke. A splat noise was heard, and Kakashi looked down to barely see a glob of blood. He bent and wiped it with his finger. Guess what, Naruto-kun? Kakashi started, knowing the blonde was immediately regretting attacking the way he did. No response was given as Naruto righted himself before he crashed into the tree. He landed feet first and used chakra to cushion his impact. The medium-sized tree still broke and Naruto skidded while the tree toppled on its side. Naruto held his stomach and cursed at the Jonin's goading. I'm leaving this place, Naruto thought, spitting out another glob of blood before he turned tail and ran. I have your scent, Kuchiyos, Doton, Tsuga no Kiba, Fang pursuit. The blonde heard before multiple tremors were felt under the ground. Naruto cursed as he was forced to stop before 2 small dogs shot out of the ground in front of him. He acted fast and kicked one away and slashed at the other. He didn't get to see the results of his defense before 3 more small dogs shot out on his right, while 2 moderately bigger dogs shot out on his left. Survival instincts took over and his body was surrounded by smoke. The dogs crashed into each other as Naruto formed meters away from them. When he was fully formed, a far larger dog shot out behind him, going straight for his neck. Naruto cursed again as he did a front flip and kicked the dog in its jaw. The momentum, the large canine, was already going, and the force of Naruto's kick caused it to overshoot the blonde and crash into a tree in front of them. Multiple yelping filled the blonde's ears as he ran in a new direction. Fucking dogs, Naruto yelled as the barking grew closer to him. They're summons. If you injure them enough, they'll dispel back to their own plane of existence. Yoko barked in anxiety. You could always use this fight to push yourself further beyond your abilities, so that next time you see him, you can defeat him. The young blonde knew damn well she wasn't referring to Kakashi. He knew exactly who she was talking about. You're right. I'll never get stronger if I don't push myself, Naruto replied. He had to quickly skid to a halt when Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of him with a concealed smile beneath his mask. It didn't take the academy student long to realize that he was biding his dog's time to catch up. Naruto growled and dashed straight at the man. He threw a straight right and was thoroughly surprised that it connected, resulting in the man to disappear in a burst of smoke. Clone, Naruto muttered in disbelief as growls made themselves known all around the blonde. Naruto looked around to see 7 of the previous 8 dogs. Not far away was Kakashi, leaning against a tree. If you want to survive, you have to show me more of your skills. Otherwise, you're going to be ripped to shreds, he said before flipping open the same book from before. Naruto glared at the silver-haired bastard, clenching his fist around each of his custom knives. Fuck it, he yelled as the canines charged. Triple XL and FXXX. Naruto groaned over the shoulder of the scarecrow, who was carrying him. Blood stained his clothes through the long gashes in his skin. The most intense ones were nearly closed by the time they arrived at the hospital. Naruto had given Yoko an order to only heal the life-threatening gashes. He needed some time to think and an excuse to be in the hospital. The residential nurses shrieked at the amount of blood dripping freely through some of Naruto's wounds, though they were moving at slow paces. Nearly immediately, the staff moved into action, and Naruto was soon carted into one of the emergency rooms. They were going to work on cleaning the wounds before closing them. One of the doctors stayed out and grilled Kakashi about what happened. It was training gone wrong. You know how the younger generation is. They love to push themselves further beyond their own abilities, Kakashi said before he started leaving. That kid isn't even a Genin yet, the doctor yelled at the Jonins retreating back. Hokage's office. Kakashi went straight to the Hokage when he left the hospital. The trip only took him a matter of minutes. I'm sure you watched the entire thing, Hokage-sama. What do you think? That was the first thing to come out of the Jonin's mouth when he entered the office. True to the man's word, a crystal ball was placed in the middle of the desk in front of the old man. Yes, I saw everything. I knew there was something the blonde was hiding. I've had that feeling since the first day he returned to the village. You were right to use that amount of force. He's clearly changed, Hiruzen said gravely as he stood. He looked torn. Not even a smoke would have calmed his nerves. Exactly. The boy that left this village is not the same one that returned. But look on the bright side. Kakashi spoke with that same concealed smile. Hiruzen slowly turned his narrowed eyes to look the Jonin in the eye. What the hell could be bright about this situation? He asked with an angry undertone. The smile never left the Jonin's masked face. Somebody already started his training. If we were to get him to come to our side, it would surely disappoint whoever brainwashed the boy in the first place. Hiruzen's face stayed the same as he continued to stare at the other man. You better explain what's going on through that mind of yours. If you hadn't realized, that's impossible after what just happened. Hiruzen yelled in anger as he finally grabbed his pipe. It seemed the smile on the Jonin's face widened in length. Because I know who trained him. Hiruzen took a long drag of his pipe before exhaling a puff of smoke. Pray tell. Back in the hospital, Mindscape. Naruto slept in the infirmary. The doctors had already worked on closing his nearly healed cuts. It only took them 10 minutes to complete their task. It already being nearly done helped them a lot. That was at least an hour ago, and Naruto was busy in his mind, talking to Yoko, thinking of a game plan. They didn't think that someone would seriously pick a fight with him like that. It would have been better if it was simply a Chunin. The Demoness wasn't mad at him for revealing the small amount of skill he had. It was his instincts that intervened when he needed them most. That's what most fights were, relying on your instincts to survive. Naruto groaned as he pulled back a bright blue string of a bright blue bow, both being made of his own chakra. He released it and launched the 300th arrow over the lake in front of him. The bow was a full meter long and was fully adaptable, since it was made from chakra. As the arrow traveled over the lake, a small fissure split apart the lake. Yoko stood on the other end of the half-mile-wide lake. She watched as the thin arrow impacted the boulder, right in the middle of the bullseye that was painted on it, causing it to split vertically. Great, you certainly have gotten better this past year, though you still need work. What did I tell you? She asked while repairing the boulder as the arrow slowly dematerialized. Naruto sighed, having heard as if he was right next to her. You said I needed to work on making it so that the lake doesn't get affected at all. Naruto recited for the 100th time. Exactly. I can easily tell you're only focusing on accuracy right now. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, considering everything would be pointless if you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn if you were right next to it. She said, giving him the signal to continue. Yes, I know. You told me that already. The blonde said, pulling back the light blue chakra string, creating another arrow. Blood was seeping through his fingers at the amount of exertion he was going through for pulling pure chakra the vast amount of times he has. But I can't seem to launch an arrow that isn't detectable. Naruto said, released the similarly blue arrow. Again, it flew over the water, making it part slightly before it pierced the boulder's new bullseye. Yoko noticed the water parted slightly higher than the previous. She didn't have to question a reason for his small setback. She knew that he was still thinking about the fight and how he could have done it different. She couldn't lie to herself and say she wasn't thinking about the same thing. Why the hell did he attack? It couldn't be some sort of test. I don't really think it was out of hatred. I sense no malice, she thought with her gloved hand on her chin. She thought of one thing. If she was in Naruto's shoes, she would have just killed him and left. But the blonde didn't have her strength. Oh wait, I think I know, she thought out loud after Naruto shot 2 more arrows. Know what? Naruto said as his chakra about dissipated into the air. He checked his bandaged fingers. Blood continued to drip through the red-coated wrappings. This was the price he had to pay for continuous exposure to pure chakra. The blonde winced when he tried to move the fingers, but the pain was already dulling down. Yoko had crossed the lake by then and reached for Naruto's hand. He was naturally left-handed, but she was making him learn with both hands, like her. She coated both the index and middle fingers with her chakra and watched as the small lacerations closed. I figure out the reason why Kakashi attacked you. It makes the most sense. Naruto rose an eyebrow and leaned against the nearest tree. Is it that the Sandaime finally cracked and ordered his most infamous Jonin to attack the extremely mysterious academy student? Naruto asked as a stream of smoke escaped from his mouth. Yoko's mouth was open in surprise. She didn't think the blonde would figure it out before her. She closed her mouth after a minute and gave him a smile. He was starting to use that brain of his. When did you figure it out? She asked, leaning beside him. Naruto slid down the bark of the tree, with Yoko following suit. Another stream of smoke left his mouth as he got situated on the ground. He looked up to the sky and blew out another stream of smoke after I shot my 117th arrow. I guess it's obvious that the old man knows about us now. He obviously doesn't know about the details like he wanted, but I'm sure he knows just who abducted you all those years ago. Yoko explained. Naruto nodded. There's also the chance that Kakashi got a peek under the bandages. I remember being slashed across the chest and bit along the arms. Naruto said, though he was proud, he was able to successfully defeat all the dogs, even with the restrictions he placed on himself. He has up to 2 choices, maybe 3. He could either try to make you switch sides somehow. He could send that ANBU squad back and keep a closer eye on you. Or he could seal your chakra forever and imprison you for life. I don't think I have to tell you which choice is the most reasonable of plays for you. Yoko said, standing to her feet. Where are you going? Naruto asked, standing as well. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Let's just hope everything goes smoothly from this point on, she said, leaving with a yawn. Naruto watched her leave with color on his cheeks. He couldn't tear his eyes away from her rear, and he knew that she knew this by the way her hips swayed. He shook his head and decided he too should leave. He stood with new eyes. If Yoko was right, it was no longer time for him to creep around. But it also meant he couldn't frequent the root cellar like he intended for the next year. He frowned. It wasn't like he needed to. In truth, he just wanted to scope the place out and get a feel for it. His electric blue bow blazed alive, and he pulled on its string. An arrow materialized, and he immediately shot it across the lake. The lake was completely still as the arrow hastily flew over it. He smirked when he noticed this. That meant that it was nearly undetectable, being the lowest that was humanly possible. When the arrow impacted the boulder's bullseye, it exploded in a shower of rocky shrapnel. It's time to stop hiding. I was meant to be in the open anyway. Naruto smirked as his body vanished from view. Konoha Hospital, reality. Naruto immediately scanned the room, and his face promptly scowled. I see you're finally awake. It took you long enough. Did you spend the entire time talking to Yoko-chan? A voice said to the blonde's left. Naruto reluctantly opened his eyes and glared at his object of discomfort. What do you want, Kabuto? Kabuto Yakushi was a 17-year-old genin with ashen gray hair styled into a ponytail. A pair of circle-frame glasses was wore over his onyx-colored eyes. His attire consisted of a high-collared, dark purple shirt with a white undershirt, a pair of matching purple, fingerless gloves that covered his entire forearm, stopping just beneath the elbows. His pants were dark purple as well, and he was wearing the standard blue ninja sandals. His shuriken holster was on his right leg. A Konoha headband was around his forehead, keeping his bangs out of his eyes. The glasses-wearing teen smirked as he pushed his circle-framed glasses fully over his eyes. The lens shined maliciously as he chuckled. Don't be like that, Naruto-kun. I thought we were friends, brothers even. You thought wrong, you sadistic bastard. Naruto yelled as he sat up. Now back to my original question. What do you want? Naruto questioned, clenching his new bandaged fists. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Is that such a bad thing? Kabuto chuckled his reply, a question of his own. Naruto growled, and his electric blue arrow made its quick reappearance. He cocked an arrow ready at the blink of an eye and held it to Kabuto's own eye. This is new, Kabuto simply said, staring into the slightly fluctuating chakra with interest. Two choices, Kabuto. Leave or spend the rest of the day reforming your head, if that's possible for you. Naruto said, knowing about Kabuto's amazing medical abilities. He wanted to find out if the teen could regenerate after such intense damage. Kabuto continued to stare into Naruto's angry blue eyes. All right, Naruto-kun, I don't know what I did to make you hate me, but I'll back down for now, he said, taking a step back to prove his statement. The Jinchuriki continued to glare at the medic Nin. He wasn't sure if he should let the teen off the hook. But you should know that since that was seen, he said, pointing at the area where Naruto's curse mark resided. Your cover has been blown. I'm quite shocked, really. I expected it to be blown earlier, he said with a thought. At that moment, the doorknob rattled quickly. His weapon quickly disappeared, and he put his hands down. Ino quickly barged into the tension-filled room, but she didn't notice. She worriedly ran to the hospitalized blonde's side. Oh, Kami, Naruto-kun, what happened? She immediately asked, showing her concern. Naruto frantically tried to remove Ino's hands from his face and body. Why are you in the hospital? Are you still hurt? Does this hurt? She continued to barrage him with questions. Ino, calm down. Naruto frantically yelled. Geez, you're acting like an overprotective girlfriend. Ino quickly grasped Naruto's face, held it firmly in her hands, and glared into his eyes. Her left cheek was puffed out a little. Naruto was still confused at the female blonde. Maybe that's what I want to be, she nearly yelled before quickly pressing her lips against his. It was a powerful kiss, chaste, but powerful nonetheless. Naruto's eyes were wide in surprise, and he didn't react at all. Ino ended the kiss with her face completely red. She dropped to her knees, completely embarrassed at her own actions. She continued to mutter apologies, softly touching her lips, while Naruto stared at her. The male blonde turned his eyes to the equally shocked Kabuto. This day was just full of surprises. Well, I left you a gift. When you find it, you'll quickly rethink my position as your enemy." Kabuto said as he left, laughing all the while, until an even louder, shushing noise stopped him. Naruto didn't search for Kabuto's apparent gift and just looked back at the apologizing girl who stole his first kiss. "What are you two doing?" a voice said at the doorway. Ino squeaked as if she was caught doing something she wasn't supposed to be doing and blushed even more. Naruto looked at the doorway to see the Hokage, the person he shoved at the back of his head due to recent events. "Nothing at all, Hokage-sama. I was just leaving by," Ino quickly said in one breath while she retreated back home. The blonde's eyes never left the eyes of the Hokage. "Naruto, we need to talk," the old man said with a calculating face. Naruto allowed a frown to mar his face. "I couldn't agree more." Hiruzen walked fully into the room, nearly slamming the door shut. "All right, I'll start. I know you don't have amnesia. Your fight with Kakashi has proved as much. Now fess up and give me any of your bullshit," the Sandaime ordered with a stern glare straight into Naruto's eyes. A cold shiver ran up Naruto's spine as the words were as cold as ice. He held his hand against his forehead and leaned back a little. "You're right, Hiruzen. I do remember everything that happened these past 5 years. I confess that during that time, I went through rigorous training from my sensei, your former student, Orochimaru. This just seemed to confirm what Kakashi told him prior. Let me see your curse mark," Sarutobi ordered. The blonde nodded and reached for his chest. His previous undershirt had been ripped to shreds and was replaced by bandages. A few tugs later, and his curse mark of earth was visible for the Hokage's eyes. Hiruzen widened his eyes at the unique seal. This was the second of Orochimaru's cursed seals he's seen, the other being on Anko Mitarashi. "This one is different compared to the other one I've seen," he said, focusing on the design. Naruto nodded, closing his eyes. "Yes, the heaven seal from Anko-san, Orochimaru's former apprentice. The one who refused Orochimaru's gift. I don't blame her for that, but I do hate that she doesn't use it. The power it gives you is magnificent," Naruto said with a smirk as he reopened his eyes. The Hokage couldn't doubt that the look in Naruto's eyes were shocking and terrifying to see in one who used to be filled with joy. He cleared his throat. "So, it's really true, you were trained by the most dangerous ninja to defect from this village. You even have a summoning contract with snakes, to prove the point even further," Hiruzen said with a hand absent-mindedly stroking his beard. Naruto mentally scoffed at that. Orochimaru wasn't the most dangerous. That title easily went to Itachi. "I'm sensing a but here." The Hokage's features seemed to soften. "But that doesn't mean we have to be on opposite sides," the old man said, making the blonde mentally smirk. "Nailed it perfectly, Yoko-chan." Naruto thought, closing his eyes in mock thought. "Are you suggesting I betray the man that trained me, no matter how sadistic it was? That's kind of rude, don't you think?" the blonde questioned, his eyes still closed while he's scratching his whiskered cheeks. The old man studied the young blonde. He had to play this close to the vest. He wanted to bring him over, not push him further away. "I wouldn't say betray, more like return to your rightful side. You know damn well how evil he could be. I just hope I could save you, since I couldn't save him. There's still a chance to save you," the man said, glancing at the ground in remorse. Even though Naruto didn't have his eyes open, he could hear the absolute remorse in the leader's voice. "I wouldn't call the man evil. After all, he did tell me who my parents were," Naruto said sternly while opening his eyes to look out the window. The gears in the Sandaime's brain worked to come up with a response. Considering what he knew about his old student, what would be the point in revealing the boy's heritage? There was no doubt he already knew about the Kyuubi, or it was possible that it was a trap from the blonde himself to get him to reveal the secret he's been wanting to know since before he was taken from him. If it was necessary for the blonde to know about his heritage so he could return to his side, it was worth it. Your father, the Minato Namikaze, would disapprove of you being around Orochimaru. And if I know your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, which I did, she would kill you herself. Hiruzen said, waiting for the blonde to be shocked and yell that he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Instead, the blonde simply smiled brightly. Was that so hard, Aji-san? Naruto said with tears welling in his eyes. Of course, he already knew this piece of information, but it was always nice to fool an old man. Hiruzen was surprised and hugged the young blonde, who just broke down. He didn't know if it was real or fake, but he just allowed the boy to sob into his cloak. Naruto then proceeded to tell the Hokage about the atrocities he went through during Orochimaru's training and when he was given the cursed seal. The Sandaime deduced that it was real and consoled the child for half an hour before he fell asleep in his arms. Hospital, hours later. Naruto woke up some odd hours later to see that it was still daylight out, although the sun looked as if it was going to turn in for the night in another hour or so. For some reason, Naruto felt a large weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He looked around the room to see that it was empty. Only an open window was to his right. He hopped off the bed and stretched his muscles. He then began to unwrap his bandages, revealing his toned torso. Both of his seals marked his body, and he slowly traced a finger over the cursed seal of earth. He noticed that it looked like someone had placed a seal around it. His eyes twitched. He didn't expect the wily old man to seal it like that. What the fuck? Who does that while someone is sleeping? Naruto thought in anger as he watched, in the mirror, as the seal around it disintegrated completely. Luckily, it relied on the will of the user, so it was easy to break through. It was then that he remembered Kabuto's words. So he lifted both of his hands and studied them. He began unwrapping the tape from his right hand first. When he didn't find anything, he searched the other hand. He found another cursed seal of earth on the back of his hand. He knew better than to think it was another cursed seal. It was clearly for designing purposes. Okay, I'll check what's inside later. He thought, rewrapping both hands. He just now noticed that he was only wearing his black and white boxers. He blinked a few times and thought, where the hell are my shorts? Naruto muttered with a twitch of his eye. Naruto's apartment. 10 minutes passed, and Naruto finally entered his apartment. He was glad. Keed was still on her mission. He didn't need any teasing at the moment. When he closed his door, his face split into a wider grin than it was in the morning. You are quite the actor, Naruto-kun, Yoko said, speaking for the first time in a while. Why, thank you, Yoko-chan. I have to say I surprised myself. Naruto thought, shrugging off the hospital gown he snatched before escaping the hospital. He turned back to the door and bit his thumb and smeared the blood along the middle of it. A seal array came to life, and his apartment was now impenetrable. Yoko laughed rather loudly. I know you surprised me when you fell asleep out of nowhere. Naruto chuckled as his bandages began to slowly break into smoke. I ran out of things to say that wouldn't reveal anything big about the past 5 years. Naruto thought as the entire length of the bandages turned to smoke, they rematerialized in the air before falling to the floor. The blonde felt some of his chakra returning to him, and he smiled at the seal on his left hand. He wasn't ready to see what Kabuto gifted to him. Right now, he was starving, and luckily he had just the thing to sate his hunger. Ramen noodles were always his answer to emergency meals. It didn't take him long to prepare, and it was delicious on his taste buds. Minutes later, and his meal was ready for eating. The noodles didn't stand a chance, and he was finished in less time than it took him to prepare it. Fortunately, they were fulfilling enough to keep his mind off of being hungry for a while. Go on, check the seal. I'm dying to find out what Kabuto gave you. All right, calm down, Naruto said before unsealing the item, before shock entered his eyes. You know, that Kabuto sure knows how to be a team player. Yoko spoke after a few minutes of silence. All Naruto could do was hold the small cylinder-shaped container, filled with medical liquid, and stare at the floating pair of white, featureless eyes. I might have to agree with you there. I only asked for one, but he gives me two. Naruto murmured the last part. He encased his hands in chakra and removed the 2 ocular orbs, being ever gentle. Remember what you trained for. It's going to take a little longer, considering we only trained for one. I hope you don't have plans for the next few hours. Yoko said, getting comfortable. Naruto slowly sat on his cot and breathed softly as his chakra began surrounding the orbs. He closed his eyes as he focused entirely on the eyes in his hands. What he was doing was making it so that the foreign eyes would be compatible with his body, more so his own bloodline. He never had to do this, so he didn't know what the estimated time of completion would be. Right now, his own chakra was battling the remaining chakra that still remained stored in the eyes. He couldn't simply overpower and defeat the chakra. He could, but that would prove detrimental to his goal and forever hamper the ocular abilities. No, his goal was to coax the chakra and let it merge with his own. That will provide him with the full abilities and could ever enhance them to a degree. Of course, this was all in theory, but if he had to choose, he would easily choose the latter of theories. Triple XL and FXXX. Hiruzen stood in his office. He was sure that, by the time Naruto woke up, will be on his way home. He was rather proud of the boy for revealing what he knew. It seemed like he was back to normal, well as normal as things could be now. He looked out the window of his large office and stared at the head of the boy's father. Minato-kun, your boy's growing up faster than we're ready for. Thought luckily, the blonde had a friend in young Ino. He was sure that if Naruto was beginning to go back towards Orochimaru, she would steer him back to her. Fortunately, his confession gave him a legitimate reason to put Anbu back on him. After all, he was a security risk and a strong one. No doubt Chunin level, if not higher. He made it clearly apparent that he was holding back, even against Kakashi. In truth, he didn't know if he should keep him in the academy. But again, his thoughts went to Ino and her influence on him. He knew the two shared a kiss in the hospital room, and he knew that after more time with her, Naruto would begin revealing where Orochimaru might be hiding. He didn't feel any guilt from using the young platinum blonde. Naruto had the potential of being the biggest criminal Konoha ever produced. Triple XL and FXXX. After 3 hours of negotiations, the stubborn eyes finally gave in. They slowly billowed into wispy streams of black smoke and circled above his hand. Naruto flashed the proudest grin of his young life. He wiped his brow, finding it covered with a thick coat of sweat. That took longer than I thought. Naruto heaved, finding himself partially out of breath. Indeed, that was some stubborn chakra. It was like the entire Hyuga clan was trying to stop you. Yoko commented as the cloud of smoke separated into 2 separate balls of smoke. That is why it's better to merge my bloodline with chakraless items. Naruto thought while extending both of his hands out, each of his palms facing a swirling mass of smoke. Nearly instantly, the smoke shot into his hands. Both of the hands showed a thick black bar fashioned into a circle, with a second, smaller and very thin, circle inside it. He reached over for his bandages, and the moment he grabbed them, they exploded in a cloud of smoke and quickly slithered around his arms. Seconds later, and they were back to being bandages. The next night, he had to work on switching eyes. If a mistake was made, he might have to resort to asking Kabuto for help. 1 year later, another year passed, and things have changed just a little bit. Naruto sat atop the Hokage mountain on his father's nose. He always found himself atop that mountain, just enjoying the view with his stolen eyes. Since this was the year that he was going to become a ninja of Konoha, his attire changed. He was wearing a dark green GI that was loose around his arms. The bandages were still around his arms. He wore black cargo pants, and he wore black ninja sandals. Under his GI was a tight black muscle shirt that barely covered his cursed seal of earth. During the past year, Hiruzen would send Kakashi to check on his cursed seal and would keep sealing it back up. Naruto got real tired of it and just left it sealed during the past 3 months or so. Speaking of the past year, after that following year of training, he could finally feel that he's past the mark of Chunin. He was now, clearly, Jonin level. Having to be a Kugen helped some. He found that he could see up to 500 meters comfortably. That was amazing, but nothing special compared to some Hyuga that could clearly see several more 100 meters than he could. He never used the dojutsu in public, because there wasn't much he could do to conceal the bulging veins from view. Those stupid veins were way too visible for his liking. He's been thinking of a solution to that problem. If he was able to mix the properties of both pairs of eyes to create one pair, then that would save him lots of wasted time in switching. It could be like a regular dojutsu, in which he was able to activate and deactivate upon command. He's already sent Orochimaru a message concerning his situation. Now he was just waiting on the man to give him the answer. He felt that he might need a set of burner eyes, a pair that he could discard quickly when he was finished with them. He frowned and exhaled a long stream of smoke from the cigarette between his fingers. He switched his eyes to normal with a blink of his eyes. Whichever pair of eyes weren't in use were sealed under his eyelids. Yoko was actually the one to give him that idea. Maybe with that he could have them act like a dojutsu, but it just wasn't the same. A blink of your eyes could mean certain death while in a fight. There was a time when he walked through the village with the Byakugan activated. He had a masking jinjutsu around his eyes, though he almost got caught by a few Hyuga. He leaned his head back into the bridge of his father's nose and exhaled another stream of smoke. He knew he had about 15 minutes before he needed to get to class and take his exam. He grinned, feeling himself shudder with excitement. The boring portion of his life was exiting with every minute that went by during that day. This day also meant that he was one more step closer to completing his plan. On the road to completion was the strength needed, and he wasn't going to forget to pick it up. He put out the cigarette, using his father's nose. He patted the spot and stood to his feet. I'm not sure if this is the way you wanted my life to be, father, Naruto said, turning his head and looking at Minato's face. But I can't hate you for choosing this for me. He leapt off the mountain and promptly broke down in a black smoke, which quickly thinned out clearly into the air. He let the wind guide him stealthily to the academy. Academy grounds. Naruto materialized on a tree branch in the academy training ground. He cracked his neck and surveyed the area. It was empty, save for about 2 young students having some last-minute sparring. Naruto shook his head before silently dropping to the ground. He spared the duo a last-minute glance before turning and walking towards the building. He had about 10 minutes before class started, so he wasn't in any hurry. The following year hadn't been following his routine at all. It was to such a degree that he hadn't seen Keed in 3 months. He sighed. It might have been Ino's doing a bit. She was always clinging on to him wherever he went. He wasn't sure if she knew about his bloodline, but if she did, she wasn't revealing any clues. She was slowly wiggling her way into his heart, and he had to admit he was loving the attention. Nobody in Odo gave him that kind of attention, which he was glad for, as it was mostly dudes there anyway. Speaking of the platinum blonde, she was waiting for him. She was wearing the same attire as always, so there wasn't any difference in her appearance, except for the fact that her hair got longer, reaching the middle of her shoulder blades. Though he knew that without her magical hairband, it was far longer. When he saw, it was clearly reaching the middle of her back. She clung to his arm and smiled brightly at her blonde boyfriend. What took you so long, Naruto-kun? Naruto rolled his eyes at the unnecessary concern rolling off her tongue. I was thinking on the way, he simply responded. What about? She asked, batting her eyelashes. Stuff, Naruto said, chuckling at her pouting lips. You want to relax on the roof before class starts? The male blonde offered, making her smile. Ino nodded her head as Naruto wrapped his arm around her waist. She shrieked in surprise before Naruto jumped high into the air. The wandering students around the area looked at the two in jealousy. Some of them were envious about how much time the 2 blondes were spending with each other. Those 2 were like the perfect couple, something for them to beg for when it was their turn to be taken. Ino giggled when her feet touched the roof of the academy. She really should have expected Naruto to do something like that. How about a little warning next time? She playfully complained, still in her fit of giggles. Naruto didn't let her from his grip as he dropped down onto one of the steps, chuckling the entire way down. The platinum blonde sat in his lap, and he held her closer to him. Sure, Ino-chan, I'll warn you next time, he said, kissing her cheek. The whiskered blonde really didn't know why his behavior changed when he was around Eno. Maybe he wasn't meant to be a bad guy. He had to search deep inside himself and ask that question, was he really a bad guy? He shook his head, ridding his mind of the corrupting thoughts. Of course he was bad. He was just using his relationship with Eno as a cover. Fingers pinching his cheek brought him out his daze. You didn't even hear me, did you? Eno asked with a pout, while pulling his cheeks outward. The whiskered blonde winced and shook his head, carefully, with an embarrassed look on his face. Sorry, Eno-chan. What is it you wanted to say? He mumbled before his cheeks were released. Well, I wanted to ask you if we had enough time for a quick spar, she asked with a coy smile. Naruto rolled his eyes. Why do you always want to fight me? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer as he rubbed his cheeks. The female blonde not only saw him as the love of her life, but also as a sort of measurer. With him, she was able to properly gauge her own skills. He seemed way too strong for his age. Of course, she was suspicious of how he got so strong. Her suspicions were squashed when she began her training with him. After the first day of seeing his physical training, everything about him seemed to make sense. If you work hard, you get excellent results. She leapt to her feet with her hands on her hips. My father told me to keep doing whatever it was that I was doing. He's very impressed with how my skills seem to be progressing. He thought it would take me longer to learn the basics, considering I'm with you all the time. He thought my mind would be filled with nothing but boys, she said with a proud smirk. Naruto sighed as he crossed his arms. It was true, Ino had grown stronger this past year as well. Though most of her time has spent relaxing, not having 10th of the amount of stamina Naruto had, but at least her chakra capacity was growing as well. Naruto had already introduced her to tree walking, and she was always trying to gain full control of her growing chakra. You still haven't told him I'm helping with your training? Ino smiled brightly. Of course not, she said with an innocent tilt of her head. Naruto blushed at the cuteness of her smile. She's so cute. I can't even be mad you're spending so much time with her and neglecting me. Yoko squealed inside Naruto's mind. Naruto-kun, you should know that a daughter is a father's most precious person to him. I'm his princess. If I told him you were training me, he would want you to go easy on his little princess and watch you like a hawk. That's why I have to tell him that I only pass because you trained me. She informed him, mentally patting herself on the back for the genius plan to get her father to accept Naruto as her suitor. Naruto blinked at her closed eyes. Your genius knows no bounds, he said, closing his own eyes and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Between Ino and Yoko, he sensed that his sanity was close to flying out the window. He released a sigh and slowly opened his eyes. Ino was right in front of his face, lips puckered, waiting for his kiss. He kissed her lips for a quick second. Okay, Ino-chan, after the exam, I'll spar with you, he said, kissing her again. Good answer, she said with a mild blush as the first of two bells rung loudly. Let's get this over with, she said happily before taking Naruto's hand and pulling him to his feet. 15 minutes later, Naruto leaned against his academic test with a bored look on his face. He had finished 10 minutes ago and had resorted to spinning his pencil on his finger for entertainment. He was using his chakra to keep it floating a quarter of an inch above the tip of his finger. It was a great chakra control technique he made a few years ago. His entertainment didn't seem to be working well because he was still bored. He put his pencil down and looked around the class. He was sitting smack dab in the middle of the room. He loved that he was surrounded the way he was. It was the perfect spot for him to survey the entire class. Though there was one minor and major annoyance. Sasuke Uchiha was sitting directly behind him. It was amusing to feel his Sharingan enhance glares for the first 3 months after the blonde forced it out. But now it was just sad. The boy showed promise, but he was no Itachi Uchiha. He had his second Tomo and was working on the third at the moment. The only requirement he needed was to have a serious fight with someone faster than him. The blonde knew this because he had around a dozen snakes throughout the Uchiha compound. The Uzumaki knows everything the lone Uchiha does, while the Uchiha doesn't have a clue what the Uzumaki does. Though there's only about a dozen snakes in the entire contract that could actually speak English, the others just hissed, and it was very hard for his ears to find their meanings in the first few months. So he had a few translating problems during those months. But he quickly picked up on things, and now he could speak with any and all snakes. The two locked eyes, the blondes never changing from his bored expression. Naruto wasn't afraid of the Uchiha putting him in a Genjutsu, since Yoko was inside him, ready to disrupt his chakra in an instant. All right, class, pencils down and eyes forward. Mizuki-san, collect the papers, Irika said. Naruto smirked and turned his head to the front as everyone gasped in surprise as their papers vanished from sight while they were still writing on them. Naruto turned his attention to Ino, who was sitting right beside him. "How'd you do?" he asked, to which she smiled softly. "I think I did all right. I think we should have spent just a little more time studying at the library. I don't think I got the perfect score I was aiming for," she said, knowing that Naruto was Rookie of the Year and the smartest girl was on the Rookie of the Year's team. In truth, she only knew that because Naruto told her so. Naruto rubbed her back, knowing what was going through her mind. "Don't fret about anything, Ino-chan. I'm sure you did just as fine as you think," Naruto said with a bright smile. But he thought about something he talked to the Hokage about. He needed to be on a team with Sasuke, giving the old man the reason that he wouldn't be able to properly apologize to the boy if they were on different teams. He told the Hokage that Sasuke would think that his apology would be out of cowardice since he was going to a different team. Of course, all of that was baloney, but he just hoped the old man allowed it. He didn't care which girl was on his team, as long as he had a reason to watch Sasuke's skills progress further. All right, class, let's continue to the 3 basic techniques. Those who successfully pull off the techniques will pass. Those who don't, better luck next year, Mizuki said as he motioned for everyone to gather outside. Hokage's office, 1 hour later. Hokage sat on the edge of his desk while reading the document that held which students passed the exam and which failed. He was proud to see 30 of the 35 students passed. A perfect number, in his opinion. He began writing numbers next to names, working on putting them in teams, and minutes later, he came at a stop. He narrowed his eyes at Naruto's name. He wanted to be paired with Sasuke for an asinine reason. But he couldn't simply deny his request. With the confession of his secrets, he began to train openly to his hawking eye. And he knew, with his growing skills, only Kakashi was able to keep him under control if he was to spiral out of control. Kakashi was also needed to train Sasuke in his Sharingan, so that decision was quite easy. Though seeing as how Naruto was the Rookie of the Year, and Sasuke wasn't the dead last, he came to impasse. It would mess up his whole system that he put together to keep the dead last with the Rookie of the Year, along with the smartest female. "Damn it, Naruto," Hiruzen mumbled before throwing caution to the wind. He finished the team selection and handed the paper to a waiting Jonin. The man nodded and body flickered out of the office. If things didn't work out, he could always transfer everyone back to his initial system. 10 minutes later, Team 7 is Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Your sensei is Kakashi Hitaki, Irika said as a cheering Sakura and a groaning Ino sounded in the background. Team 8 is Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your sensei is Kurinai Yuji. Team 9 is still active. Team 10 is Shikamaru, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Now that everyone's got their team, wait here for your sensei to come pick you up, Mizuki said, shooting Naruto a concealed glance before he and Irika left. Naruto slowly rubbed Ino's back. "It's all right, Ino. We'll hang out during our times off," Naruto consoled as the distraught girl leaned into his touch, their new headbands adorning their foreheads. "I can't believe I lost a forehead in the academics department. I can't believe she's still such a bookworm." Ino whined into her hands as Sakura continued to do her victory dance in the background. Who could blame her? She was with the strongest students in their year. She was absolutely ecstatic, Maybe she could even get both of them to love her. The pinkette looked at both of the boys and narrowed her eyes. She had a lot of work to do. Others in the class didn't really care what teams they were in, though there was one who was just as sad as Ino, and that was Hinata. The dark-haired Hyuga didn't know how she was going to be able to return home with news that she failed to get on Naruto's team. She was literally ordered to get on his team, and she failed. Maybe she should have copied off of Sakura's test. She looked at Naruto, concealed anger behind her orbs. She hated when her father berated her. Naruto felt two pairs of eyes staring at him. He knew one was from Sasuke, since he never stopped glaring at him. He turned his head and immediately locked eyes with the Hyuga in the class. He blinked a few times while they looked at each other. Her clan must have a lot of suspicion about him. They must have saw a glimpse of white under his Jinjutsu before he switched his eyes back. He tore his eyes away from the girl when her sensei came to pick her and her team up. That was also the moment when Ino had to leave too, since her sensei was with Hinata's sensei. Ino gave him a sad kiss on the lips before she left. That was the first time she had kissed him on the lips around watching eyes. He guessed that, now that she had her headband, it was all right now for people to gossip about the relationship. Naruto leaned against his hand as he waited in the classroom as team after team was ushered out of the class. 10 minutes later, and it was just the members of Team 7 in the class. He could immediately tell that the atmosphere in the class shifted. Though he didn't know if it was a good shift or a bad shift, but he didn't like either. He stood to his feet. When Kakashi comes, tell him I'm on the roof, Naruto said, looking at them and mentally raising an eyebrow at the look he got from Sakura before using a simple body flicker to head to the roof. When Naruto appeared on the roof, he turned his head to see Kakashi lying on his back with an orange book resting on his face. "Hello, Hataki. We meet again," Naruto said, crossing his arms. Naruto narrowed his eyes when the sound of snoring reached his ears. "Is it just me, or is that bastard sleeping?" Yoko asked through seething teeth. "The Hokage wouldn't get mad if I kill his best Jonin, would he?" Naruto thought before a black python slithered out from under his right sleeve. The hissing of the serpent was silent as it slithered further and further out from Naruto's sleeve. It was a very long and thick python, easily longer than 8 feet and 10 inches thick. Naruto smirked as it swiftly wrapped around the silver-haired Jonin, shocking him awake. It just as swiftly coiled around his body and squeezed tightly. Naruto's smirk vanished when the man's body exploded in a cloud of smoke, and his python dropped to the floor. "Kage Bunshin, huh?" Naruto thought with a mental scowl. That wasn't a very nice thing to do, Naruto-kun. You know, snakes are very dangerous creatures, Kakashi said, appearing atop of the gate near the edge of the building. Naruto smiled as the python slithered back up his sleeve. "Just wanted to tell you I'm here. You should know not to sleep when you have things to do," Naruto said as the tail of the python was fully submerged inside his GI. "Behave yourself, Naruto-kun. You don't want things to go south, do you?" Kakashi spoke knowingly. The whiskered blonde glared at the Jonin before smirking and crossing his arms. "Whatever you say, Kakashi-sensei," the blonde said mockingly. "Now, how about you get the others? You made them wait long enough." The silver-haired Jonin smiled behind his mask. "I already did. They should be here in a few seconds," he said, pointing at the door. At that moment, the 2 others walked through the door. Sasuke came through first, as Sakura followed closely behind. The Uchiha glared at the duo before leaning against a small wall adjacent to Naruto. "Excellent, the team's all here. Come on, you 3. Let's all sit down and relax. Why don't you 3 tell me about yourselves, your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and your dreams for the future?" "Naruto-kun, why don't you start?" the Scarecrow said, looking at Naruto. The blonde groaned as he and the others sat down on the steps. He sighed while he scratched his cheek and thought. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are training and spending time with Ino. My dislikes are brats that keep staring at me," Naruto said, directing his glare at Sasuke, who was still glaring at him. "My hobbies are the same as my likes, and my dreams for the future. Naruto trailed off as he smirked. That's a story for another time. Kakashi nodded, feeling the intro was adequate. All right, Mr. Brooder is next, the Scarecrow said, pointing at the Uchiha. Sasuke glared at the Jonin and leaned his chin against his entwined fingers. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't like a lot of things, and I dislike most things. My hobbies are none of your business, and my dreams for the future? No, it's not much of a dream, because I will make a reality. I will revive my clan, and I will kill 2 certain people. The Uchiha said with a glare in Naruto's direction before looking back at Kakashi. Kakashi, I smiled while pointing at Sakura. Your turn, Pinky. Sakura only blushed and smiled. My name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are. She trailed off, glancing to both her sides. My dislikes are a certain pig and stubborn people. My hobbies are really personal, she said, blushing deep red. My dream for the future, she said, trailing off, just like Naruto did before her. That's really personal too, she said with a trail of blood leaving her nose, before she quickly wiped it away. Kakashi blinked his single eye a few times before he thought about his team. Okay, I have a killer with power, an Avenger without power, and a crazed female loving both the killer and the Avenger. This is going to be frustrating, he thought before standing up. Interesting. Okay, you 3, I want you to meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow morning. That's where we'll be conducting your real Genin test. Just remember not to eat breakfast, Kakashi said before body flickering out of sight. Naruto shook his head. We could have simply did the test now. Seems like a big waste of time, he said, rubbing the bridge of his nose while he followed Kakashi's example and vanished. Sasuke quickly jumped off the roof before Sakura could pounce on him. The pink-haired girl groaned and balled her fist in anger. I will get you, Sasuke-kun, she mumbled. Triple XL and FXXX. Naruto hopped over buildings on his way to where he felt Ino's signature at. He promised the girl he was going to spar with her, and he was fixing to keep that promise. He entered a training ground and knew that he needed to travel through a few more before he reached Ino's location. But at that moment, someone kicked him, except it harmlessly passed through him. Naruto growled in annoyance as he looked at his attacker. Oh, it's you. What do you want, Anko Mitarashi? Naruto said, looking at Orochimaru's ex-apprentice. Oh, nothing. I finally had some free time, and I saw you passing by, so, you know. I told myself that I was going to kill Orochimaru whenever I got the chance. When I think of you, I see the next best thing, she said, sending a group of snakes heading his way. The blonde simply stood there while the snakes went through him. He shook his head. You do this every time you see me, Anko. Don't you think 10 times a week is enough? He said as he hissed to the snakes, and they quickly went back up Anko's sleeve. You even speak the language of snakes. That makes me even more angry, she yelled while running at the blonde. Naruto shook his head and twisted and turned his body, dodging all her attacks. Please, Anko. Orochimaru still believes you can come back to him. All you have to do is stop being so stubborn, he said before grabbing each of her wrists and slamming her against a tree. His python quickly returned and wrapped around Anko and the tree, squeezing just tight enough to keep her still, while a pure white viper slithered out of the blonde's left sleeve and bit into Anko's neck. She silently screamed before Naruto shushed her. Don't worry, it's just a mild paralysis toxin. He had to inject you with a lot, because we both know about your immunity to most, if not all, poisons. Aren't we a paranoid one? Naruto said playfully as he released her wrist. He smiled at her, and his python loosened its hold around the woman. Now, I'm going to have to leave you here. I have places to go, people to see. I'll leave Amelia-chan here to protect you in the time being. Okay? Naruto said as the python fully released Anko and went back up Naruto's sleeve, while the pure white viper returned and loosely coiled around Anko's body. The viper was around 5 feet long and 6 inches thick. Even though her scales were white, they didn't seem to shine rainbow-like colors like some other snakes. Take care of her. Okay, Amelia-chan. Of course, Naruto-sama, she hissed while her tongue flickered against Anko's cheek. Naruto narrowed his eyes for a while before he turned. Return to me when you sense your venom wearing off. I understand. Now leave me and Anko-chan alone. The blonde chuckled and turned his head. Have fun, you too, he said, winking before swirling into a mass of smoke and vanishing. Amelia's going to play with her, isn't she? Yoko asked the blonde as he breezed through dozens of trees. Naruto materialized and stopped just outside of a clearing. Of course. You know how Amelia-chan is, he thought with a smirk. The blonde chuckled and silently looked on into the clearing to see Ino and her new team, led by Asuma Saratobi. He knew that man from several visits in the past. It's his cigarettes that he's been constantly taking. Good times, Naruto thought in a reminiscent manner. The team of Genins already seemed to be covered in a bit of dirt, indicating that they've already had their true Genin test and was being congratulated by their sensei. Excellent job, you three. I have no doubt that you'll live up to your father's dreams and become the new Ino Shikacho formation. Asuma praised while the preteens cheered in accomplishment. Now how about we go out and properly celebrate the passing of your exams? The new Genins cheered again, and Choji suggested a barbecue restaurant that he loved going to. Seconds later, it was agreed, and they were on their way. The blonde was about to drop down and get Ino's attention before he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned his head to see Mizuki standing there with a frown on his lips. What is it you want, Mizuki? I need your help, Naruto-sama, the silver-haired Chunin said with a depressed tone. Naruto turned his head to the retreating back of Ino and sighed. Of course you do. Your incompetence is taxing on my nerves. It's a simple task I believed you could accomplish the moment I gave it to you. The blonde growled as Ino disappeared out of sight. I am sorry, Naruto-sama. The security is too tight for me to slip through, the Chunin complained to the blonde. Naruto turned to Mizuki with red eyes. You will do the mission, or I'll end your life where you stand. He growled with elongated canines as his claws dug into the bark of the tree. The silver-haired Chunin visibly trembled as he quickly nodded and left the blonde's sight. I love it when you use such a commanding voice. Yoko swooned. The blonde took a deep breath and his appearance returned to normal. I learned from the best, he thought out loud as he felt a snake slithering up his arm. He looked down to see pure white scales disappearing into his sleeve. Wow, her immunity was a little more powerful than I anticipated, Naruto thought, as it's only been a few minutes. He could tell Amelia was not happy by how stiff she was. There's always next time, Amelia-chan, he said before her tail fully vanished. Things are already going south, Naruto thought with an audible groan. Several hours later, Naruto grinned as he and Ino continued to exchange multiple strikes. He had to be proud of Ino since she was one of the best taijutsu fighters in the class because her unique style. She used momentum to her advantage, whether it was for offensive or defensive purposes. Her swore, even though her attacks flowed like water, they packed a big punch. He was on the defensive and grabbed her swinging leg and quickly caught the other as it was on his way. With her momentum halted for the time, being Naruto promptly tossed her across the clearing. She twisted and turned and harmlessly tucked and rolled into the surrounding trees. Naruto grinned and looked up at the moon. It wasn't providing a lot of light, but he was glad she was using the surrounding darkness to her advantage. Very good, Ino-chan, just how I taught you, Naruto said as his ears couldn't hear anything out of the ordinary. That is, until a faint snap of a twig reached them. He quickly ducked under the kick, turned and grabbed Ino around her waist. Excellent job, Ino-chan. You're ready for the life of a ninja, he said before kissing her neck. The sudden transition from fighting to seduction was rather unexpected for Ino, so much that she shrieked in surprise and grabbed Naruto's hair. Stop, Naruto-kun, you idiot, she said before giggling as his tongue touched a sensitive spot. The two blondes dropped to the ground because of Ino's wild movements. Grass impacted Naruto's back as Ino landed on him. Don't go hurting yourself, she said softly, gazing into her eyes. Idiot, she said, kissing him. Naruto ran a hand through her hair and deepened the kiss as only he heard feet touch down on the ground a few meters away from them. He looked over, as best as he could without alerting Ino, and saw a retreating Mizuki holding onto a scroll. Seconds later, a squad of ANBU appeared, quickly following suit. Well, shit, he was right. I can't have him squealing. Naruto thought as a stream of smoke left his sleeve and followed the pursuit. He grinned before closing his eyes and licking Ino's lips, asking for entry into her mouth. She moaned and opened her mouth as their kiss deepened even more. Triple XL and FXXX. Mizuki continued to run as the ANBU squad quickly followed behind him. Mizuki looked behind him and cursed while throwing a few kunai. He continued to run for a few more minutes before a few shuriken struck his legs. The Chunin stumbled and wildly threw one of his Fuma shurikens while he did a 360-degree spin. The large projectiles were easily evaded, and more shurikens hit Mizuki's chest due to his spin. The Chunin cursed when he realized one of them was laced with wind and went deeper into his vest, actually cutting into his chest. He yelled in pain as he stumbled for a while before falling to the floor. The squad of ANBU landed around him. We got him now. Lion, prepare the thief for transport back, the bear-masked leader said before Mizuki quickly threw the other Fuma shuriken. A quick substitution saved the approaching, lion-masked ANBU from death. Don't fight the inevitable Chunin, the man said before a cloud of black smoke forced itself inside of Mizuki's mouth. The ANBU squad gasped in shock as Mizuki began wildly clutching at his throat. His lips were moving as if he was saying something, but no sound was leaving his throat. After a gulping motion, Mizuki seemed to calm down. That was until Mizuki began clutching at his chest in serious pain. It was like his heart was being crushed. The ANBU quickly grabbed onto Mizuki and slung him over his shoulder. We have to get him to the hospital before he dies, the man said before he and the squad started running through the forest. But what the hell is happening to him? This isn't the work of cyanide pill. I swore I saw something go into his mouth. A female ANBU, wearing a turtle mask, said with a hint of panic. They were losing their capture by the second. It was at that moment that Mizuki stopped moving completely. The Chunin died just now. The boar-masked ANBU told the lion-masked comrade. What the hell just happened? Bear yelled in anger as they saw a thick cloud of smoke leave both of Mizuki's nostrils. Whatever it was, this weird smoke had something to do with it. Turtle said before the smoke completely blended in with the air. Not telling Hokage-sama, 1, 2, 3, not it. Boar quickly said before a chorus of not it echoed in the air, with a female, turtle-masked, ANBU being too late. Damn it, she said crossing her arms. Early morning? Next day? Naruto sat on the log in the center of training ground 7. A brown king cobra was hissing angrily from the other log next to him. I know, it's my fault the scroll isn't in your possession right now. I take full responsibility for Mizuki's incompetence. Naruto said as the cobra hissed some more. The blonde nodded his head and inwardly groaned in annoyance. I agree. I'll wait a week before dash. The blonde was cut off as the cobra sharply hissed. Naruto's fist clenched against the wood before he nodded his head. Understood. You'll have it by the end of the day, he said as a thin trail of smoke left his eyes and blended into the air. Wait, he quickly exclaimed, stopping the cobra from dispelling itself and losing the link it held with Orochimaru. Seeing that he was successful in keeping the linked snake in front of him, the blonde quickly pushed himself off the log. Did you make any progress with the request I made? I know it's only a matter of time before the Hyuga find out about my gift, Naruto said, his senses telling him that one was a good 500 yards away, watching him and slowly getting closer. The blonde made sure his back was to the intruder. Even though they could easily see him, they couldn't see his moving lips. The Hyuga clan was very adept at reading lips, and he didn't want them to know what he was saying. The cobra was quiet for a minute or two, no doubt Orochimaru thinking back to his research. Another minute went by before hissing reached the blonde's ears. Naruto's smile grew bigger and bigger with more that was said. Of course that could work. You're right. It hasn't failed me yet. I'll begin the process as soon as I could. Naruto said, bowing to the King Cobra as he dispelled. Did you hear that, Yoko? It is possible to merge both sets of eyes. Naruto thought happily. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but I don't understand or speak snake. It's impossible for foxes or any other species, excluding a few special humans. Just tell me about it later. I still need my beauty sleep. Yoko said with a yawn to prove her point. Naruto audibly groaned and crossed his arms. What a load of Bologna. You're already beautiful. You don't need sleep. He complained out loud as his senses went off. He spun quickly, simultaneously unsealing Ebony. As he made his 180-degree turn, he skillfully batted away all three of the shuriken thrown at him. He glared daggers at the white-eyed Hyuga glaring back at him. He was immediately surprised to find it was Hinata. What the hell are you doing here? Don't you know it's nearly 7 in the morning? Naruto asked, holding his black blade in a reverse grip. You know why I'm here. It's illegal for the Byakugan to be in the sockets of an outsider. I'm here for the sole purpose of ripping out those eyes and having them destroyed immediately, the blue-haired girl said with anger and conviction in her tone. The blonde's mouth dropped in surprise, not by her words, but by how she said them. He didn't know Hinata could speak the way she did. He remembered a few weeks before he was taken, albeit barely, but he knew she was incredibly soft-spoken then. She was barely able to even wave at him when he saw her in the playground. It was the first and last time he'd seen her before his return 2 years ago. Truly, time changes everybody. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Last time I checked, my eyes were blue, he said, even going so far as to point at them with his finger. Now, I know your eyes are white, but you really can't be blind, he said before she clenched her teeth in anger and ran towards him. His lips twitched in annoyance, and he quickly shifted to the left, watching as the log gained a large dent because of her angered strike. Wow, the Jukin is really strong. The stories about the Hyuga clan are definitely true, he goaded as he continued to dodge every strike she sent his way. Blocking was out of the question, since she could still cause damage from the inside. Could you quit it, Hinata-san, before things get serious? Naruto said, not wanting to hurt the young Hyuga. After all, she was the heiress, and her injury could easily create a fiasco he didn't want to cause. But it was more because she looked incredibly cute when she was angry. Her Byakugan flared to life in anger, her veins pulsing in her immense anger. No, you must pay for your transgressions. Only then will I have peace, she angrily yelled before Naruto moved and grabbed each of her wrists. He stepped in her guard and quickly kicked her feet from under her. She landed on her back with Naruto straddling her. Sorry, Hinata-san, but you're wrong. I don't have to pay for anything because I haven't committed any crime against your clan. Now, Kabuto, he's the guy you want. Naruto thought in amusement. You're a lying fox, and you know it, she yelled, causing Naruto's eyes to widen a bit. That's right. I know about your little secret. And if you don't want me to tell Ino, then I suggest you tell me the truth, the Hyuga heiress said as the blonde closed his eyes. Naruto nodded his head as he opened his eyes and looked Hinata right in hers. You're right, Hinata. I have committed a crime. I have stolen from you and your clan, and I'm sorry, Naruto said as he stood to his feet. The brunette quickly stood to her feet and glared at the blonde. Told you. Now return what was stolen, and I'll see if I can get you a pardon from my father, she said while dropping into a defensive stance, just in case the blonde went back on his word. Understood. Naruto droned as he dug into his pouch and rummaged around it for a few seconds. A few more seconds went by before he pulled out a pair of blue cotton panties. I stole these from you. I'm sorry, forgive me, Naruto said with a smirk. Hinata cocked her head as she stared at her undergarments. She narrowed her eyes before quickly widened them in surprise. How'd you? She stuttered as a blush appeared on her face. Am I forgiven? Naruto asked while he twirled the panties on a single finger. Her blush deepened and her eyes hardened again. She quickly thrust her palm forward and a wall of wind quickly launched him backwards. He skidded along the ground as he held his chest. You perverted liar. I know you have the Byakugan, and I'm going to check everywhere on your body for them. I know all about the seals on your body, she said with her Byakugan eyes flaring in anger. But not today, Naruto said before spitting out a glob of blood as Yoko quickly healed up his right lung. My teammates are nearing, and you and I both know this doesn't involve them. Plus, I would love to see you again, Naruto said as he watched the girl back into the surrounding trees. As of right now, you and I have unfinished business, she said before turning and running, her panties clutched in her hands. The blonde coughed again and stood to his feet. Phew, that was fun, he muttered as he stepped into a small pile of blood and smothered it into the ground. You should really thank me for not going to sleep on you. I was nearly there. Yoko barked at him in anger. I can't believe you couldn't dodge that. Even I knew what was coming, she added as Sasuke and Sakura dragged themselves into the clearing, clearly still half asleep. You guys look dead, he muttered as they sleepily made their way to a tree before leaning and sliding down it. Screw you, Blondie, Sasuke murmured as he drifted back to sleep. The pink-haired girl didn't have a thing to say as she was asleep as soon as she leaned against the tree. Wow, you guys are not early birds, Naruto scoffed as he went back to the 3 logs in the middle of the field. He stared at the middle log, it being the one struck by Hinata minutes ago. He brushed his fingers over the dent and nodded his head a little. I'll see you again, Hinata Hyuga, he thought as he turned and sat against the log. Now, I wonder how long we have to wait for Kakashi, he asked himself as he leaned his head against the log and closed his eyes. Seconds later, 2 orbs of smoke seeped through his lids, causing him to sigh contentedly with a smile on his face. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi trudged his way into his office, a cup of coffee in his hands. Normally, he would have called for it to be delivered into his office, but he hadn't poured himself a cup of coffee in 3 decades. Plus, he needed to stretch his legs. He's been catching up on paperwork the entire night, and he needed to move around. This whole thing with Mizuki was really giving him a run for his money. He racked his brain for possible solutions, but none of his shinobi had the abilities to create black smoke that could thin out into colorless air. Also, with how it was used, how to make that person very talented. He took a long sip of coffee and placed it on his table. He sat down and leaned into his chair. He's been dead too long, so Inoichi wasn't able to get anything as to why he did what he did. Only the event was found, the Hokage thought as he picked up a piece of paper. He narrowed his eyes as he read the paper. It was an official request from a Hyuga clan to launch a full investigation against Naruto. How could Naruto have the Byakugan? His eyes are clearly blue, he thought out loud as he grabbed his large denied stamp. He only picked it up and just continued to stare at the paper. From the sounds of it, they had legitimate reasons. Naruto has been sensed with a strong Jinjutsu laced around his eyes. MBU had also noticed him hopping from roof to roof during the past year with a white band covering his eyes. Also, every other week, he's been seen sitting on his father's nose on the Hokage Mountain. If the blonde had to be a Byakugan, his actions would be just enough proof to launch an investigation against him. He set the stamp down on his desk and leaned back against his chair. Damn it, Naruto. I thought you were turning over a new leaf. I'll talk to him first, before I allow the Hyuga into his home. The Hokage thought before putting the document into his desk before he looked over other documents. After an hour went by, his lips twitched into a small smile. About time you returned. I was sure you would have been here years ago, Sarutobi said as loud groan was heard. Sorry for my absence, but I've been dealing with a certain someone, Jiraiya said, entering the office from the window. I got here as soon as I realized what he was doing, he added as he sat on the windowsill, his body inside the office. I would have sent another message telling you to forget about Orochimaru, but you went under our radar as well. I knew what Orochimaru would do. I taught him everything he knows, the Sandaime said, keeping his eyes on his paperwork. Not everything, Jiraiya muttered before Hiruzen snapped his eyes straight at him. Not the way I meant it, he immediately said, raising his hands. Hiruzen's gaze lightened as he put his pen down. So tell me, how did my law student keep you busy these past 2.5 years? The white-haired male jumped slightly before he began scratching his cheek in embarrassment. That's not important, he said between weak chuckles. What about Naruto-kun? Where's he at? I would love to see him, he asked with a smile. Hiruzen slowly nodded his head. I see you didn't get that message. You really should inscribe a toad summoning into this desk for future problems. How else am I supposed to keep you informed on this front? He expressed his discomfort as he leaned back into his chair for the third time since he returned to his office. What do you mean? What happened to him? The concerned godfather asked, pushing off the wall in his worry. Training ground 7. Naruto cracked his eyes open and immediately grabbed someone's waist. Sakura, what are you doing? He asked, noticing her body straddling his own. He pushed her off and promptly stood to his feet. Well, she stuttered with a blush on her cheeks. She sighed and blushed even deeper. Keep your attraction directed at Sasuke. I have no interest in someone so pitifully weak as you. Naruto coldly said as he hopped onto the log he was previously leaning against. Tears of anger welled up in the Haruno's eyes. But before she could lash out, Kakashi appeared in a cloud of smoke. Now, Naruto-kun, that isn't the way to treat a comrade, the masked Jonin said while wagging a finger at the blonde. Said blonde scoffed a glare in the Jonin's direction. I'll stop as soon as she proved herself in my eyes. Not a single second before, Naruto said from his wooden pedestal. Sasuke walked up to the group with an uninterested expression. Could we just get to this real genin test? For once, I agree with the drama queen, Naruto said, ignoring the boy's glare. Kakashi watched the interactions and inwardly sighed. It looks like I'm failing another team. The council isn't going to like this, Kakashi thought, closing his only visible eye for a while. Kakashi, the test. Naruto barked in annoyance. Of course, Kakashi said, opening his eye. The test is a simple one. I have 2 of these bells. The test is for you to take a bell from me. Kakashi explained. Naruto sighed and retreated inside his mind. He knew from Orochimaru where Kakashi got the idea from. His father got it from his sensei, Jiraiya. Jiraiya got it from his Sandaime. This is like a 5th-generation test. Seriously, these people need some new ideas. Yoko complained in annoyance. I know what you mean, Naruto thought, watching as Kakashi put a clock on a log. If teamwork is the only thing needed to complete this test, then I know what to do. It's a little too early, but it might be better, Naruto thought as Kakashi started the test. The blonde and the Jonin were left in the middle of the field. I wasn't paying attention to everything, but I think I heard you say come at you with the intent to kill, Naruto said, gazing right into Kakashi's single eye. Did you say that, Kakashi? The silver-haired Jonin smiled and nodded his head. Yes, I did. Don't worry about my safety, Naruto-kun. I can take care of myself, he said, giving the blonde a thumbs up. The snake user smirked as his pupils seemed to slit vertically. A reddish tint appeared in his eyes as he began to chuckle heavily. I'll remember those words, Kakashi, the blonde said as he sunk into the ground. Okay, I'll be waiting. Remember, you have until noon to get a bell and stay on the team, Kakashi exclaimed, knowing the blonde went somewhere in the surrounding forest. 4 hours to do a test. Should I have shortened the time, or should I have waited longer? Kakashi mused to himself as he pulled out an orange book and began casually reading it. XXL and FXXX. An hour passed by with no activity, making Kakashi close his book in confusion. He was sure he sensed Sasuke about to attack him about 20 minutes ago, but nothing happened. He definitely heard Sakura's yells for a few seconds before they were quieted. What was even stranger, he couldn't sense either of their chakras. Okay, weird, but not my problem. If they want to waste their time, then I'm not going to stop them, Kakashi muttered as he reopened his book. XXL and FXXX. In the forest, Naruto stood in front of his teammates. Sasuke was glaring at him with his obsidian eyes. The blonde slapped him with a seal some time ago that completely sealed his chakra. Sakura was near and quickly tried to scream before she was hit with 2 seals. One for her own chakra and another for her mouth. Both of them had the blonde's bandages wrapped around them, tight enough to keep them from moving, but loose enough so that their bones didn't crack with the pressure. "Are you two still mad at me?" the blonde asked with crossed arms and a tapping foot. "What do you think, Blondie?" Sasuke fired back, being the only one capable of speech. "You're lucky I can't use my Sharingan." The blonde's lip twitched in a smirk. "That's right. How are you coming along with that bloodline I gifted you last year? Do you have all 3 tomos yet?" the blonde asked, already knowing the answer. The Uchiha's glare increased, if that was possible. "Gifted? You didn't give this bloodline to me as a gift. I was born with it. I unlocked it because I'm an elite of the Uchiha." The raven-haired Uchiha sneered at the smirking blonde. The Uzumaki smirk turned into a smile. "Oh, of course. But do you realize that me showing you your own death served as the catalyst to unlock those eyes of yours? So really, in truth, I really did give them to you as a gift. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to consider yourself an elite," the blonde said, watching as Sasuke's eyes widened a little before narrowing again. The blonde turned his gaze to Sakura and narrowed his eyes. "I don't believe you would really prove useful in the plan I have concocted in my brain. But even you must know the true purpose of this test," Naruto said as her angry emerald eyes widened in realization. The blonde walked up to her and held up his hand. "If you promise not to yell and reveal our position, I'll remove the seal on your mouth." "Nod if you promise," the blonde sternly spoke as she quickly nodded. "Tell Sasuke what the true nature of this test is," he ordered as she nodded and turned to look at a glaring Sasuke. "It's teamwork. The test isn't a process of elimination to determine which of us get to become Genin. It's to see if we can work together to achieve an assignment. I thought it was a little fishy earlier, but now in this situation, I've had time to properly think," Sakura informed, softly glaring at Naruto. "Thanks to Naruto-kun," she swooned, causing the blonde to shake his head. "Indeed, Sasuke, you see, I'm not such a bad guy. I'm actually the guy you should really listen to. I don't want to hamper the growth of your skills, but increase them. After all, you need a lot of power if you want to kill your brother," Naruto said as the Uchiha's glare increased exponentially at the mention of his brother. "What do you know about him? Where is he?" He yelled out his questions, making the blonde sigh. "I know all I need to know about Itachi Uchiha, which is a lot. As to his current location, no idea. I'm not sure you even heard my other words," Naruto said, crossing his arms. "Sasuke-kun, just agree with him. You don't have to like it, but you can't deny the truth in his words. You're your level of strength because of Naruto. You may not see it, but it's obvious you think of Naruto as your rival. So stop being so thick-headed and listen to him," Sakura nearly yelled in annoyance. Both of the boys widened their eyes at her words. "Wow, Pinky, you just might prove me wrong. Keep up the change," Naruto said as hearts appeared in her eyes at his praise. "So how about it, Sasuke-sen?" the blonde asked with a smirk. The Uchiha stayed silent for 2 whole minutes before releasing a sigh of defeat. "I guess," he muttered. "I hope you realize I let you get the drop on me earlier," he said with a smirk. Naruto grinned brightly as he chuckled. "Of course you did, Sasuke-san," Naruto said as he walked between them and yanked his bandages free of them both. They quickly spun in circles as the bandages turned to smoke and re-wrapped around the blonde's entire arms. When they solidified, the spinning duo came to a stumbling stop. "Excellent progress, you two. Now let's get this plan in your brains as well," the blonde said with a grin as he crouched with a stick in hand. 20 minutes before noon. Kakashi yawned in boredom. He had been standing in the same spot for the past few hours, with little activity happening at all. He had debated on searching the forest for them, but his book was too interesting. But now that he's finished, nothing was really stopping him. "I could reread the book," he muttered with a giggle, before he sensed a pair of fluxes in chakra. Immediately, he knew they were his team, getting their chakras back. Scratch that, the Jonin thought as he prepared himself. At the next second, kunai and shuriken rocketed out of the surrounding foliage from 3 different sides. He took out his own kunai and continued to simply bat away the approaching projectiles. He jumped in surprise when they all transformed into his blonde student. They grinned at his airborne figure as a fireball came speeding at him from below. He widened his eye and created his own clone and used it as a foothold to get out of the way. Pretty good, he said as his feet touched the ground. He continued to dodge all of the thrown kunai with ease. Some were thrown short, and others were overthrown. He didn't know if it was purposely or on accident, since they continued to transform into clones of his blonde student. Sasuke joined the fray as the hundreds of blondes around him distracted him with hand-to-hand. As he continued to dispel the surprisingly weak shadow clones, a dozen small fireballs hurtled his way. They burned through the clones with ease and continued heading his way. He widened his eyes. These fireballs were way too large to have come from Sasuke. He quickly raised his headband, revealing his Sharingan, and that made things easier to understand. With the help of his Sharingan, he saw that the Sasuke was actually a transformed Naruto. Though at that moment, all of the clones exploded in a cloud of smoke, hampering his vision. His senses went off, and he bent his hips, narrowly avoiding the swiping hand of one of his students. Nice work with the cloud of smoke, Naruto-kun. Kakashi said as Sasuke quickly appeared in front of him, a pair of kunai in his hands. The Jonin quickly weaved through the Uchihas attacks, knowing he was mostly trying to cut the string attached to the bells. His Sharingan was activated, but his own Sharingan was far greater than the Uchihas. He quickly kicked the Uchiha side, knowing he was preparing to throw a kunai at the bell. If he had, they would have surely been removed from his hips. He clapped his hands, sending a pulse of chakra outward and clearing out the smoke from around him. Ringing was heard around the entire field, causing the Jonin to smile wide. Looks like you three were too late to get your bells. Better luck next year, he said as he walked towards the logs to collect his clock. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Naruto said from his sitting position on the middle log. Sakura was sitting on the left log. Sasuke was leaning against the right, the silent clock in his hand, before it was dropped to the floor. The blonde had both of the bells dangling from his left hand. How'd you get the bells? They're clearly still on my hip, he said, looking down to see another pair of bells. His implanted Sharingan picked up chakra in the bells. He was surprised when they transformed into a pair of blondes, before dispelling altogether. One of those kunai was thrown by you. Those two clones flawlessly substituted themselves for my bells, Kakashi stated as he dropped his headband back over his eye. Correct. I knew that if I was to throw all of the kunai, you would check your hip every time a kunai passed by. So I had Sakura throw them. You knew this and thus didn't bother checking, knowing how poor she was at throwing. My clones appeared and kicked up a lot of fuss, further distracting you from the possibility of losing your bells. Sasuke made a beautiful entrance inside the smoke. His job was to continue going after the bells, already knowing they were fake. You fell for the ruse without a second thought, Naruto said with a grin. So sensei, how'd we do? Sakura asked with a hopeful tone. That plan took a lot of timing and cooperation from all of you. The execution was also very surprising, considering I believed you three would never see each other eye to eye to eye, Kakashi said, giving the three an eye smile. The meaning of this exercise was for us to work together. Since we completed the objective, that means we passed our Genin exam. Sasuke spoke up with an aloof tone and a cross of his arms. You're right, Sasuke. You three can have your lunch, Kakashi said, pointing a thumb at the 3 bentos placed on stone. Thank you, I'm starving, Sakura uncharacteristically exclaimed, pushing herself off the wooden pillar. Sasuke, albeit with the same appreciation, chose to simply walk silently towards his food. The blonde kept his eye on the scarecrow and grinned. I might not have came at you with the intent to kill this morning, but from now on, I'll keep you on your toes. Naruto grinned before he pushed off and joined his teammates in eating lunch. As long as you don't do anything treasonous, I won't have to kill you. Kakashi, I smiled with a hushed tone only Naruto could hear. Okay, you three, you have the rest of the day off. Meet back here tomorrow morning for training as Team 7, Kakashi said before body flickering in a leaf whirlwind. The blonde stood with a bento in his hand. As he slowly ate it, his senses picked up a slight disturbance in the air. He couldn't put a finger on the location, but the feeling of anger and shame was obvious to him. I might as well get this over with, the blonde thought with an inward sigh. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully we'll continue to function as a perfect team, Naruto said while walking away, still chewing his food. 5 minutes passed by before the blonde saw a large white-haired man. At first sight, he knew exactly who the man was. He stood frozen in his spot, the chopsticks falling from his numb fingers. Holy fuck, Yoko muttered, seeing the Sennin standing in the middle of the trees. Hello, Naruto-kun. Judging by your posture and expression, you know full well who I am. Jiraiya of the Sennin spoke with conflicted emotions in his eyes. He was angry at the young blonde for willingly accepting Orochimaru's apprenticeship, but he was also filled with shame because he wasn't exactly there to protect the blonde. Naruto slowly nodded his head. Out of the other two Sennin, Jiraiya was the one he never wanted to encounter. The best thing for him to do was to avoid creating any more hostility from the Toad Sage. Ido, you're Jiraiya of the Sennin, teammate to Tsunade and Orochimaru, and student to Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, leader of Konoha's spy organization. Surely a pleasure to meet a legend such as yourself, Naruto said, bowing respectfully to the man. Jiraiya closed his eyes and hung his head. I guess it's true then. You became an apprentice to Orochimaru, this village's most infamous criminal, he said softly, no longer able to keep himself in denial. The blonde inaudibly gulped. He really had to tread softly. There was two ways to go about this meeting. He could either prey on the man's shame or his anger. This is your territory, Yoko. Work your magic, Naruto thought as the woman quickly coached the blonde on what to say. Of course it is. After all, I didn't have a father here to protect me from harm. Naruto spoke with spite clear in his voice. The spectral stab into his heart caused the Sennin to cringe a bit. You were my godfather, weren't you? With the immediate death of my parents, it became your job, no obligation to take care of me. I know you had an important job in collecting information for Konoha's benefit, but why didn't you take me along with you? Naruto asked. The shame rolling off the Sennin was overwhelming the anger with each word that was spoken. I couldn't bring a baby with me into enemy territory and environments babies shouldn't really be exposed to, he said, opening his eyes to look at the young blonde. The Genin's eyes were piercing into Jiraiya's soul. Don't give me that. You are one of the Sennin of Konoha, a Kage-level shinobi with a reputation higher than that of my father. Are you telling me, in all of your wisdom, you didn't know how to do a simple shadow clone? Naruto asked, his own anger surfacing suddenly. Naruto, you baka, control your anger, Yoko exclaimed loudly with fear and worry for Naruto's safety. I'm ashamed to tell you, I wasn't really thinking back then, but I did leave you in the capable arms of my sensei, Jiraiya said, his anger leaving his heart even more. A lot of help that did. The idiot went and told the people of my condition, minutes after the conclusion of the attack. I'm surprised I wasn't killed right then and there by the angry populace. Naruto seethed, not hearing Yoko's words of warning. But he created a law forbidding everybody to call you a demon, tell the younger generation of your condition, and harming you in any way. That law was made to protect you, Jiraiya yelled, anger raising in his voice. That law did the exact opposite. All it did was make my life a living pain in the shadows of this very village. Every day, I was tormented in every way I could think of. I was beaten, scorned, neglected, denied food, and I was even kicked out of the orphanage. And that was only in the first 5 years. But do you know what happened next? I was liberated. Brought into the sadist arms of Orochimaru. He took care of me, taught me basic knowledge, trained me. My father chose the wrong man to be my godfather, Naruto said with power surrounding his being. The power was sadistic in nature, and it made him feel a bit less ecstatic whenever he uses Yoko's chakra. He knew, from experience, just how he looked at the moment. Dark, rip-like patterns were spread across his entire body, The only visible spots was his face and his hands. It happened faster than he could react. Next thing the blonde knew, he was launched into a tree before Jiraiya jammed his forearm into his throat. He coughed up a bit of blood as he looked into Jiraiya's angry eyes. Don't ever insinuate that Orochimaru is a better godfather than me. Everything good that's ever happened to you in that village was because of me and my agents. The clothes you were given, the money, the food. I even struck up a deal with Sensei for me to give you some of my own money every month, days after you were kicked from the orphanage. But you didn't get to receive any of it because my traitorous teammate ripped you from my grasps. Do you realize how miserable that made me? I searched high and low for you, but you were even harder to find than my teammate. It took me, returning here, to find out why. Jiraiya yelled, pressing his arm harder into the blonde's throat, nearly crushing it. All the blonde could do was stare into the toad sage's eyes, tears flowing freely from their glands. Very quickly, the rip-like pattern of his cursed mark of earth receded behind the resealed wall of the Fujihoin. Evil's sealing method. As he thought about Jiraiya's words, he continuously apologized to Yoko for ignoring her warning. Things got heated unexpectedly, real fast. He searched his mind, finding those memories quickly and reliving them. They were the best memories he had before going to Orochimaru's, but there were very few of them in number. Still not enough effort. The blonde thought as his body exploded in smoke before immediately blending with the air. It happened in such a fashion that Jiraiya believed it was a shadow clone he was talking to the entire time. Well, if it was a clone, then its memory was going to be transmitted directly to the original at this very moment. We share the same sorrow, Naruto-kun. Deep inside you, I know it's there. Like you, I hope that team of yours pulls you out of the darkness. Please, Kami, have them do what I couldn't. Jiraiya pleaded to Kami. Edge of the training ground. The blonde appeared on the opposite edge of the training ground, away from the village. He appeared on his knees, his hands around his throat as he painfully coughed. If it wasn't for Yoko's continuous flow of chakra, his throat would have surely been crushed and he would be dead. What the fuck did I tell you? I told you not to calm yourself. I told you so many times, but you were too busy riling the anger in that man's heart. You don't do that to someone stronger than you. You stupid idiot. Yoko yelled at her container, adding insult to his injury. Sorry, Yoko-chan. I really am. I really don't know what came over me. One minute I'm cool and collected, the next I'm filled with anger from my past. The blonde apologized in his mind. What have I told you about using that seal? Do you know what Orochimaru would do if he learned what I did to it? Again, you refuse to listen to me. I swear if you jeopardize your goal one more time, you could kiss it goodbye forever. Yoko chided more as the blonde stood to his feet. I'm not going to act any more stupid from now on. Next time me and Jiraiya meet, things will be different. Who knows, maybe I could even get him to train me as well. Naruto thought while Yoko scoffed. In your dreams. He's never going to do that. Not when he knows who trained you beforehand, she said as her chakra receded back inside the seal in her skull accessory, its eyes glowing red for a moment before returning to normal. That could easily work in my favor. We all know how sadistic Orochimaru is. I could easily just feed him the lie that I hate what Orochimaru did to me during the training. That offered. I guess that could work. Especially since it's not entirely a lie. That man is a sick bastard, Yoko said with a soft shudder. You'll have to give it some time, though. Things like that require time, especially after what just transpired, she said, both of them being reminded of Naruto's rashness. I said sorry. I'll make it up to you tonight. I'll do whatever you want me to do. The blonde promised as the kitsune inside him squealed in delight, having something already in mind. But Naruto thought, cutting the woman off. We have things to do. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The blonde crouched on a fire escape inside a darkened alley. He wasn't aware if it was possible to do the procedure without sight, but he knew he wanted to see the process himself. He was wearing a dark cloak with a hood and a mask completely covering his body in black. Because it was still daytime, he had to be extra stealthy not to cause any noise. This abduction had to go off without a hitch. Any pair of useless eyes would do. the blonde thought as he pulled out a syringe filled with yellow liquid. It was Amelia's paralytic toxin, and it was a small dose. He widened his senses and quickly put the syringe away. There were at least 3 Jonin, Fortunin, and maybe 2 ENBU around his immediate location, at least a dozen yards in all directions, with the ANBU being the closest, directly above him on the roof. He knew if he moved even an inch, he would be spotted. He lowered his chakra levels even further to undetectable levels. Naruto's brow twitched when he saw a homeless man walking through the alley, alone and drunkenly slurring. He and the ANBU watched the man clumsily walk through the alley, none the wiser of the predator and savior watching him carefully. Both of them watched the man for 3 minutes before the blonde heard the ANBU grunt in approval and jump away. Naruto chose that moment to act, and quickly. His tactics were changed due to 2 Jonin talking at the mouth of the alleyway. His body turned into smoke, and he wafted down around the drunken man. The mass of swirling black smoke shrunk around the man before disappearing entirely into the earth below. XXL and FXXX. A good 5 minutes went by before the blonde appeared in the underground network the root agents used. His hand was clasped over the mouth of the man, who was screaming into it. Naruto punched the man in his stomach and watched his eyes glaze over, and he slipped into unconsciousness. He ripped his hand away from the man's mouth and removed his mask. He looked around to see at least 24 root agents around him. He was right in the middle of their training area. Most of them didn't pay him any mind, as they were too busy training to care. Though 2 members looked at him blankly. He stared at the black-haired boy and grinned. "Sorry for the intrusion. I'll get out of your way," Naruto said as he hefted the man over his shoulder. "Oof, he's a heavy one," Naruto muttered before shakily walking towards an unoccupied room. After 3 minutes of strained walking, the sound of a cane hitting the ground made itself obviously known. "To what do I owe the pleasure this time, Naruto-kun?" Danzo said from behind the blonde. Naruto shook the man's body off of him, and he turned and bowed to the bandaged elder. "Apologies for my unannounced entry into your domain." Naruto respectfully apologized to the elder. Danzo waved the apology off with a shake of his head. "No need for that. I've gotten used to your intrusions. Although I would like to know what you're doing with that man right there," he asked, pointing at him with his cane. Naruto glanced at the unconscious man with cold eyes. "I need him alive for the time being. Because of circumstances beyond my control, I had to bring him here. May I have a free room to operate?" the blonde asked politely. "Sure, only if I can watch," Danzo said with a narrowed eye. Naruto prevented himself from showing any signs of discomfort at the proposition. Yoko was growling angrily inside the blonde's mind. "He's so fucking nosy," she seethed through clenched teeth. "Easy there, Yoko. Although I'm with you. I just want to kill him right now." Naruto, though, before opening his mouth. "It's going to take a while. Are you sure? I don't want to waste your time," he said, hoping the man would back off. Danzo grunted in thought. "Maybe you're right. Luckily, I don't have anything happening at the moment. Plus, this would give me more insight into your knowledge," the elder said, causing Naruto to mentally scream. "Are you sure you need another pair of eyes to do this? Why not just have a clone operate on you in the comfort of your own home?" Yoko suggested, causing the blonde to stop in thought. With what he was going to do, the result would be the same whether or not he or a clone did it. That could work as well. "Oh my god, Yoko, I love you," Naruto yelled in his mind as he took out a kunai. "Change of plans, Danzo," the blonde said, throwing the kunai through the back of the man's head. "Thanks for the help anyway," he said, placed the mask back on his face and waved at the elder. "Ja," he said as he and the man's body disappeared in a swirling mass of black smoke. Danzo narrowed his eye at the spot Naruto previously occupied. He tapped his cane loudly, and 3 agents appeared in front of him. "Watch him," he simply said before they disappeared. 10 minutes later. The blonde spent 10 minutes trying to get to his apartment. Trying was the key word, since he immediately sensed a tail on him. He had discarded the cloak and mask and swallowed the smoke. He still had need of them after all. He dropped down into the busy market street and began walking on foot. It would be difficult for the route members to follow him throughout the mass of bodies surrounding him. He slipped inside a restaurant and exhaled a sigh. And Naruto-kun, a yell was heard from across the room. The blonde turned around to see Ino and her team having a meal together. He blinked and looked around. Damn, a Barbie shop. The blonde cursed in his mind as he walked over to them. Hey, Ino-chan, isn't this a surprise? He said with an uneasy chuckle. Here, sit by me. Move over, she exclaimed in a hushed tone as she pushed her sensei further towards the wall. He complained a bit, but otherwise allowed himself to be moved. The male blonde nervously chuckled at that as he sat down. Sorry, Asuma-sensei. I won't be long, he told the jonin. That's all right, Naruto-kun. I already got used to her brash behavior, the bearded jonin said. As did we all, Shikamaru commented with a lazy tone. So how was your test today? Did you pass? Ino asked while hugging Naruto's arm. The test was a bit challenging considering who my teammates were, but we managed to pull the rabbit out the hat. Naruto, as he leaned into her. I heard about that in a meeting earlier. Everyone was surprised to hear Kakashi pass the team. Out of all the previous students assigned to become Kakashi's team, absolutely none of them passed. Asuma revealed, causing Ino to gasp in surprise. That man is very picky about who he trains. Yeah, I picked up on that, Naruto said, scratching his cheek before he reached for a raw piece of meat. His hand was quickly slapped by Ino, causing Naruto to retract his damaged hand back. That's not for you, mister. We're going to need our strength for more missions today, she explained, while fake tears build up in the male blonde's eyes. Ino, why'd you have to go and do that? Maybe Naruto's really hungry. Choji softly told Ino before subsequently reaching for the meat Naruto was going for and cooking it before eating it. Naruto sniffed as Ino flicked his nose. You're not fooling anyone here, Naruto-kun. I'll take you out to dinner tonight, okay? The whiskered blonde grinned with a nod of his head. Can we have barbecued eel? He asked as Ino giggled softly. Don't go making plans when you already have plans, Yoko yelled at him. Of course, she said, kissing his cheek. No go. Do whatever you were doing before coming in here, she said, patting his, but as he got up. Chill, Yoko-chan. I need an alibi for tonight, he thought to the semi-jealous Kitsune. All right, Ino-chan. See you later, he said before exiting the restaurant. There's something off about Naruto-san, Shikamaru mumbled aloud. The platinum blonde immediately turned defensive and glared at Shikamaru. There's something off about your face, she yelled. Triple XL and FXXX. Again, Naruto was outside on the run. Things didn't seem to change at all. He was still being tailed, causing him to growl in annoyance. Well, damn, Danzo would understand why I have to kill these guys. Naruto-kun, the goal. Yoko reminded him with a mighty yell. He sighed and landed in an unoccupied alley and called out to his followers. A full minute went by before the three from before landed in front of him. Why is Danzo having me followed? He asked with a twitch of his eye. That's classified. One of the agents spoke behind their mask. Does he not realize that I found another way to do what I need to do? Naruto asked with another twitch of his eye. He does, another agent simply said. The blonde's fists were clenched in annoyance at the lack of emotion in their voices. Do you three realize that you need to be eliminated now? I won't kill you, just hurt really bad. How you get back to Danzo is up to you, Naruto said before one of the agents scoffed. You can try. It's 3-on-1, the last agent said. Naruto smirked. Rookie, he thought before vanishing. 2 kunai were in his hands as he appeared behind the trio. He stabbed both of the kunai into the shoulders of one of them, while the others turned, drawing their tantos. The blonde kicked the tanto out of the rookie's hand and used the other leg to roundhouse him in the jaw. He ripped the kunai out of the injured agent's shoulders and blocked the strike. He parried and slashed through his mask before his other hand smashed through it. He glanced to his side, and his torso turned into smoke as a leg swept through it. Smoke quickly wrapped around the rookie's leg, forming the bandages, before he was flung into the wall. As Naruto's body reformed immediately, he turned his head to the first agent and grabbed his fist. He quickly pulled and kneed him in the stomach. After that, he quickly spun and kicked his feet from under him, sending him falling onto his bleeding back. The blonde turned his attention back to the second agent and quickly moved his head out of way of the speeding Tonto. 3 more strikes he dodged before he smashed his fist against the cracked mask, this time causing it to shatter. He looked back to the rookie before Naruto thrust his arm out. Immediately, the black python shot out of his arm and quickly wrapped around the rookie. "Don't crush him, Victor," the blonde hissed at the python. "Why not Naruto-Sasama?" The black python hissed back to the blonde. "Just don't. I know you haven't been able to enjoy yourself in a long time, but just chill for now," the blonde said as Victor hissed angrily. Naruto sent Amelia to paralyze everyone before she returned to his sleeve. "That'll keep you 3 here for a few hours. I'll have a clone hide each of you from any patrolling ANBU. When you return to Danzo, tell him not to send any more of you to follow me anymore," he said, creating 3 clones, while Victor returned to his right sleeve. He jumped onto the roof and released a sigh. "This has already been a long day, and it's not even close to being finished," he muttered in exhaustion. He let out another sigh before resuming his trip home. 15 minutes went by before he entered his apartment. Keed was outside of her apartment having a drink. Her face immediately brightened upon seeing the blonde. "Hey, Naruto-kun," she exclaimed in joy. The blonde immediately noticed the Jonin vest around her person. "I see somebody finally did as they were told," the blonde jokingly said as she let out a sarcastic laugh, while she squeezed him to her chest. "I've been a Jonin for a month. Where have you been?" she asked both figuratively and literally, before spotting his headband. "Oh wow, you finally became a ninja. I'm so proud of you," she happily yelled while squeezing him tighter in her bosom. "And you finally became a Jonin. I'm proud of you." Naruto joined her in praise as he returned the hug with equal vigor. The two released their embraces and smiled at each other. "You sure have grown since the first time we met. I remember when you were a quiet, perverted recluse living next door," she said as Naruto softly chuckled. "Now, you're an open, perverted genin living next door," she finished with a giggle before taking a sip of her sake. "Not to mention that pretty little girlfriend of yours. I see I have her to thank for finishing my job," she complained with a hand on her hip. Naruto chuckled while rubbing the back of his head. It was something he used to do with the Hokage when he was younger. He let out a sigh and grinned at the rookie Jonin. "Don't be like that, Keed-chan. There's still a lot you could do for me." Keed grinned and rubbed his head. "Of course there is Genin," she said, giggling. "Say, I have today off. How would you like to finally have that training match you've been bugging me about?" Keed asked before downing the rest of her sake. The blonde's face brightened in joy. "Okay, I have the rest of the day off as well. Just give me a few hours to take this nap, and I'll meet you at Training Ground 7 at 7. Naruto told her. Keed's eyes shined in mischief as she crossed her arms under her breast. "Oh, yeah, it's past 3, your nap time," she teased. The blonde playfully groaned. "Don't call it that," he told her with a playful pout. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but that's what it is," she said with a giggle as she threw an arm around his shoulders. "Once you stop having naps in the middle of the day, I'll stop teasing you about it," she said before lifting his headband off his forehead and kissed it. She placed the protector back onto his forehead and patting his shoulder blades. "Go on now, enjoy your nap time. You're going to need it later," she winked before heading towards her own apartment. "That's the second time a girl's shoved you away today. Wow, it's like you're a piece of meat to them. And me," she said in a sultry tone that told Naruto she was also winking at him. Naruto sighed and undid the seal to his apartment before entering it. He bit his thumb and smeared blood on the door, making it impenetrable once again. He immediately went to work, and 10 minutes later, his apartment was different. A white sheet was on the floor, and 3 bright lamps were directing their gazes around it. He was lying in the middle of the floor with a clone kneeling beside him. "Okay, clone, make me proud," he said before the clone weaved through a few hand seals and sent the original blonde to sleep. There was a medical kit near the original's head, and the clone opened it. He removed some gauze and the bag of cotton balls. He looked down at the two syringes, one labeled left and the other labeled right. He picked up the left syringe and carefully inspected it. Inside was the black smoke of the left Byakugan eye. He sighed as he looked at the sharp needle point at the end of the syringe, though it was covered to prevent the smoke from escaping. He placed it back on a sheet and did the same to the right syringe. Finding both of them intact and ready for transport, he got ready to operate. He placed a surgical mask over his mouth and created another clone to be his assistant. Okay, we have a job to do on the boss. You already know what it is, so let's get started, the lead clone told the other. The clone had already sterilized the needles earlier, so he and the clone put on their gloves. The lead clone picked up the syringe, and the other clone peeled the original's eyelids back with tape, strengthened by the lead clone's chakra. It looked nasty, seeing the blonde with his eyeballs unprotected with light shining around them. The lead clone nodded to the assistant and picked up the right Byakugan syringe. He removed the cap and used his control over the smoke to keep it in place. Here we go, he muttered as he inched the needle point closer and closer towards Naruto's contracted pupil. After many careful seconds, the needle pierced the original's eye and continued to for another few seconds. His brow had already gained a sheen of sweat that was immediately wiped away by the assistant. The needle stayed in place for a few more seconds while the clone took careful breaths of air. He held his breath and pushed the smoke into the eye as slow as possible. As the smoke began entering the eye, blood began slowly spilling from around the right eye. Quickly, the cotton balls, the lead clone told the assistant, who quickly began to clean up the blood, freely flowing around the eye. The lead clone watched carefully as the eye continued to be filled with smoke, the white of the sclera turning black as more smoke filled it. A full minute passed before the syringe was empty. The entire eye was black and the smoke was moving around freely. Now it's my turn, Yoko said from inside the clone's mind. With the needle still in the blonde's pupil, Yoko channeled her chakra into it through the needle. The clone kept the needle as still as a statue, while the assistant continued to softly pat his forehead, removing the accumulating sweat and clearing up the blood leaking from the original. A full 20 minutes passed before the eye was turned solid black. Okay, place the gauze over that eye, Yoko told the assistant clone as the lead clone slowly removed the needle, Yoko's chakra healing up the microscopic hole. After the square gauze was secured over the right eye, they gave the left eye the same treatment. Another 30 minutes passed as they placed the gauze over the left eye as well. A large bundle of bloodied cotton balls was piled beside Naruto's head, and the lead clone was exhausted. You two did an excellent job. Naruto will be very proud of you too. Yoko praised the two clones as they began cleaning everything up. Thank you, Yoko-sama, the lead clone said, accepting her praise. After everything was cleaned up and Naruto was placed on his bed, with black bandages wrapped around his eyes. XXL and FXXX. An hour and a half passed before the blonde woke up. He yawned as he sat up and tried to open his eyes. He found them bound tightly. As he reached for the bandages, he heard Yoko's warning. Don't. Just like with the original Byakugan eyes, your new eyes need to heal. Even more so, because of the procedure. I have to give it to Orochimaru. When it comes to these freaky kind of things, he knows his stuff, Yoko said with an uneasy tone. It wasn't easy for her to praise Orochimaru. How long do I have until these eyes are ready for the light? Naruto asked aloud. Without me speeding up the process, it'll be a good 4 to 5 hours, she answered with a thoughtful tone. I don't really have that much time. I don't even have to look at a clock to know it's around 6:30. What about the estimated time with you speeding up the process? He asked as he lay back down. The time drastically increases to 1 hour until recovery. Unless you want to cancel the training with Keed or the date with Ino, you won't be stressed for time for whatever reason, Yoko suggested. Naruto shook his head. I'm doing everything I made plans for, including the plans you have in store for me. I'll just have to train with Keed without my sight. You want me to channel my chakra through the curse seal to shorten the time more? If I do that, I'll have them healed in 20 minutes. Yoko informed in a thoughtful tone. That's perfect. I'm glad I'm not a civilian. Otherwise, this would take a good 2 weeks to recover from. Naruto said as a rush of chakra began to speed up the healing process in his eyes. You and me both. Yoko said happily. Wake me when you finish. I can't wait to see my new eyes. Naruto said before he weaved through a few hand seals and summoned a cobra. Said cobra appeared already around his arm. I need you to deliver a message to Orochimaru, he said to the brown snake. Rex cited, and I'll see that it SSS delivered, the snake hissed. Naruto nodded before he began to think. Tell him to summon Vivi at midnight. The forbidden scroll will be inside him. And tell him thank for the tip. I can already feel the power these new eyes are giving me. Understood. The cobra simply said before vanishing. After the cobra left, Naruto simply meditated on his back, simply embracing the feeling of his eyes. Time flew by quickly because Yoko told him she was finished. Excited, Naruto stood to his feet and quickly walked to the bathroom. He was glad it wasn't far away, but he nearly ran into the wall by the door. He quickly began to unravel the bandages and peeled the bloodied gauze from over his eyes. He kept them closed as he situated himself in front of the mirror. He slowly opened them and watched his new eyes' reaction. The black in his eyes swirled and completely vanished into the entire eye was white. The reaction continued as his black pupil returned. It was his irises that surprised him. Instead of the dark blue eyes he was used to, the shade of blue lessened to that of the color of azure. He grinned and activated what used to be the Byakugan. Instead of the bulges accompanied with his vision being enhanced to unbelievable levels, his eyes turned into a mixture of silver and blue. Whoa! Naruto breathed out in surprise. That should fix the vein problem. That's your Byakugan with a few added abilities. Yoko explained. I don't know about the added ones, but I'm glad to see that blind spot has been fixed, Naruto said while waving his hand behind his head. With his eyes, he could see further than he used to, the distance multiplying by 3. He could see clearly through the buildings and the entire village. He shortened the distance as a blush appeared on his cheeks. He focused on his neighbor below him. He could clearly see his chakra points and even the organs in his body, as well as his skeletal structure. Hey Yoko, did you know Ken downstairs had a broken tibia? I can clearly see the small cracks running along the bone. Naruto asked the woman. How much do you love me? Yoko gloated while she did a victory dance in his head. A lot. What else did you do to these eyes? Naruto asked as he deactivated them, returning them to azure. I gave them some sort of lock-on feature. I was thinking of your chakra bow when I did that. Even when they're not activated, you could see through illusions, mist, and smoke, no matter how much there is. Also, I left you a surprise for whenever you enter level 2 of your curse seal. Yoko informed the blonde who grinned wider into the mirror. His body turned into smoke for a matter of minutes, and when he solidified, his attire was changed. His previously green GI turned white, and his black muscle shirt remained the same. His black cargo pants became black cargo shorts, with white flames licking the bottom. His black sandals turned into white, steel-soled shoes. Ebony and ivory were unsealed and holstered behind his hips in an X fashion. Their seals, underneath his now white bandages, were a place to hold shurikens. New clothes, new me, Naruto said with a smirk, as even the cloth for his headband changed from dark blue to white. Ooh, I am digging the new look. You better be even more careful when you leave the house. The girls are going to be all over you, whether you're with Ino or not. Yoko seductively spoke, more than liking what she saw. Let's do this, Naruto said, clenching his bandaged fists in front of his body as his body exploded into smoke. Minutes from Training Ground 7, Naruto felt elated as he seemingly floated over the buildings of Konoha's market district. He didn't know how better things would be with his new eyes. It was even better than the first time he tried on a new set of eyes. He laughed as he picked up the speed and he became even more of a blur to others. It was nice to see he no longer got tunnel vision, one of the perks of these new eyes, no doubt. It'll make it easier for him to go full speed now. These new eyes are even better than the Sharingan and Byakugan put together. The blonde praised in his mind as the tree line entered his sights. Better than them individually, but not together. Close, though. I'd do a great job, though. Yoko said, accepting the praise with a giggle. Naruto nodded and cleared the first half dozen of trees. He landed on a branch and searched for Keed with his new eyes. It didn't take long, which caused him to smirk widely. He immediately wondered what her reaction would be to his new eyes. He looked at the setting sun and nodded in silent recognition. He hopped in his neighbor's direction and within seconds landed on the log to her left. About time you got here. I was wondering if you would dash. She trailed off as she turned her head to look at the blonde. Oh, nice. You changed just for me. Keed cooed before Naruto rolled his eyes. That made Keed do a double take before she grabbed Naruto's head and brought him closer. What's up with your eyes? I don't remember them being this light. She asked before Naruto's head turned to smoke and he drifted back a few feet. Naruto smiled and opened his eyes wider. You like? Naruto said as Keed put her hands on her hips. She narrowed her eyes and took a single step closer. I'm not sure yet, she answered. Naruto widened his smile, seeing the way Keed was looking at his eyes. He knew she liked them. She didn't even have to deny it. How about we get this fight going? I want to see what you're finally made of, Naruto said, taking a stance. The blonde's words knocked the new Jonin from her thoughts. She took out two kunai and held them in a reverse grip. Blood and bones like everyone else. Well, except you, since you're made of smoke, she winked as the blonde groaned. I'm not made of smoke. I can turn into smoke, he complained before charging the woman. Keed shrugged with a smile on her face. Potato, tomato, she said before backpedaling before hopping onto a tree, throwing both of her kunai in the process. Naruto inwardly groaned again as he jumped out of the way. He extended his arms, and 3 shuriken appeared on each side of him. He acted fast and grabbed all 6 of them between the fingers of each hand and threw them at the chocolate-haired woman. She dropped down from the branch and heard each of the shuriken hit not a second later. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she weaved through a series of seals. Katon, Parobai, Pyrobui, she muttered before exhaling little balls of fire that floated in the 3 feet from the ground. There was 24 in total, and most were under Naruto's position. Ooh, that's interesting, the blonde thought as he began descending. He formed a series of his own seals and held his breath. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough. Releasing that technique straight down caused the blonde to be suspended in midair. It also caused the balls of fire to explode outwards. Keed shielded her face from the airborne embers and used chakra to stay in her position from the strong wind. The blonde landed on the ground and removed ivory from her holster. I see someone went with fire. I thought I told you to try water, Naruto asked while she removed her arms from in front of her face. Sorry about that. Fire just chose me first, she said before coating her feet in electricity. Let's see how fast you are now, she said before vanishing from Naruto's sight. The blonde's eyes widened at her speed. He knew she was fast, but seeing her moving like this really cemented that fact. Not a second later, his body was in smoke, scattered in different directions. He quickly thinned out as Keed stood in the middle of the field, her senses on full blast. A full minute went by before Naruto stealthily reformed in the trees. Let's see if she can handle this, Naruto thought before forming the ram seal. Instantly, shurikens erupted into the clearing from all sides. The new Jonin acted quick and quickly began evading the projectiles, but as soon as they hit the ground, they caused small explosions. She continued to dodge the now exploding projectiles and quickly darted through the trees. Naruto smirked as his clones dispelled, and he turned into smoke and followed his neighbor. Keed narrowed her eyes as she still couldn't sense Naruto. Where could he be? She muttered, knowing he was able to effortlessly turn into sightless smoke. Naruto stood on a branch about 100 meters away from Keed. He had to give her props. She sure could move fast. He activated his nameless eyes and locked onto her signature. It was suppressed, but he could still see her body. When he activated that feature of his eyes, everything became black and white, and she became bright red. He smirked at that, and his white bandages slowly turned into smoke. Let's cut her speed down, he thought with a mental sigh of relief before she began moving around, keeping her head on a swivel. Naruto stood to his feet and headed back into the clearing, fully intending on cutting her off. By the time he got there, she had just arrived. "Hello, Keed-chan. Fancy meeting you here," he said before she continued at her speed and moved to punch him. By this time, the blonde had gained a bit accustomed at her speed and was able to defend better than the Jonin expected. After the 12th block strike, Keed jumped back and thought. "I think there's a tiny detail I seem to overlook," she said, crossing her arms under her bosom. Naruto smirked as his silvery blue eyes became darker because he wasn't facing the moonlight. "Sorry, Keed-chan, some things are meant to be secret," he said before raising his fist and closing it tightly. Only then did Keed realize that the bandages that always seemed to be wrapped around the blonde's arms weren't there anymore. It was rather easy to learn just where they went. The feeling around both of her calves confirmed everything as they bound her calves together. It was lucky she wasn't on the move, or else she would have easily fell on the ground. She rose her brow at his words, while simultaneously taking out a kunai. "So if I win this spar, you have to tell me who trained you." Now, it was Naruto's turn to raise a brow. "You're a Jonin, and you don't know?" "How I thought Hiruzen would have told all the higher-ups in the village by now," Naruto said, since he thought she was talking about something else more along the lines of his eyes. Keed threw the kunai down at the bandages, but found that the projectile went straight through smoke. "Wow, this is completely cheating," she said, playfully glaring at the blonde. While she was glaring at the blonde, she didn't notice the shifting of motion around her calves. The bandages separated and only wrapped around one individual calf before slightly glowing. Naruto smiled as the job was done. "Sorry, Keed-chan. I fixed everything, so you don't have to worry anymore," Naruto said as Keed rose an eyebrow and looked down. She saw that they had separated and wrapped around each of her ankles, though she felt different, more heavy. She looked at Naruto slowly, a look of annoyance on her face as she realized what he did. "These bandages of yours are lined with gravity seals, aren't they? That would explain why you were able to block my attacks earlier," she said, trying to take a step forward. Her leg muscles weren't used to physical weight being placed on them, only the electrical current of her chakra. "I bet you aren't used to that," Naruto said with a smile as he removed ebony from her holster. "Just think of this as training. How fast can you move before you get cut?" he said, quickly running forward. A surge of electrical chakra erupted from around Keed's calves before she jumped back at Chunin's speed. Naruto smirked as he easily followed her. With no weight around his arms, his swings were much greater. Though Keed showed surprising flexibility and bent her body backwards as ebony harmlessly flowed above her. She would have tried to do a backflip and kick Naruto in the crotch or something, but she knew he would have blocked with his now superior speed. She stood upright and quickly pulled out a kunai to block the blonde's rebound attack. The blonde didn't let up as he quickly clenched his free fist and swung straight for her face. The chocolate-haired Jonin quickly tilted her head and lowered it as Naruto tried to motion to hit her in the ear. "Quickly reflexes, more than I expected, really," Naruto said with a smirk as he pulled his fist back. Keed smiled as she strained against his onyx knife. "Of course, I've conditioned my upper body to react quickly. Gotta protect those vital organs," she said as she saw Naruto's smirk deepen. "Well, let's see if you can move fast enough to protect this," he said, throwing his fist towards the base of her throat. He wasn't disappointed when her own free arm snatched up and grabbed his hand. "My arms are a part of my upper body," she said as she peered into his eyes and found the silver and blue mixture. "Why do your eyes keep changing?" she asked before noticing Naruto tense. Immediately, she knew something was about to happen and prepared to jump back from the coming danger. Time slowed as Naruto jumped slightly in the air. He planted his feet on Aki's stomach and pushed with all his strength. It was also at that moment that Keed released his wrist and her body was flying backward a second later. Time returned to normal as Naruto quickly took Ivory from her holster and threw her at Keed while he spun and righted himself before landing on his feet. Keed was surprised as the knife hastily flew by her arm, slightly cutting into it, before thudding against the tree behind her. Her body hit the thick trunk moments after it did. "Ooh, you were definitely trained by someone really strong. And for a long time, too. I think it should have been you to be taking that Jonin exam," she said as Naruto's eyes returned to normal. He smiled as he jumped closer to Keed. "Thank you for bracing for kick. If you hadn't already been preparing to jump back, I would have felt bad if I had hurt you," he said, extending his arms, as the bandages turned to smoke and quickly wrapped around his arms and reformed his bandages. "You still hadn't answered my question. Do you have another bloodline I don't know about?" she said, looking at the blonde with a pout, while he removed Ivory from the trunk of the tree and holstered her. The blonde rolled his eyes at her pout. Even with their time apart, the blonde hadn't forgotten about her use of the pout technique. "I don't know why you're pouting. You know that only works about 50% of the time," Naruto said before looking away as he scratched his cheek. "But if you must know, it's a gift given to me by Yoko. She gave it to me while I was taking my nap, so I was surprised myself," Naruto said as Keed tilted her head. The Jonin smiled and stood to her feet. "That's awesome. You think Yoko could do that to my eyes too?" she asked as Naruto shook his head. "Sorry, Keed-chan, but I don't think I would forgive myself if you were rid of your beautiful chocolate brown eyes," he said as she chuckled and patted him on the head. "Well, it was worth a try. But look at how you've grown. I guess I won't be learning your secret from your mouth. While on my way to Hokage, I'm sure he'll tell me everything he knows about you," she said, giggling before vanishing in a body flicker. Naruto groaned as he shook his head. He really should have made a deal that she couldn't go to the old man. Plus, he knew Keed enough to know that after the surprise, she'll realize that it didn't really change anything. They were still friends, and that was the most important thing. Naruto caught on to his train of thought and nearly slapped himself. "Wow, this place really has changed you," Yoko said before Naruto blinked for a while. Naruto chuckled a bit at her statement. Only a little bit. Every small change was necessary for the completion of the goal. "You know this more than anyone," Naruto thought before his internal clock told him it was 7:35. "You picking Ino up at 8 o'clock, which gives you 25 minutes of free time," Yoko informed the blonde, causing him to nod his head. The blonde nodded before some faint rustling was heard to the blonde's left. The genin acted as if he hadn't heard, but he did activate his fused eyes and mentally shook his head. He canceled his eyes as he continued walking in a casual manner. He dug into his pouch and silently took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. He removed his cigarette and placed it between his lips. He lit it and took a long drag before exhaling the smoke towards the ground. He smiled as he pocketed the pack and lighter and took another drag. "I love these little sticks of patience," he said, looking at it before yells of surprise was heard. He exhaled with a smile and walked in the direction. Within seconds, he was crouching in front of Konohamaru, the Sandame's grandson. He had met the boy about a month ago while he was training with Ebony and Ivory. "What do you want, Brad?" he asked while smothering the tip of the cigarette against the nearby tree. Konohamaru chuckled nervously while a long gray snake was wrapped around his body. You would think, because its body was releasing small wisps of smoke, that the young boy would be able to break free of it. Obviously, you would be wrong, as it was a snake born from Naruto's own chakra and made solid, thanks to the special properties of his smoke. It took the blonde a good 2 months before he was able to make it that way, and he was proud of it. "Didn't you learn your lesson the last time you tried to eavesdrop?" the blonde asked as he slowly formed half a ram seal with his left hand. The young 8-year-old quickly shook his head in the negative, causing the blonde to smirk and pat his spiky brown hair. "That's what I thought," Naruto said, standing to his feet but keeping his smoking snake around the body. Stop trying to spy on me. And go to sleep. It's way past your bedtime. He added as the snake dispelled and Naruto vanished along with it. Only then did Konohamaru stand to his feet. I don't care what you say. I'll get stronger than you, Naruto and Aizen. The boy yelled as Naruto shook his head from the tree branch above the boy before leaving for Real. Triple XL and FXXX. Naruto killed about 8 minutes simply thinking of the situation he was presented with at the Hokage Tower. The blonde immediately noticed a lot of jonins were hanging around the area. It was obvious the security had been increased, and the unseen security seemed to be even more bulked. At the top were 4 ANBU, visible and making a smaller version of the barrier surrounding Konoha. He nearly cursed at that little detail. Inside the building were 2 large scrolls. It was obvious one of them were a decoy as it was filled with chakra. The other was underneath the building in a backup safe. Inside the safe were 5 hidden ANBU. Damn, the blonde thought, noticing the room seemed to be sealed tight, with only one way inside, the vault door. Just at that moment, he noticed that one of the ANBU on the outside of the vault opened it to let air enter the room. He smirked as that was his way in. He canceled his eyes and stood to his feet. He was already on the Yamanaka's rooftop, half a kilometer away from the tower. The Byakugan was really an amazing dojutsu, and the enhanced version was even more so. There was no doubt that if the Uchiha clan had been entirely eradicated, Orochimaru would be resorting to the eyes of Hyuga. They didn't have the copying prowess the Sharingan had become famous for, but they were useful in their own way. Naruto leapt off the roof and turned around when he landed. He knocked on the door, and it was immediately opened by Inoichi. About time you decided to knock on the door. I was 1 minute away from kicking you off my roof, he said, agitated for the sole reason that Naruto was simply on his roof. The young blonde chuckled as he bowed in apology. Sorry, Inoichi-san. I was waiting for it to be exactly 8 before knocking on the door to get Ino. We're going out to dinner tonight, since both of us became genin recently. Naruto said as Inoichi smiled widely. That's all right with me, boy. Although I still don't fully approve of you two. I can't do anything because of you-know-who, he said, pointing his thumb behind him. At that moment, someone cleared their throat behind the older blonde. You would think it would be his wife, Iori, standing behind him. But it was Ino herself, her arms crossed under her budding breasts and tapping her foot in annoyance at her father. The young genin was wearing a purple dress that went to her knees. It had thick straps that went over her shoulders and flowed outward the lower it went. It had 3 buttons at the top, and only one of them were buttoned, leaving the top 2 unbuttoned. If you're finished too, San, I would like to go to dinner before we miss our reservations, she said as Naruto rose a brow. Reservations? You did all that, he asked as Inoichi turned and buttoned the 2. You know I'm not letting you leave this house dressing like that, he said as Ino glared at him, but did nothing. Yeah, I knew you weren't. I know all about your nap times, she said with a smirk as Naruto groaned and lowered his head. Does everybody know about that? He asked in embarrassment as Yoko giggled, but said nothing. You take naps in the middle of the afternoon? Inoichi asked as Naruto snapped his head up. Is that why you can't make our sessions anymore? He asked as Naruto chuckled and took out a small scroll about chakra. Ino and the book switched places in an instant as Naruto wrapped a hand around her waist. I'm taking Ino by, he quickly said before a whirlwind of leaves surrounded them and they disappeared. 50 feet away, the blonde duo appeared with Naruto, smiling at Ino's surprised face. How do you know a technique I see my sensei use? She said with a raised eye. Naruto chuckled and took her hand in his. It's a D-ranked, high-speed technique. Anybody could learn it. It was easy too. It literally took me 5 minutes to learn it, 7 to master, he said, flashing a wide smile in Ino's direction. The platinum blonde rolled her eyes and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her dress. You never did tell me how I looked, she said, flashing him a smile while putting a hand at her ponytailed hair. The male blonde looked at her for a few seconds before smiling. So where are we eating? he asked as Ino bristled at the question and glared at him. He chuckled and prevented Ino from hitting him. I'm kidding. You look beautiful, as always, he said before kissing her on her cheek. That made Ino blush slightly as she barely willed her feet to move forward. She smiled and leaned her head against Naruto's shoulder. We're going to the Snip-In Crab, the best seafood bar Konoha has to offer, she answered with a smile. Naruto smiled as he knew exactly where that place was. It's perfect that we're going there. It would prove to be the best alibi for me ever, he thought as a stream of smoke left his back and merged into the air. He leaned his head into Ino's as everyone who they passed cooed at the cute couple. Triple XL and FXXX. The small stream of smoke materialized itself on the roof. It was a small boy with gray hair. He had a simple black shirt with dark gray shorts. His eyes were black and his skin was pale. One look at the boy, and everyone would think he was the most innocent boy in the area, except for the twisted smirk on his lips. That was the most alien feature on the 7-year-old looking boy. He rose his hands and quickly swept them over his head as a black hood materialized over his head. Time to go to work, he said before simply becoming sightless. He flew through the air, it being a little difficult as he found himself going against the air current. It took him half an hour before he reached a roof around the large red tower. He was panting lightly at the energy it took to simply get there. He looked around and smiled when he noticed the smoking Jonin, Asuma. The smoke he was exhaling would bring him just enough energy to complete the mission. The pale boy jumped into the nearest alley and made his way into the streets. He lost the hood and donned a confused look. Asuma noticed him immediately and rose his eyebrows. Hello, little boy. Where do you think you're going? He asked as the young clone continued to look around in confusion. After a while, he looked at Asuma. Do you know where my mommy went? She said she was going to talk to her friend about getting us a place to sleep. I don't want to sleep outside anymore, the clone said as he noticed the Jonin had blew out a stream of smoke in the other direction. The clone mentally smiled as he had one of his hands, stealthily collecting the smoke. Asuma looked on in worry as he frowned. I didn't see a woman come over here. Do you know your mommy's name, and I'll put out a search for her? The man asked as the clone shook his head. The clone frowned as he held his head with a single hand, the other being his stub. I don't remember. This one time, Mama looked at me with red eyes, he said as Asuma looked at the stub. That's when this happened, the clone said, noticing the man's eyes on his stub. I had a wood hand, but she took it and told me we needed to eat. The story was getting to the Jonin, who was becoming angry at the actions of the boy's mother. All he needed to hear was the part about the red eyes, and he immediately began thinking of the Uchiha clan. Hey, Akimichi-san, can you get roster book of the Uchiha clan? I want to see if this kid could point out his mother for me. Asuma said, turning to address the large male. The large, black-haired man walked up to the son of the Sandame. What kid? He asked as Asuma turned back to see that the boy was gone. He was just here, he stated in surprise. The man scoffed and folded his arms. Sure there was. A kid talking about his Uchiha mother, he said sarcastically. We both know the clan was wiped out some time ago. No survivors, save for Sasuke-san, he added before turning and returning back to his post. Asuma narrowed his eyes as he looked at the spot the boy was only moments ago. He dropped his cigarette and smothered it before turning and walking towards the tower, a feeling in the pit of his stomach telling him something was going to happen. Vault corridor. The pale clone perched himself on the roof, keeping his appearance transparent to their eyes. His skills in infiltration were unprecedented, and everyone in Sound knew it. It was why he was given this mission in the first place. The clone's smirk dropped when he noticed another ANBU leaving the room. He cursed, realizing he had to wait for the next time it was opened. He needed to move to a dark corner closer to the door. That way, he could quickly execute his plan. He moved 2 feet every 5 minutes. His minuscule use of chakra for his smoke form might trigger the senses of the ANBU. He counted at least 2 directly under him and 2 more at the mouth of the entrance on the other side of the vault. When he reached the door after 25 minutes, he looked back to see 2 people walking down the corridor. It was Asuma and his father. Thank you, son, for pointing that out to me. I didn't realize I had the real scroll with me until you came and asked me to check on it, the old man said as his son carried the scroll beside him. I just had a feeling, father, though it took forever for you to determine that I was actually your son, instead of a thief in disguise. I'm actually kind of hurt, the man said, feigning hurt in his eyes as the two reached the door. Hiruzen smiled and chuckled. Can't be too careful, son, especially since the scroll was almost taken rather recently, he said before an ANBU appeared beside him. He nodded, and the masked man began turning the giant wheel lock. In the shadows, the clone watched in caution. It was faint, but the small traces coming from the scroll definitely told that it was the decoy. Again, he thanked Yoko for the new eyes before he narrowed them. The possibility of this being a ruse, them knowing that he was here preparing to steal the scroll, was undeniable. They entered the room, closing the door for 2 minutes. No doubt, informing the ANBU of the situation before the door was opened from the inside. The clone thought it was impossible until the dimming seal on the inside of the door completely faded from view told him how. He narrowed his eyes when he saw a wooden geta inside the vault before it was closed. The two Sarutobi shared small talk as they left, carrying a large scroll. A scroll with no chakra inside of it. Again, he cursed himself for being so deep in enemy territory without being able to use just a little bit more chakra. He needed his eyes activated to check everything happening around him. So, literally, for the next 10 minutes, he sent tiny amounts of chakra to his eyes. He did it once every 3 minutes and was thankful when, after they were activated, nobody reacted. He looked inside and saw that Jiraiya was inside with an oxygen tank. That wasn't the only thing, though. He was also sitting with the forbidden scroll in his lap, waiting for him. He was still, though. His eyes were closed, and some kind of chakra seemed to be seeping through the walls and into his body. It was intriguing for the blonde to be seeing this, as it was never seen before. The clone mentally growled as he realized the predicament he was further put into. Suddenly, the man's eyes snapped open, revealing horizontal pupils and thick markings under his eyes. His nose grew a bit and warts appeared on them. Then he began to speak. I still can't perfect this technique. How am I supposed to parade myself around the ladies with this giant nose? The man said before wiping tears away from his sleeve. The clone narrowed his eyes when he realized nobody was coming to open the door, wasting his time and making it closer to when the original Naruto would be finished with his date, thus losing his alibi. They were conspiring against him, like the clone widened his eyes. Did they know about his smoke mutation? It was possible since the original used it to spar with Kiid and subdue Konohamaru. He cursed in his mind as he realized that he had to finish before the date was finished. Hopefully, Naruto chose to walk through the village where lots of people could see him. The clone steeled his gaze and looked for a possible opening the original might have missed. He nearly cheered when he noticed a Sunbon-sized hole was in the far back of the vault near the floor. Then he began to think that maybe it was made there purposely. He took the chance and slipped through the roof. He spent the next 5 minutes navigating through the maze like interior of the wall. Before he went through hole, he thought about something. There had to be a reason the sage's eyes were different with that technique of his. Orochimaru didn't know a thing about this transformation, and if he did, he never hinted at it. If there was one thing he knew, it was the Sannin were a clever bunch, whether they were good, bad, or traumatized. He was proved right when he immediately heard words when he slithered through the hole. It took you long enough to find that entrance. Naruto came the voice of the Toad Sage. The clone didn't say a word. Maybe if he didn't move, the Sannin would think he was mistaken. Not even 5 seconds later, did Jiraiya turn his head to look right in the clone's direction. You're after this scroll, aren't you, Naruto? Again, his name was used without any honorific. It was weird, coming from the man's mouth. It's okay, you can show yourself. I know about your ability, and that chakra is no doubt yours, even if it's in the form of a real clone now, he said as the clone remained in a sightless cloud of smoke. Fine, stay in that mutated form, given to you by Orochimaru. I guess he was able to give you something unlike anything ever heard of. Jiraiya said, turning his head back to the front of the bright room. I know you're confused how I put things together with only hours between our first meeting. It was pretty easy when you collect enough information and look at it from your perspective. Jiraiya said, causing the clone to raise an eyebrow as he slowly drifted around the room, awaiting the time when the entire room was covered in his chakra cloud. It became very clear that the chakra in the room was undetectable to the outside occupants, or else they would have been in here. It all started 2 years ago when you appear on the outskirts of the village, beaten and bloodied. One could easily see that entire scenario as being staged, with your allegiance with Orochimaru now free to the ANBU, Jonins, and Shunins of the village. You could have been sent here for the sole purpose of blending in an attempt to steal the scroll and defect from the village after it was complete. Though, that wouldn't explain anything, seeing the skill you have with that technique of yours. So let's throw that out the window, Jiraiya said, leaning in a hand in thought. The clone stayed silent as he continued circulating around the room, easily filling half of the room. If what the man said was true, then he shouldn't act until his chakra was easily filling the room. There's also another scenario I've considered. Jiraiya started once again, fully aware of the clone's spreading motion. I've also considered that you could have attempted and barely escaped one of Orochimaru's lair and made your way here, but suffered for the treason, thus your state when you were found. Your behavior after that day could be attributed to survival, staying in the one place the snake wouldn't return to. You couldn't change how you were raised immediately, so it was slow for you to adapt back to being a happy boy with a damaged past. When we met earlier, you were filled with so much hatred, I feared you would run back to Orochimaru and talk to my sensei again. I didn't share any of my suspicions with him, since I'm sure he feels the same way deep down, but I learned of the near theft of this scroll here. Jiraiya said, lightly patting the scroll as the clone's chakra fully filled the room. It doesn't take a genius to realize who was responsible with Mizuki's death when it became apparent that he wouldn't be able to escape. It doesn't take a genius to realize who knows the inner workings of the Yamanaka clan's mind abilities, seeing as how you had sessions, but he was unable to enter your mind to really learn anything, what with the Kyuubi in there and everything. Jiraiya began to break everything down, scaring the clone with how analytical he was. It was the main reason he didn't want to cross any of the Sannin. Growling was echoed throughout the room as the clone grew angered with the man. At the first chance, this man really needed to die. He was entirely too dangerous to the boss and his plans whilst alive. The air in front of Jiraiya grew darker before the boy's appearance became visible. He was wrapped in a dark gray cloak, and he removed the hood in a similar fashion to when he created it, only in reverse. His eyes were activated, not surprised when a man's heart retained its steady rhythm. I've been to your apartment, he said, cutting the clone off. The boy growled again, not liking that just happened. Truly a piece of art. If it wasn't for the secondary seal on the inside, keeping everyone out, I would have been able to enter solely on the blood seal, he said, causing the pale clone to narrow its eyes. He remembered when a man rammed his arm into the boss's throat and blood was ejected because of the action. It doesn't matter how much blood you have of my boss. Once it's out of the body, the chakra is drained from it after a full hour, he said with an innocently soft voice, not uncommon with children his apparent age. Jiraiya smiled at the boy and nodded. Also with the fact that I would also need the Kyuubi's chakra to get into the house. With just that little detail, nobody would be able to get into his house. That must have been when this change occurred, he said, indicating the clone's silvery blue eyes. No doubt, it was derived from the Byakugan eyes you were suspected of implanting into your sockets some time ago. How they became like that, I have no idea, he said, causing the clone to growl once more. I know what you're doing, Jiraiya of the Sannin. You're stalling for time, but you and I both know that it's no longer necessary, the clone said, smirking as he vanished from sight and the room in a split second. As the clone was leaving, he kept his eye on Jiraiya, who remained seated, the scroll no longer in his lap. Turning foreign objects to smoke was an easy matter, but doing it under someone's nose required finesse. It was better to start from the inside out and leave as soon as it was finished. Though, the fact that Jiraiya wasn't surprised by it made the clone more cautious the more he nonchalantly began exiting the vault. He floated in the air above the Hokage Tower, having made it out of ground. The scroll was in smoke particles at the moment, but something told him to keep it that way forever. The clone's torso materialized, and he kept the bottom half a swirling mass of light gray smoke. He looked at the smoked scroll particles and growled when he realized what was wrong with it. A distant seal, mixed with an exploding formula, further mixed with vanishing ink. All of that told him of the sheer skill the white-haired Sannin had with seals, so the further he got away from Jiraiya, more ink would disappear and form the exploding formula. And when it was fully formed, another few feet would ignite it, and it would explode. The clone had to give the man his props. It was genius. And if he hadn't broke it down into smoke, it would have, no doubt, exploded either in his hands or in Vivi's stomach. Which meant the real scroll was in the Hokage's possession. Maybe it had always been in his possession. He looked at the small smoke cloud in deep thought. If he could find the exact distance needed for it to be ready for explosion, then maybe he, the boss, could find a way to use it in a mission. He kept it circling around his body and fully turned into smoke before blending with the air. He slithered into the office to see Sarutobi talking with Jiraiya and Kakashi. Hiruzen's face was blank as he listened to Jiraiya's report. The Sannin's eyes had returned to normal, and his facial features were more akin to one that was frustrated, not in the blonde, but in himself. Kakashi listened on with a blank look as well. Like Jiraiya, he had seen enough of Naruto's behavior and skills to deduce what the man had said. It made the most sense. The blonde was simply trying to survive, and if was still in contact with the snake Sannin, then it was out of his control. Orochimaru may be sadistic, but even he has a weakness, Hiruzen said, causing the too high-level shinobi look to the higher-level shinobi in interest. What could that be? I've been tracking him for more than a decade, and I can't seem to think of one. Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. That's it. His sadistic behavior is his weakness. With the way he makes his subordinates follow him out of fear, it'll make it far more easier to turn them. Only Kami knows if that's happening with Naruto-kun at this very moment, Hiruzen said, as the other two nodded in agreement. At that moment, the clone quit listening and drifted to where he knew the real scroll was. His eyes were still activated, so it was easy to find it. He worked fast, and it was turned into smoke, and he kept that particular smoke cloud away from the booby-trapped smoke. Yeah, this is the end of this little mission, the clone thought before rising out of the building, once again approaching the little barrier and spending the next minute and a half passing through it. He smiled and allowed the wind to carry him to where he knew the original was at. Training Ground 7. The blonde duo had traveled to the training ground to relax by the memorial stone. They were there for at least 20 minutes after they had wandered around the village for a while. By this time, Naruto was glad he had sent the clone to do that scroll mission. It wouldn't make him think of an excuse to do the mission. Now he could spend more time in her company. He was leaning against a tree with his legs crossed, with Ino between his legs and her back to him. His arms were wrapped around her waist as his head rested on her shoulder. Ino started simply getting a grunt out of her blonde companion. It's times like this that make me forget that I'm a kunoichi, she said, leaning into his touch. Yeah. Naruto simply questioned, too into the feel of her body to concentrate on her words. Yeah, she said, slightly turning her head to kiss his cheek. There's no missions to do, no kind of training to go through. Just you, me, and the moon, she said, looking up at the crescent-shaped moon. This made the blonde male chuckle. What's so funny? She asked, turning her head to look at him. Naruto opened his eyes to look into hers. You make it sound like you've been a kunoichi for a long time, he said while Ino continued looking at his eyes. I still can't get over the fact that your eyes grew lighter. I miss the darker blue you once had, she said, pouting a bit, causing Naruto to blink a few times. Sorry, Ino, but once I figure out what happened to them, you'll be the first one to know, he said, puckering his lips for a kiss. The pupil-less Yamanaka looked at the Uzumaki's lips and thought. She knew that he would tell her when he wanted, but that didn't mean that she was a patient girl. Though now that they were a couple, delving into his mind would indefinitely do more damage than intended. She smiled at him and kissed him on the lips. Naruto returned the kiss and squeezed her a bit. He opened his eyes when he sensed his clone returning to his back. He also felt control over the two scrolls and mentally nodded when the memories of the clone entered his mind. The real forbidden scroll melded into his right arm, while the fake scroll split into two separate clouds and melded into each individual foot. What was that? Ino asked, breaking the kiss, after feeling a breeze go through her dress. The male blonde feigned a confused look. What was what? He asked as Ino looked at her moving dressing, still feeling the breeze. She sighed in realization when it was simply a breeze blowing through the forest. She looked back at the whiskered blonde and shook her head. Nothing, she said, resuming their kiss. Naruto smiled into the kiss, while his eyes turned silvery blue underneath his lids. Just like he sensed half an hour earlier, Hinata was still watching him from about 300 meters away. From the looks of things, she was fidgeting with her shuriken holster, most likely finding this annoying in her eyes. Naruto thought back to that morning when she threatened to tell Ino about Yoko, something he's been thinking about the entire time they were together this night. If he showed her and Yoko was being Yoko, then she might get angry at him for having such a sexy girl in his mind. But if Yoko was in her demonic form, she might become afraid of him and actively begin avoiding him. Like every time he began to think about that, Ino quickly picked up on his feelings. "Okay, what is with you tonight?" she asked, breaking the kiss and holding his chin. Naruto opened his eyes, deactivating his eyes in the process. "What do you mean?" he asked, covering her hand with his, but not moving it. Ino pursed her lips. "This entire night, I've noticed you've been retreating into yourself. Don't you like spending time with me?" she pouted, letting go of his chin, but Naruto continued to hold onto her hand. This was it. Does he tell her about his container and brace for one of his deepest fears? Or does he lie to her face and make things worse for when she inevitably discovers everything about him? Immediately following last chapter. Naruto looked in Ino's eyes, surprised at her question, but hesitant to give his answer. He wasn't sure if he was ready for her to know about Yoko. "Of course, I love spending time with you, Ino-chan. I was just thinking about the future," he said, smiling at her, something she returned in spades. "Well, of course you love spending time with me," she squealed in delight. "I never really doubted you for 1 second," she added, widening her smile as she threw something. "So what exactly about the future were you thinking about? Did you see my sexier older self as your sexy wife?" she asked, fluttering her eyelashes at him sensually. The whiskered blonde smiled and pecked her forehead. "That all really depends," he simply said, his tone of voice sounding as if he were teasing. "The hell it doesn't. I'm your only sexy wife." Yoko growled playfully from Naruto's mind, while Ino pouted cutely. The platinum blonde tugged on the front of the Uzumaki's shirt and continued to gaze into his new eyes. "Depends on what, Naruto-kun?" she asked softly. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a nervous chuckle, before releasing a dejected sigh. "All right, Ino-chan, I have something to tell you." His words caused the platinum blonde to give a look of caution and worry. "So please, don't say anything and let me finish what I have to say," he added, to which she gave a slow nod. The blonde boy saw this and took a deep breath, widening his senses, knowing Hinata was within hearing distances as well as someone else. The boy hadn't the slightest clue, as their chakra was pretty well concealed. He felt no malice from the individual, just the curiosity they had towards him. The signature was new, having only arrived at this moment, too late for him to use his eyes once more with Ino staring at his orbs so closely. He stared back into hers, taking a few breaths of air before reading himself. "I have a big secret, one that I've been hiding from you in our class since the day I returned to the village," he said as her face remained unchanged, but her eyes were showing fear. "Inside me, I have a source of immense power, limitless and toxic over long periods of use. Yoko Karama is its name. That's what I've grown to know her as, he said, watching her even closer now. This village, however, calls her by a different name. He paused again, hearing her heartbeat increase from the suspense and her pupil-less eyes shift all over his face, moving constantly. He could smell the fear seeping from her pores, and it was the worst thing he's ever smelled from her, but yet it had this strange aroma that he still enjoyed, if only a little bit. Kyuubi no Kitsune. When he spoke the title given to the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts to ever threaten the elemental nations, Ino let out a little gasp. Her frame began shaking from the fear. No, more like trembling as her eyes landed on his whisker marks. The trembling caused Naruto to frown in worry as Ino stood to her feet. I'll let you think about that. Just don't forget what we share, he said, standing as well. He noticed her head was dropped and her eyes were shadowed by her bangs. Not a single word was muttered from her lips as she turned around and took a few steps. The two of them let out an inaudible sigh before the Yamanaka turned her head to look at Naruto. Tears were welled up in her eyes, and one slid down her left cheek. I'm sorry. I have to go home now, she said before quickly turning her head back, the tears drifting in the air as she ran away. The young Uzumaki knew the news was going to be devastating for Ino to hear. It really made him question why he even told her in the first place. But at least she heard it from her, and not the mouth of Hinata, who would have worded everything differently and tried to make it seem worse than it actually was. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I don't care if you have such a powerful, and might I add sexy, beast inside of you. Naruto heard from his mind, causing the whiskered blonde to chuckle softly. Of course you don't, Yoko-chan, he thought as he decided to check on who that other signature was. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by the Hyuga that got him into this situation in the first place. You know what? That was evil of you, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, turning his head to look at the girl, noting her surprised look. What did you do to our precious Byakugan? She asked, looking straight into his eyes. A twisted smirk appeared on the annoyed blonde's face, his eyes shining brighter as they were activated. I made them better by merging them with my own, he bluntly told her as the Hyuga growled and her veins bulged out as her Ondo Jutsu was activated. How disrespectful. How dare you sully our eyes with yours, she yelled, clenching her fist in her unbridled anger. Her anger only fueled his enjoyment from the situation. Komi Hinata-chan, let's continue where we left off last time. Just don't expect me to steal your panties this time, he said, dropping into a stance. What panties? The blue-haired genin brazenly admitted as she dropped into the gentle fist stance. The two stared at each other, the wind silently blowing their hair. At the same time, the two blushed. Hentai, Hinata shrieked, feeling Naruto's gaze drop with his stolen, yet modified eyes. She quickly dug into her pouch and threw a pair of kunai at the blonde's eyes, starting the fight. Naruto simply lowered his head, the kunai harmlessly flying over him as he dashed forward. He moved to strike her at her left shoulder with a quick strike. Hinata saw this and struck at his wrist, only for Naruto's entire body to be substituted with a log. Said log was bent and splintered from the strike before falling to the floor. Only a split second later, he reappeared behind her, swinging his leg into her hip. The Hyuga let out a quick gasp before her body was replaced by the same log as moments ago. The log was then broken in half from the force of the attack, little shrapnel flying through the air. Naruto clenched his teeth at the short distance between them, gave the Hyuga an upper hand. His eyes saw her focus the chakra in her palm, and he acted as quickly as he could. Hakusho, 8 trigrams air palm, she said, releasing the air from her palm that impacted Naruto's abdomen. Instead of seeing the blonde's body skidding across the clearing like she had wanted, she saw a hole where her attack hit, traces of smoke floating in the hole before it was quickly closed up. She gave another gasp as she was punched by the blonde before she was even finished with her gasp. It was Hinata that flew back across the clearing and Naruto landed on all fours, not unlike how Cat would. He looked at the Hyuga, his bangs shadowing his bangs as the girl recovered from the hit. Hinata growled a bit as she glared at the blonde, the veins around her eyes actually pulsing from the anger she was showing. "I'm tired of this," she said, running towards the blonde. Naruto pushed off the ground and did the same thing, meeting her in the middle. Again, they exchanged blows, Hinata's blows easily going through the blonde as he continued hitting the girl and watching her bounce back from his blows. "This girl is impressive, though it's getting late. Hurry up and end this fight so we can have our fun," Yoko said as the blonde mentally nodded and moved quickly. He swiped Hinata's neck strike to his right, while simultaneously sweeping her legs from under her. The Hyuga was surprised to find herself upside down, though she was even more surprised that she didn't feel any pain from falling on her head. She felt a sharp pain in her stomach and looked up to see both of Naruto's palms hitting her stomach. Time seemed to resume as she continued her spin, while also being sent flying across the clearing once again, heading straight for the memorial stone. Hinata's Bikugan saw this, though she was a bit surprised to feel her body jerk to a quick stop and fall just in front of the stone. She went into a coughing fit and saw the blonde give a grin as he disappeared from her sight. She noticed the trace amounts of smoke before it became unnoticeable, even to her eyes. "How's that possible?" she muttered softly as she shakily got up. Nothing was broken or about to be broken, just a lot of bruising. She knew that if she was to raise her shirt, she'd see that her stomach was a light purple from the bruise. 2 weeks later, Naruto grumbled to himself as he stood in a small ravine, picking up trash. These so-called team-building exercises were aching on his nerves. They were nothing but stupid chores the rest of the village was too lazy to do themselves. The D-rank list, as a whole, was pointless in that regard. Though, during the past 2 weeks, he hasn't talked to Ino at all. He's seen her, but it was only from afar. After the first day, he couldn't stand to see her tears any longer and decided that she really needed her space. Plus, she was a liability when it came to Orochimaru. The Sannin would have no problem using her against him, and he didn't need her to be put in that kind of situation. He also knew he was supposed to be watching Sasuke's progress with his Sharingan, but it was pointless when they weren't even training properly. And don't even get him started on the training they were doing. It was nothing but go and work on what you need to work on, which was stupid because they weren't learning anything new. Though the time off did allow him to really train himself, often all night and well into the mornings. He hasn't had a better 2 weeks since coming to the village. Now, that it was common knowledge among the Chunin, Jonin, and ANBU about him training with Orochimaru, he was allowed to further his training the way he wanted to. He was given even more hated glares from the populace for that tidbit of information, but he paid it little mind. Also, he was glad to hear that Jiraiya had left the village, so there were only a few people that could really take him down. He had to be wary of the Sandaime, Kakashi, Guy, and Danzo. They have yet to even get to the topic of chakra control exercises and nothing about taijutsu, something that their resident Pinky really needed help with. The blonde scoffed as he was forced to pick up a diaper. "Really? Who the fuck does this?" he said just loud enough for the others to hear as he threw it in his bag. "Watch your language, Naruto," Kakashi said from the top of the hill, his eyes on his book. "You're entirely too young to be talking like that." The blonde growled and turned to the Jonin. "Oh, fuck you, Kakashi. How about you get us the fuck out of this trashy-ass ravine and teach us something useful?" "Well, teach them something useful. Let me train by myself," he said as the man closed his book with a sigh. "I for one agree with Blondie on this one. What does picking up trash have to do during a mission? This is pointless. I need to get stronger." "What part of that don't you understand?" the Uchiha said from his spot on the other side of the small ravine. "I agree. I need to get stronger too. I don't want to be the weakest link," Sakura said from her position a few yards away from the blonde. Naruto scoffed and looked over at her. "Too late for that," he said as she lowered her head as the blonde turned back to Kakashi. "Because we all know she's the weakest link. She may be the smartest girl in the class, but her academics mean dick in the real world. Teach her something already so that she can be proud of herself, instead of being looked down on because she's a fangirl. Naruto glared at the Jonin, not really sure how it went to him being frustrated about not training to being frustrated to why his teammate wasn't training. It'd be a shame if she died like your friend did. Naruto muttered just loud enough for the man to hear. Kakashi's single-eyed widened at the shock of his words. It had seemed Orochimaru had told the blonde about Obito and how he was crushed by the boulder. His shock only lasted for a moment as he gave an eye smile at the blonde. Roger, that Naruto-kun. Why don't you three finish this job and we'll go train and in a few days go on a mission? He said as the blonde narrowed his eyes at the man. You have got to be careful, Naruto-kun. Why do you like provoking those stronger than you? The blonde heard the rumbling of Yoko's low growl. The blonde chuckled inwardly. Sorry, but I'm getting antsy. This is the year where everything is going to get crazy. He responded as he got back to work. I know, but you can't handle everything correctly if you end up dead before your time. Or worse, they find out about the plan. Yoko said with a bit of concern in her voice. You don't have to worry about that, Yoko-chan. They won't find out about the plan. With these new eyes, everything is becoming easier. I thought I was going to be able to watch Danzo more easily, but he has seals lining the top of his underground sanctuary. My Byakugan can't see through them. He must have pieced everything together about my new eyes. The blonde thought back as he stretched his back. Yeah, but he's always had the seals there. If he hadn't, the entire Hyuga clan would have found out about his base a long time ago. She informed as the blonde mentally nodded and sighed. The same goes for the contraption around his arm. You can easily see the Sharingan under his eye bandages through, so there must be something special about his arm. She added as he mentally nodded again. I want to find out, but I don't want to find out the hard way. Naruto thought to himself with a chuckle. His chuckle died down when he noticed an ANBU member appear in front of Kakashi. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but they both turned to him. Naruto, you have a meeting to go to. Pack we'll just leave that here. The others can pick up your slack. I don't slack. The blonde grumbled as he dropped his bag and walked up to the ANBU member, noting their cat mask. What's the council want? He asked the woman. How'd you? She asked softly, a bit surprised. Naruto gave the woman a simple look she seemed to understand. I don't know. My mission is to simply take you there, she said as the blonde looked at her. With the way she was talking to him, he had to wonder if she didn't care about his status as Orochimaru's student or the fact that he was Yoko's container. She could be useful if we find out her identity. An ally and someone that high up would really make things easier. She kind of seems familiar to me, like I felt her chakra before. Naruto shrugged as the woman laid her hand on his shoulder and their body flickered out of sight. The two reappeared atop a roof a few hundred yards away. The blonde nodded to her, and they set off towards the giant red building the Hokage's office resided in. Are you sure you don't know anything about what the council wants with me? The cat-masked ANBU member didn't spare the blonde a glance as she continued to hop from roof to roof. Well, I could be wrong, but I think it might be about a mission or something. They had this scroll sitting on their usually spotless desk when I was there. She said, not entirely sure she was telling him anything. The blonde smiled. Finally, I have a mission to do. I hope it's fun. The woman looked at the short blonde and gave him a look of worry. You should never take a mission lightly, no matter the rank or who trained you. Missions should be handled with the utmost amount of seriousness. Leave the carefree attitude to when you're safely in the village, she said, surprising both the blonde and Yoko with how protective she got. They landed on the roof, opposite of the Hokage building, and the blonde crossed his arms as he looked at her with his light blue eyes. Tell me why you care so much about how I turn out during a mission? Don't you resent me for being the container of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, or because I was trained by an S-class criminal from this very village? He said, genuinely curious about what she was thinking. The woman put a finger to her masked chin in a very un-ANBU-like gesture and hummed softly. Okay, I'll tell you. Only if you return safely from your mission without any injuries, she said before patting his head softly and vanishing from his sight. Naruto chuckled as he watched the woman leave. His eyes were activated as he kept his eye on her. Now I know where I sensed her chakra from. When we were in the woods, She was one of the ANBU that found you after you had your big going-away fight. Yoko said as Naruto raised his eyebrow, keeping his eyes activated as he walked up to the building, scanning it from top to bottom. He sighed as certain areas of the building were covered from his eyes. He growled and pushed more chakra to his eyes, but only found the skeletal structures of the people inside. I guess that's good enough. The blonde thought as he deactivated his eyes and walked inside. Activity inside seemed to come to a halt as everyone noticed the bane of the village walking into the lobby. They looked at him, some sneering at him openly, others mumbling to their neighbor about why he was here. The new genin didn't pay them any mind and simply walked by them, acting like they didn't exist as he made his way up the steps. Before he could turn and make his way down the Hokage's office to keep up appearances and show he was behaving, a different ANBU appeared in his path. "Wrong way, brat," the man said in a gruff voice behind his wolf mask. "You're going to see the council, not the Hokage," the man said with obvious malice in his tone. The blonde narrowed his eyes and gave the man a stern look, his pupils slitting despite not using any of Yoko's chakra. The man stared back into the blonde's eyes, a bit surprised at their sight. Naruto grinned as the man turned and began walking, his destination obviously the meeting room where the council was. The ANBU member opened the door and escorted the blonde inside. "Honorable Council, I brought the Jinchuriki," the man said as they looked to see the entire civilian council along with Anko, who wasn't surprised to see Naruto there. Naruto, on the other hand, was surprised to see Anko there and voiced his surprise to her. "Can it, brat?" she said as someone from the council cleared his throat. Now that the brat is here, and an official shinobi of the village, he could do missions. "And we have the perfect mission for you too," the elder of the village said, picking up the scroll that was on the desk and throwing it at Anko, who caught it easily. "The details of your assignment are in there. Complete the mission and return to the village to resume your daily lives," he said as the other members of the council snickered, causing the special Jonin to roll her eyes and the blonde to raise his brow. "Oh, and another thing, Jinchuriki, break a leg out there," one of the women said. The blonde recognized her as one of the most successful women in the civilian world. She owned most of the food stands and ran one of the most important trading goods company. So it was obvious to say she was a very arrogant woman. Naruto nodded, knowing full well she really wanted him to break his leg, and he smiled brightly at her just to piss her off. "Okay, thank you, Madam Councilwoman, I will," he said before he heard Anko telling him to hurry up. He stepped outside of the office room and yawned, his face changing emotions to that of boredom. "So do they always give you suicide missions?" he asked, turning to her to see her nod, after a brief moment of surprise. "You shouldn't be surprised. Orochimaru kept tabs on you despite you leaving him. I knew as soon as I stepped in the village that you were having problems with the civilian council. Everything they do is under the Hokage's nose, and he's probably turning a blind eye on purpose." Anko shrugged her shoulders and continued walking until they were in the lobby, where the whispers grew more hushed and the amount of hate filled the air even faster than before. "Look, kid, I don't care what they have me do. As long as I'm getting paid, I'll do the mission. They aren't even that hard to me. So just stay out of my way and you won't die on this mission," she said, with a hint of fire in her voice as she walked out the door. "That was feisty," Yoko said with a giggle. "This is going to be an interesting mission. Don't you think so, Naru-kun?" Naruto stretched his arms and followed the snake mistress to the roof of the opposite building. "Oh yeah, of course. It'll be a relief to finally be getting a mission, even if it isn't with my supposed team," he replied to the red-headed demoness as he looked at Anko. "So Anko-chan, what's the mission?" The woman resisted the urge to stab the young boy and opened the scroll. After reading it, she tossed it over to the blonde. "Find out yourself," she simply said before jumping towards the north gate. Naruto caught the scroll and looked it over. "All right, it seems this is a two-part mission. Assassinate the son of the old daimyo of the Earth Country before he becomes of legal age." Naruto read more of the scroll and found out the second part was to also make it look like one of the guards did it. Also, it clearly stated on the scroll, If caught, their ranks and citizenship in the village of Konoha would be terminated, and they will be marked as missing nin effective immediately. Seems easy enough. The blonde muttered as he pocketed the scroll and headed to the north gate. 30 minutes later, the two snake users set off from the north gate, their destination Tsuchi no Kuni. It took them a while to prepare for a long trip, because the trip to the Earth capital alone was going to take a while. Naruto turned to look over at the trench coat wearing woman to see that her brows were together in deep thought. "Hey, Anko-chan, what are you thinking about?" he asked, trying to strike up some type of conversation to pass the time. Also because she was the only other person in the entire village that grew up with similar conditions to his. Except he was forced to become Orochimaru's student, where she volunteered. "What I'm thinking about, you have no business in. Just stay out of my personal life and go back to Orochimaru, you bastard." She sneered at him and sped up her speed a bit. Naruto kept up with her without problems. "But if we don't form some type of bond, then we're going to die on this mission. And I don't want you to die," the blonde said as Anko sneered at him with more intensity. "Well, that's too bad for you, because I want you to die. It doesn't matter by whose hand, theirs or mine. You're going to die. You and that wretched master of yours," she said, whipping her head back forward. "Why would you want to kill Yoko-chan?" he asked, hanging back a bit. Anko stopped on the next tree branch, using her chakra so she didn't slip and land on her ass. She turned around to him, the blonde only catching a glimpse of how her breasts swung and jiggled with the swing. "Who the hell is Yoko?" she asked with a tone louder than how she was talking before. The blonde landed on the branch before hers and did the same with his chakra. His light blue eyes looked into her pupil-less brown eyes. The sight of those eyes reminded him of Ino's own pupil-less eyes. Yoko is the name of the Kyubi no Kitsune. Naruto simply stated, a bit surprised he wasn't hearing anything from the demoness now. Anko was a bit surprised to hear that, and crossed her arms under her breasts. "Are you telling me you don't serve Orochimaru?" she asked bluntly. The blonde smirked as he jumped onto the branch she was on. "Who says I ever did?" he muttered high enough for her to hear, before he jumped off again. Anko stayed in her spot for a few more seconds, chuckling softly and shaking her head. "I guess he's playing everyone in this village," she muttered before hopping forward, following the blonde. Lef. The two snake users had been traveling for about 5 full hours before Anko called for a break. "Look, kid, we all can't have an endless supply of stamina. I'm tired and hungry, so go and hunt us some food, fox boy," the trench coat-clad woman said before plopping her butt down on a tree stump and crossed one of her legs over the other. The blonde gave the woman a look, his face blank as he stared at her. "I didn't stutter. Go and catch us a deer or something. I'm in the mood for some meat," she said, winking at the boy, finally relaxing around him a bit. She had planned on being a hard ass for the entire mission, but seeing as how he was using Orochimaru, he couldn't be so bad. She still wanted to beat him up, though. Naruto grumbled to himself as he turned on a dime and stomped off into the surrounding forest. "Who does she think she is, ordering me around like that?" he said as he dashed forward and up into the branches. "I say you teach her who's in control between the two of you. I know for a fact you won't have a problem making her obey your every word," Yoko said as the blonde stopped and shook his head. "I don't want her to obey me. I like how she's right now." He stopped and spotted one of those small young deers. The fawn was separated from its mother, though from what the blonde could see with his modified Byakugan, a large buck wasn't that far away from it. He watched carefully, wondering if this was some sort of trap designed to take down the unsuspecting predator. "That's what it looks like to me. Though, that animal has no chance taking down a shinobi," Yoko told him as the blonde chuckled softly. "I would hope not," he joked as he brought up his chakra bow, an arrow around notched in place, and aimed at the buck. He noticed that the power output would literally make the buck's head explode. He took a deep breath and felt most of the chakra returning to him. What was left of the arrow was a thin, really minuscule line of blue chakra. It was the thinnest the blonde could make it, and it was effectively the most dangerous. Even with him being as close as he was to it, he could barely sense anything from it. And he knew the only thing that could have been sensed was the bow itself, since he only lowered the chakra output on the arrow. If he was to get a normal compact bow and use these arrows, then he would literally be the best assassin. After another 10 seconds of watching, he let the arrow fly through the air. He grinned as the arrow pierced the side of the buck's head and burst out the other side and into the ground. There was a thin spray of blood as the animal let out a surprised grunt before dropping to the floor. He let out a small sigh as he held the breath he seemed to be holding as the bow vanished from sight. He deactivated his eyes and grinned as he dropped down and walked to the dead buck. The fawn saw him and ran the other way, obviously scared. He scratched his head and watched the fawn leave the area, his senses picking up someone before they ran away as well. He shrugged his shoulders and walked up to the buck and grabbed it by the antlers and started dragging it towards where he left Anko. She better be in the mood for deer, because I'm not dragging another animal for a long time. He muttered to himself, the stink already filling his nostrils. L-E-F-L-E-F-L-E-F. The blonde rested on his back. The grown deer had been skinned, and it has been cooking for the past 10 minutes. Sure do wish this damn thing would hurry up. I'm starving. Anko exclaimed in impatience. The blonde sighed, never knowing the girl was this annoying when she was hungry. Anko, please, it's only been a few minutes. Give it more time, something that big needs at least 40 more minutes. Not to mention, we didn't even build a rotisserie to put the damn thing on. Naruto explained as he looked over at the woman who huffed and crossed, and uncrossed her legs in impatience. Naruto shook his head, able to clearly see the naked colored panties she had on underneath her skirt. That's entirely too long. Go and find a small rabbit for an appetizer, she said, really wanting some dango to eat. Naruto let out a cold laugh. Hell the fuck nah. I'm going to sit here and waste the day away while this damn thing cooks. If you don't like that, then tough titty, the blonde said, looking up at the canopy above, before his danger senses went off. He vanished from his spot, just in time to avoid the kunai thrown by annoyed Anko. Oi, watch where you're throwing those. You could put someone's eye out. Anko smirked and pulled out another kunai and held it up to her eye, aiming at the blonde. That was the plan. Now stand still, she yelled, throwing the kunai again, causing the blonde to run around comically as he avoided her kunai. L-E-F-L-E-F-L-E-F. In the trees, quite a distance away from the duo, 5 missing Nin from IWA watched the group, only catching glimpses from their individual perches. It was clear to see that they were missing Nins by the scratches adorning their headbands. One of them had been hunting at the same time Blonde was and had witnessed him killing the deer with his strange chakra bow. Naturally, the hunter had to go back to the main group to tell them about the bigger catch he had found. He had recognized the boy, seeing as how he looked exactly like Minato, the yondaime of Hokage. At first, the others had disagreed, but when they thought of the fame and admiration they would get from IWA, they saw Naruto as their chance to get back into the good graces of the Sandaime Suchikage. So here they were, watching the boy run around while his partner threw kunai at him. Are you positive this could be that bastard's son? He doesn't look like much to me, the leader of the band of group of missing ninjas said with a groan of disappointment as he watched. Are you sure about that? Because I can only see their resemblance in their matching hair. The boy's eyes are far too light. He looks like he could be a crossbreed from their village's Hyuga clan. A young man said, squinting his eyes a bit as he tried to get a better look. Why don't we just go and ask him? The only female of the group suggested while everyone looked at her like she was stupid, which from their experience, she kind of was. That's the stupidest idea you've ever suggested. I swear, if it wasn't for the fact that you have big cans, I'd kill you. The leader said, clearly annoyed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose, while everyone else groaned. The woman ignored the threatening insult and waved her hands wildly. No, hear me out. If he says that he is the Yondaime Hokage's son, we capture him and take him to Sandaime-sama. If he isn't, we kill him and pillage their corpses, she said as the others looked at her in surprise. They gave a quick vote, and they all slapped her shoulders, making her giggle in their form of praise. "It's settled. We'll surprise them and kill the bitch quickly," the leader commanded as they started moving closer. It had seemed obvious to them that Anko was the teacher, instructing the blonde about the real world. How wrong were they? Lef, Lef, Lef. Naruto continued running around the clearing, even hiding behind the deer, only for Anko to throw the kunai into the cooking meat. "Anko, you're going to be eating metal if you keep throwing things over here," Naruto yelled before she sent a snake at him, the reptile slithering quickly before it jumped at the blonde, fangs first. Naruto grinned and body flickered out of the way, just as the group of IWA Neens dropped into the clearing behind Anko. The two planned their counterattack well, because Anko also vanished, but it wasn't from a body flicker because the snake from before quickly replaced her position. The snake quickly latched onto the neck of the only woman, sinking its poisonous venom into nervous system. The rest of the group exclaimed in surprise, just as Naruto appeared inside of their group. The two in the back showed the most surprise as the blonde unsheathed his two blades and began spinning simultaneously. 3 out of the 4 were killed by the slice to their necks. The fourth was quick enough to only receive a thin cut on his neck as he jumped away from the murderous blonde. "Holy fuck, just who the hell are you, brat?" "I'm sure you already know that, Mr. IWA Neen." Naruto grinned at the man, holding up his ivory blade and licked the blood from the steel. "I go by Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It's a shame I can't allow you to live now. Anko, handle the man," he said, causing a tick mark to appear on her head. "Don't try to boss me around," she yelled, while the man ran away into the trees. Naruto threw his hands into the air at her behavior. "Damn, woman, could you be any more childish right now?" "Yes, I can," she yelled loudly before sitting on the ground and sticking her tongue out at him. The blonde's eye twitched before he released a sigh. "Whatever," he muttered before vanishing to go chase the bleeding man down. After a few seconds, possibly 30, the blonde returned causally, swinging the blood from his weapons before sheathing them behind him. "Well, you're on first watch duty." Anko scoffed and crossed her arms under her breasts. "Oh, please, you're not the boss of me." She was joking around, trying to find what made the blonde tick. This was the longest she's ever spent around him. The blonde gave her a blank look and sat across from her. "You're going to get us caught and branded as missing Neens," he said, making the purple-haired woman laugh loudly. "Cool down, brat. I'm just playing around. The mission is nowhere near being started. So until we actually cross the border, we should enjoy our time together. Kick back. This mission could go for as long as 2 months. That's when the kid's birthday starts, and he technically becomes the new daimyo for Earth Country." Naruto let out a groan and leaned onto his back, covering his eyes with his hands. You can't learn more about Danzo from outside the village. Though, if you're lucky, one of his root agents will make themselves known to both you and Anko, so you could interrogate one of them. Yeah, that'd be great. The more I know about his agents, mentally, the more I know how to get to him, unless they're like unbelievably loyal to the old man. He replied back to her before a rock landed on his stomach. He sat up and gave Anko a blank look. "What Anko?" She smirked and leaned for a bit. "There you go. I thought you were giving me the silent treatment. I was saying, you don't have anything important waiting in the village, do you? I heard about you and your little girlfriend splitting up from Kadash," she said before trailing off as Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. "Who was that? Were you about to say Kid-chan?" he said, cupping his ear to better hear her words, for her benefit, of course. "You were, weren't you? We aren't even split up. We're just taking a break after I told her about Yoko." Anko nodded, seeing that was one of the reasons that could have ended their relationship. "Well, you should break all the way up. Even if you don't serve Orochimaru, he'd still use her to get to you. And you, I both know he'd do it. He'd do it with a sadistic grin on his face." Naruto shook his head. "I'm not going to give up on Ino. I'll just give her the space so she can sort through her thoughts. I'll only give up on her when she gives up on me. I know deep down that this experience will make us stronger as a couple." Naruto said, causing Anko to scoff. "For someone so young, you're saying some grown-up shit. Stay your age." Enjoy your childhood, despite it already being taken from you by Orochimaru. Anko spoke as she looked over at the roasting deer. More importantly, the kunai stuck inside of its side. One of us is going to have to get that. Naruto shrugged. I'm not going to do it now. Well, I guess you are right, Anko-san. This is going to be a long mission, and it's best not to rush anything, he said, lying back on the ground. The purple-haired, special Jonin grinned widely. Now you're getting it. Remember, this is a mission given to us by the Civilian Council. So I like to spend as much time out in the field, just to piss them off, she said, doing the same. Naruto chuckled and closed his eyes and took a few deep, relaxing breaths. I haven't been this relaxed at all in my young life, he muttered to himself, though Anko was still able to hear what is said. However, she stayed silent as the blonde had seemingly drifted off into dreamland. The snake mistress sat up and looked over at him and smiled softly before taking out a kunai and throwing it beside his head. Naruto lay, unmoving as he continued to sleep. She chuckled before lying back and closing her own eyes and falling asleep herself.